Welcome back to the channel and welcome to some iRacing, because who hasn't slept? I haven't. Why? Why? I don't know why. So as a result, we're going to get our iRating up to 2,500 probably today, whilst doing some F4, maybe some F3, maybe some Ferrari, and just chill out and just take it easy. Drink tea and non-alcoholic beer, and bananas, and have a curry. That's Sunday. That's a muscle Sunday. Bananas and curry time. What a life. What a time to be alive. I wonder who will be awake at this time in the morning. Who will greet us at 6 in the morning? That's when you start live streaming, 6 AM. It's the time to go. It's the best time, 6 AM. It's my favourite time of the day. Well, not in the winter it isn't, because the sun's not even up. But in the summer it's pretty good. We could start with the fixed. Hang on, if this is at 6:15, how long is this race? When does this finish? How would you know? Would this finish? This wouldn't finish in time for the F4. This is a Sunday church morning stream, yeah. Hello, how's it going? The Atchi. What are you guys doing? It's probably the New Zealanders. Should we have an Australian GIF every time? Every time something happens. So technically, this is probably an Australian live stream. Hang on, what's the time? What's the time in Australia? Let's have a look. 5. Oh, it is. It's an Australian live stream. Kingston at 6 PM. Ah, no. Christmas Island, it's 1 PM. Bloody Australians. Oh, we just have to wait like 10 minutes until we can join the actual sesh. Yeah, we can. Hang on. I realise this is wrong for Australians. Oh no, it didn't work. Didn't work. Hang on. Oh, there you go. There you go, guys. Good day. Good day, guys. It's truth. See, they understand what I'm saying now. Put a shrimp on the barbie. There you go. That's the call to Australia. They know what's going on. Or do they? Pure Australian stream. How's it going? Pelucan, 7 AM here. Tomorrow, I have been working for 1 hour at this time. Death! I am ready every morning. But you never visit. See, this is honestly the worst time to stream. This is why there's no successful Australian streamers. apart from Emery and Dan Gray, that's it. That's it. There's only 2 of them. Bigger ham. I couldn't sleep last night. And then I was like, oh well. Might as well feel rubbish all day in live stream. Because I hate myself. So we might as well get some iRating. Might as well just chill out. Rather than just lying in bed looking at the ceiling. You know. Too much excitement. You have a newborn. Oh yeah, but you could just baby. The thing with babies is they're nice and small, so you could just throw it out the window. Fits in a dustbin. You know, if it's being too noisy, there's so many things you can do. Like, people exaggerate. They're like, oh, baby's so noisy, it's keeping us awake. It's like, well, It's small enough to fit in a cupboard. It's not. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're just choosing to listen to it. Just you can't complain. Yeah, you've decided to make a baby. Well, you know, like, don't make a baby. Yeah. Well, like, that's the great thing with babies. They're small. You could put it in a drawer. A well-insulated drawer. You'd never hear it. Make sure it's got some breathing holes. He's not going to complain. He'll probably think it's back in the womb. He'll be happy. Mog, hello. How's it going? Hang on. Plenty of room under the patio next to Mrs. That's some Fred West talk, that. Great parenting advice. Well, no. Look, if you're going to have a child, it's your fault. You cannot complain about it being noisy. You did it. It's like me driving a car quickly on the autobahn and driving into a wall, breaking the car, and you know, and then going, oh no, and complaining about breaking your legs. It's like, well, you got in the car, you chose to drive quickly. It's like complaining about a hangover. Oh, no, I feel so bad in the morning. I've got a hangover. It's like, well, you drunk. What do you expect? You can complain about it. You put the fluid in your mouth in the first place. Ah, your mum put the fluid in her mouth. Okay, right, here we go. It's all right. Mum joke within 10 minutes. Bad. The bakery wasn't open. Get an air fryer. And then you can do frozen croissants really quickly in it. That's one of the reasons why I probably shouldn't get an air fryer. Because I'd be cooking croissants, fresh croissants every day. Be like croissant man. I know, they're taking over. I haven't got one. Maybe one day we'll get an air fryer. If I get 300 channel members, I'll buy an air fryer. If we get back to 300 channel members, I'll buy an air fryer. Channel air fryer hype. Oh dear. Right. Well, I need some other music. We need some. Should we put some deep house on? I mean, I'd like some hard house. Would be nice. This isn't deep house. That's more like tropical house. Deep house genre. There we go. Deep inside. Hello. Well, got a bit of drum and bass here. It's not deep house. I don't know what's going on here. Morning, Geodirt. Mog. I like the depressed look of the backer. What's a backer? You're using words I don't understand. I'm not Australian. Oh, shit. Just accidentally unplugged my wheel. Ah. Oh, that's probably why it turned off randomly when I was racing, because the socket was loose. That makes sense now. Bloody hell. Hello? Yeah, my wheel. I was driving the other day and the wheels were turned off, and I was like, oh, it's a bit weird. Makes perfect sense now because the power cable was actually not on at all. Yeah, send him a frozen croissant.
Give him the croissants.
Give him the croissants. Frozen croissants. Maximum sexy, crispy croissants. It's a bit of a weird word, croissant. Le croissant. Croissant. How do French people say croissant? I think they go croissant. Croissant. That's such a French word. There's no hard letters in it apart from the last letter. How to say French? Pretty sure it's croissant. Here we go. Croissant. 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 It sounds like quoi, which is what, and son, which is where. or are. What are? What are? Croissant. No, où is where. On. What's on in French? R? I think it's R. Sont. Yeah, sont. Sont is R. So, croissant is like, who are? Who are? Who are? Oh no, I can't believe I've just discovered that. It's ruined croissants for me now. Who are? Who are? What would you like for breakfast? Who are? Who are? Ah, I can tell French people that now. Got to message my French friends with the development that I've just discovered what a croissant means. Oh, we're registering up here. Ooh ah! Ooh ah! Ooh ah! Sounds like a farmer that's lost the cattle. Ooh ah! It's a pirate. Arr. How do we get to croissant to pirate? Arr. 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 That is how you get from croissant to pirate in 2 minutes. Who thought it was possible? Who are? Who are? Quoi sounds more like cross. Oh yeah. Well, it gets even more confusing, doesn't it? Well, because French don't talk properly. They can't speak properly. They don't like move their mouths enough. They're not like proper people. Germans and British people could talk properly. Like, French are like, French talk in their throat. British and Germans talk properly from the front. That's why no one takes the French seriously, because it doesn't sound aggressive enough. Whereas when you have like someone talking German in a loud voice, you're like, oh, I'll listen to them, I'm going to invade a neighbouring country. Same with British people. Oh, yeah, I'll listen to him, let's go and kill a load of innocent people in another country. French inspires retreat. Ah, poor French. Oh, man. Ah, behave. Behave. Already been naughty and it's just started. No, I actually really like how French sounds. And cheese. I like how they sound and cheese. Not the smell of cheese. No, actually. Yeah, it's nice French cheese does smell horrendous. French, I think French... Look at French people's faces. They have like softer faces because they don't... British people, their faces are all like emaciated prunes because you have to like squish your mouth up to say words. Whereas the French have like soft faces because they don't, you know, they're all relaxed. That's why, and then Germans have like the strongest faces because they're like... British is like, what? Good to mate. What do you put pound shop? Germans are like, Spruger Schlinger Blugen. Schnagenugenlugen. And then the French are like, should we do any other languages? Language with Game of Muscle at 6 in the morning. Man. Game of Muscle. The French have soft faces. Well, I think that's why like there's something really attractive about French women. You know. Oh, we're back in car. Oh, we'll do a poll as well. Are you French, Mog? There's no French people aren't allowed here. Look. You want to see me using VR? I've got my VR headset set up actually. We could do a VR race. I'm feeling a little bit dizzy though because of the lack of sleep, so it's probably not a good idea. The pancake lenses are fantastic on the Quest. I really did not feel like streaming right now, but I was like, we'll do it anyway because otherwise I'd do nothing. I went to bed at like 9 and then woke up at 3, and then I was just in my bed for like 3 hours. I was like, I'm not going to get back to sleep. Just sod it. I'll start live streaming and we'll just do this. It's nice and easy. I was just like, fuck. You know, tired. Brain feels like a brick. But you know, it's better to just do stuff and power through it. Potato! You've been trespassing. You need to retreat back to where you came from. I think, right, that whole French retreating joke is really unfair because the French have like French resistance fighters were mental, and the French military is insane. Like French do crazy stuff. And then you've got all like all the mental French stuff that happened in Africa over the years. It's such a weird meme. But we're like, yeah, if an army storms through your country using tactics you've never encountered before, I mean, to be fair, I think during World War II and World War I, the French military and government were a mess. But I mean, other countries are a mess as well. So, you know, it's really weird how. It's a weird meme to apply just to France. I mean, there's going to be loads of situations where, you know, France isn't like unique to other countries in terms of how much they retreat or not. Hello, King of the Hatch. Well, I do appreciate that. Hello to all our gay viewers. Appreciate you watching. Oh dear. I like to think of myself as a straight gay icon in sim racing. Why not? I'll take it. I'll take whatever I can get. Oh. Although it is annoying when you go out with gay friends. And look at the amount of guys that are like, oh, he's a straight guy. Well, I'll turn him. It's like, no, you won't. I mean, like, I appreciate the compliments. It's like straight guys be like, oh, it's a lesbian. I'll get a lesbian to like me. It's like, oh dear, oh dear. I mean, I don't know why is that a thing? Why is that a cultural thing? Like straight guys wanting to turn lesbian straight and gay guys want to turn straight guys gay. It's an interesting dynamic. It seems to be like, you know, it's a fairly established thing. I'm using a PC capture card. We're using an Elgato. I should be getting like an AVerMedia capture card soon. That does 144 pass through. The new one. But I'm using an Elgato, so I use a splitter that splits a 4K 120 signal into 4 120 4Ks, and then it also has one port that I've set to downscale to 1080p 120, and then it goes that 1080p 120 goes to the capture card because the Elgato can't understand 4K 120. And it works really nice. I think it's really good, smooth. Get really good capture from the PC. It seems to work quite well. I don't know how they, you know, when you watch like esports, like Counter-Strike Go, like live events. I don't know how they capture the view from the PCs in that. I don't know if they split the game out into two or Don't know what they do. Alright, so the lap time on here, by the way, guys, is 1:20 is pace. Well, you could. I think you could do that corner with just a lift off with the warm tyres.
Slow down. You got a penalty. We're cutting the course.
What time zone are you in, Luca? This is like we're pure Australian in. Where's my music gone? There we go. What happened to 5K iRating? I'm like Jesus of iRacing, and what I do is I give out iRating to needy people because I'm really generous. But then the problem is I then have to take it from the rich and give back to the poor. It's what I do. I'm Jesus, Robin Hood, a mixture of both. I think is what you could describe me as, to be honest. The Robin Jesus. Robin Jesus. That just sounds like you're stealing stuff from a profit. But, you know. Yeah, and I'm really kind and really nice. Let's get a cuppa. Martin Hurst.
Martin Hurst.
Please tell me you have a job as an undertaker. Oh, that'd be so good. Imagine if people all had the name that was... I mean, that's how it used to be, isn't it? John Smith. Oh, bloody hell. Just warming up suspension. Do you have an idea if a 4060 Ti can run triple? Yeah, it can. In what sims? iRacing would work. I mean, I used to run. I used to run triple 1080p, R Factor 2, R Factor 1, Richard Burns Rally, Live for Speed, Netcar Pro, GTR Evolution on a 6800. That was in like 2009, 2010. That's 580 by what is that? 5840 by 1080. Yeah, you'll be able to run iRacing in AC. You probably have to turn the graphics down a bit in some ways, but you should be able to get at least 100 FPS or so with medium graphics. With that, because a 4060's faster than a 1080 Ti, so 1080 Ti can run iRacing on triple 1080p. Dickinson, unfortunate name. Oh, thanks for following. Our first follow of today. What a follower! I feel like I feel famous. Why would you follow this at this time in the morning? Haven't got anything better to do with your time, idiot. Oh, he follows and he's been abused already. What's my current fastest lap? I mean, lap of what? My current fastest lap of the kitchen whilst making a cup of tea is about 15 seconds, probably. Fastest lap around... oh, do you mean this track? Does it say on the screen 1:21.9? It's on the screen! No, I think I did a 1:20.9 or something. It wasn't. It was not the fixed setup. It was the other one. I know. I'm just playing with you. Whoa, you can just lift off into that. You can knock it in a bit. Ah! I do really like this track though. I think this track lends itself quite well to iRacing's physics. Class. The voice is putting you to sleep. Well, I wish I had a voice to put me to sleep. I try listening to boring audio books to help me sleep. My knees. What do I use for generating images? My imagination. Technically my fingers and my mouse. A computer. I use Bing image generator often, which usually that's it's not stable. Wait, it's a form of stable diffusion. What's it called?
You've got the fastest lap.
Door-E or something. Door-E. It's that one. It's not the best, is it? Like the one that ChatGTP uses is a much better image generator. But I'm pretty good. Like, for some reason, I find you know, the way that you have to type stuff, what you need to type to get a desired result with these AI generators is super intuitive to me for some reason, to get the result that I want. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. I like having, like, screaming people. Upset. Like, if you type really emotive stuff and then be very specific, and then also give it, like, stuff that allows it to latch on to, like, certain known themes, then you tend to get better results. Hello, free clam. I would never drive that corner like that in real life. I wouldn't have the balls. I would not. Oh, maybe I would. Maybe after doing quite a few laps. Oh! Ow. I might do.
You've got wheel damage.
Got wheel damage. I've got spinal lacerations. Forget the wheel damage. Yeah, I see. The thing is, I wouldn't have any reservations in a modern race car driving up through Eau Rouge flat out, but this corner would terrify me. Like, Eau Rouge has, like, a really big reputation. I get it. In older cars, it would be absolutely mental. But in modern cars, I don't think it's... The problem is if someone crashes. But a corner like this is downhill, flat out, and then uphill. And then, look, there's no runoff at all. And look how tight it is. This would be terrifying in real life. like, no. Eau Rouge, you straight line it. There's tarmac either side. This would be absolutely. I honestly don't think I'd have the balls in an F4 car. I don't think I'd do this in real life. I would drive 100%. I would drive up Eau Rouge in an F4 car flat out. I'd have no qualms about it. I mean, I'd be shit. I'd do the wrong line and everything, but, like, I wouldn't not do it. I don't think I would do this. I really don't. I really think I wouldn't have the balls. I'd have to build up to it very, very gradually. But I would be shitting myself so much. It's like ski jumping. I don't think I have the balls to do a ski jump. You know, like a big Olympic ski jump. I don't think I'd ever do that. I think I'd... I mean, I don't like heights. Or like Isle of Man TT, I wouldn't get on a motorbike and drive around a road. Like, I don't have the balls for it. Like, I guess if you grew up with it and you were comfortable, it'd be different, which is probably how you'd end up doing it. But yeah, like, I would feel pretty comfortable in a lot of cars. I don't think I'd have the balls to do this flat out in an F4 car. Unless I felt it was really, really, really grippy. But intuitively speaking, I wouldn't have the balls for this. Intuitively speaking, no. Also, if someone said to me, oh, you can do Eau Rouge flat out in an F4 car, I would believe them and I'd go, okay, yeah, I'll just do it straight away. I'd trust them. Whereas with this, it's only flat out. Well, it's a lift, but like it's only if you get the entry right entirely. I've been up Eau Rouge in a van. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's really overrated. I can understand if you're in a race when people are around you and older cars, 100%. But Eau Rouge is not that bad. It's like hyped, isn't it? It's one of those Formula 1 things where it's a bit of a meme for the sake of it. Like I've walked on Eau Rouge as well. It's steep, but it's not like so I'd like, you know, I've not seen it in real life, but you know the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, I think that's way steeper than Eau Rouge. Yeah, it's not that bad. I think it's also, if you're in a faster car, you'd approach it quicker, which then makes it feel steeper. I think they built up Eau Rouge so much. I tell you what actually stood out in real life is Brands Hatch. The banking on Druid's Corner is way more banked than you would intuitively think from Sims. Like if you ever walk, also there's a lot of banking in hills at Brands Hatch that it mostly seems very flat in simulators, but Brands Hatch is actually really quite undulaty. Yeah, that's it, Ivan. Yeah. As I said, the thing with Eau Rouge. Well, it also spars like glass. Like the road surface is totally smooth. Like the whole track is so smooth. So the thing is, it would be if you're in a race, you don't know what the other cars around you are doing, or if someone's crashed in front. That's what would make it scary. Or if your tyres that happen to give out. But like assuming like you've already decided that your car's probably going to work, I think you'd be all right. Druids looks flat. Yeah, in Sims it does. It's crazy banked in real life. It's really weird. What's the corner at Nords where GT3 cars? Oh, the Flugplatz. Is that it? Is that a hill? There's that jump. Nords is pretty smooth though as well. Like it's got a really smooth surface. They keep they keep going over it like every other year. They resurface, or they resurface parts of it all the time, and it's a really well maintained bit of road. I think the problem with Nordschleife is just the fact that there's so little margin for error. If there's a bit of oil on the track or a bit of damp where someone's not expecting it, or the car does something slightly off, there's no margin. That's the problem. And then there's certain parts of the track are quite fast. Well, yeah, and if you were doing the Touristwagen, it's just like you watch. Even when you watch people that are super, super experienced, you see like weird shit. Like watch Misha's channel. So much stupid shit happens on the Nordschleife. I mean, I don't. I wonder with like you know, with Misha, like he's obviously a really good driver, but I kind of think it's like it's inevitable that if you do something like the Nordschleife so much with a road car, you will have an accident. It won't be your fault. It'll be some weird shit will happen, and then you because it's a car without a roll cage and maybe not wearing a helmet, just seems inevitable that they'll, you know, just statistically. Because it's just a rat like the Nordschleife and Touristwagen especially is so random I don't think even if you're amazingly good at it, I think you're just rolling a dice. I mean, you can say that about anything, but do you know what I mean? So I've had a few passenger laps around the Nordschleife, and I just to me it just doesn't. So I'm just like, this seems needlessly, pointlessly random, like random death. Roll the dice. Yeah, I think that's the big problem with a lot of stuff. It's like motorbike riding. You could be like an amazingly careful, or cycle, even bicycle riding on a road. I don't cycle on roads now at all, because you could be. I feel like you could be like the most aware, careful, looking around all the time. You know, just cycling really, like doing everything perfectly. And some tit just drives into you, or like, or even if you break your tyre burst or something happens and you swerve out a bit and a car hits you, that's it, dead. It's just stupid. Like there's no. I think people have a tendency with cars and vehicles and things to think they go, "Oh, I'm good. I'm really good at it. I'm really aware." And they probably are, but the noise, the random noise is so bad. It doesn't matter. It's just like playing Russian roulette. Whereas I think if you're riding a mountain bike off a road, it's just so much safer, because what you're going to hit into, yeah, you can fall off and break your back and stuff. That, you know, you still hurt yourself, but generally, being around other heavy objects that are moving quickly, I think is just always pretty bad. Yeah, Palooka, I think part of that's like field of view and your visual view. When you're playing VR, it helps quite a bit for that width feeling. I know it depends on the car that you're in. So like when you're in if you're in a road cars are so wide compared to like Formula cars. If anyone gets a chance to do like a lap in a Formula car, or even like a Radical or something, those cars are so small relative to the road. Or like some of the go-kart. Like a go-kart makes a go-kart track seem huge, even though a go-kart track's not that big, is it? It's like only a normal size road, like single lane. You could encounter a deer or random bear. Yeah, well, where I cycle my bike, there's cows, and I've almost cycled into a cow, but they were just cushion you. They're Highland cows, so it'd be fine. Be like a big cuddle. Whoa! They're actually really chill cows. They're like just depressed. Yeah, well, okay. In a normal, like, I don't drive. But even in like when you're in a car. Even from my perspective as someone that's just like, I hardly ever go in cars, you still see like random shit all the time. Like totally weird. People doing stupid stuff. And road cars are only 60 miles, well, say you're going at 70 miles an hour down the motorway. That's like pit exit speeds. It blows my mind. Like, I think if you do a lot of sim racing, it reframes your like reference of like how fast stuff is. So like an F4 car to me is pretty slow. You know, if you drive like an F2004, you're like, oh, that's a bit faster. Or if you do go-karting relative to the width of the track, it's relatively faster. You still get, well, I guess you go up to like 50 miles an hour. But like a road car, most people in a road car are like really concentrating. Oh, I guess they're not. They sort of turn off because they've got used to it. But like, it catches them out when something happens on a motorway where they've got 30 seconds to react to it. Like, you're just like, oh my God. Like, and they've got full on ABS, and yeah, they struggle with that. So you're like, oh, that's what is crazy with road cars. It's just how bad people are at driving. Like, they tailgate and they can't drive. So why are they driving so close to the car in front? Because they don't read what's going on in the road ahead of them. I mean, I've been on a motorway. I was driving to an event with someone, and car behind swerved and then completely lost control of the car. And they almost hit into a lorry, and because what they were doing is they swerved, the car got a bit loose, and then they stamped on the brake. In a front-wheel drive car, all they had to do was push the throttle and just steer. Insane. Totally insane. It's really weird. And it's all at 60, 70 miles an hour. So, yeah, it's so strange. That's the problem with vehicles, I think. It's just a dice roll. Modern cars seem to be really safe, though. You watch a lot of crashes now. You know those American police chases, and they have you know, where they've got helicopters like Grand Theft Auto, but in real life. Oh, where's my banana gone? Oh, I left it on my table. Oh, well. You see like really mental crashes now that in the past everyone would have died and they just walk out of it. Like airbags all over the inside of the car. Hang on, there's a Swedish snowboarding girl that's trained deers to tow her around. That's just how people travel in Sweden. Thanks for following, welcome. Festival music, I've had it where someone braked in front of me out of nowhere. Yeah. Moose Gill OnlyFans. It's my type of lady. Proper lady, that. I'm just waiting for... Oh, let me do I'll do a poll. Put Twitch on this screen. Oh, did not mean to do that. Huge error. Oh, no. For some reason, iRacing causes my PC to pause when it goes from window to full screen. I need to actually mess about with it in window mode. It might work all right now. Now I'm using capture card. Poll. Start a prediction. We'll go for top 10. 5 minutes, there you go. Do I have a poll graphic on this one? Or did I need to remake it? Oh, I think I need to remake it. We had that working pretty well on the other computer. Nice. How's audio and video quality and everything? Hope it's all good. If you're watching on YouTube, if you click the like button, appreciate it. Okay, let's go. I need some graphics here, like maybe on this fish. Say if you want to support us, you can subscribe. If you become a member, it really helps. And you're not. We got sound alerts. Yeah, if you become a member on Twitch or YouTube, really helps, especially in the first 2 months of the year because ad revenue's terrible. And if you become a member on Twitch, you don't get any adverts. And you can link your Prime for free, and then you don't get ads on this. You can join one channel. What else can you do? Yeah. So I appreciate all the support. Ah, Perabender get a 120 lap time within 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. I'll try. I think we've done it before, so thank you very much. It's a bit delayed. When we get chat alerts on YouTube, it's a little bit delayed coming up on the screen. Is YouTube chat broken? No? It might just be a little bit slow. A 120. But I really do appreciate the donations. Also, if you do donate, if you have like if you have way too much money, you do donate. We have a donation link as well, and that way I get 100% of the money. So appreciate people. Well, I don't care, whatever. Like, I appreciate whatever, but yeah.
3,
2, 1, go!
Pizza Get 1:20 Uhr Laptime with in 5 Minuten Gesicht mit Dollarzeichen plus 5 australische Dollar.
5 australische Dollar! That's my German wife, by the way, who reads out the messages. Our goal for this year is to get a German wife. Don't know where we're going to find a German wife in the UK. That is a year 2024 goal. I've never dated a German woman, and I'd like to. So we gotta make it happen. Well, I just want someone I can eat doona kebabs with, that's all. I need an Asian woman. I'll exchange, like, they don't have to be German. If I could find a woman that's got a good, like, really good sense of humour, that's what I'm struggling with. I do meet nice people, you know, but, and good, like, really good looking people, but they're just, I need someone that's really funny. That's all I care about. It's so hard to find women with, like, good absurdist sense of humour. Or, like, really dark humour.
One more lap.
That's my struggle. Oh, here we go. Oh shit. I tried. Whee! Oh well, I was trying. I pushed too hard there. Maybe we need to work into that. Just get a Norwegian lady. No, actually, yeah, I really like. There was I had like a massive crush on a Norwegian girl when I was at uni. she was so nice. Wow. You need a woman who loves bearded bald men. Yeah, well, I shaved my beard, but I shaved it a bit too much, and now it looks... Now I think Quirk's beating me with his beard game. God damn it. I was I was cutting it with scissors, and then I was like, oh, this isn't uniform enough. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll shave it a bit in the shower, and I thought like 5 to 6 mil attachment would be good. I mean, it's a nice length actually, but I think like 8 mil is probably the ideal. It's a bit too short, maybe 9 mil. Oh, thank you, Festival Music. It's all camera, it's all lies. Yeah. Because it's a bit too light. Do you know, we had it yesterday. It just needs to be a little bit longer, so it's dark, and then I like that. But then when it gets longer, it like sticks me in my mouth and in my nose, which I don't like. The perfect beard length. You want to get what looks like a full beard, but a beard that's like not annoying. You had a German girl living in a house, blonde, pretty face, but serious. I've never lived with a German girl. I've lived with a Swedish, Polish. Yeah. What do you think of the other nationalities? Sounds kinky. Well, this Swedish girl I live with, she constantly was trying to like get me to do stuff with her. She was good look. She was really good looking, and I was a virgin at the time, and she knew that, and she would. Then she was like, "Oh," it was constant. She was like, "Ah, are you sure you don't want to?" She wasn't German. It was like Swedish accent. I can give you a massage. I don't want one. I don't want one. Oh, I've lived with lots of British girls, yeah. I used to share flats with girls quite often, like a house share out of uni just to keep costs down. Predator. Yeah, she was a predator. She was nice, so she's really good. Actually, I haven't spoke to her for ages. I literally haven't spoke to her for years. It'd be fun to try and get back in contact with her. See what she's up to. No, she was just playing around. I don't know. We got a minute. Your girlfriend's Filipino. Always get amazing food. Is Filipino food like spicy? Typically. And what is it? You're just having noodles every day. Do they even eat noodles? It won't be noodles, will it? It'll be like rice. It'll be rice. What's like Filipino? I can't think of Filipino food off the top of my head. I know a lot of South Korean food and Chinese food and Japanese food and Thai. Is Philippine food similar to Thai? Yeah, so I don't know. You were born in Poland, living in Sweden, but will never get a Polish girl. You consider them too demanding. I'm sure there's lots of different people in Poland, you know. What do you mean by too demanding? What do they demand? They demand that I get up in the morning and don't waste my life.
The estimated SOF is...
It's too demanding.
100.
Gamer Master should learn how to drive.
Let's take opportunities.
Was that? Thank you very much, Ferra Bender. Appreciate that. I don't know why it's if you typed a message. Don't know why I didn't read it. Thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciated. All Eastern European girls like gold diggers and force every manly thing to be done by the man. Do you think all of them? It's probably not the case that all of them are. You know. It's a bit of a generalisation.
Green.
I think some countries will have more of like more of a gender neutral.
On your left.
Like there's not much of a difference between men and women in terms of what's expected. It looked to me like Finnish. Finland probably has the best family culture, where like men and women are expected to share duties. They have really good childcare.
There's an incident behind. Still there.
From what I understand, Finland would be the best country to raise a child. Finnish people I've met seem really nice, actually. Dutch as well. I'd imagine Holland. I don't know what the education system's like, but all Dutch people I've met have been really grounded. Yeah, I love just pushing the tear off button. It's like a weird addiction.
Car right. Still there. Hold your line. Clear. Right side. Clear.
Are we slow? Could be interesting.
top 10. Stay on the right. Clear.
Problem is, you go slow to avoid the car
Clear on the
on your
right.
outside turning into you, but then that causes a car behind to go, oh, I can go up the hill and pass you. So it's a hard balance to get right. What do Dutch people, do they call themselves Dutch? They're like, no, they're like Nederland, right? They call it, they say, the Dutch don't describe, they say Nederland. And then they don't say they're from Holland, do they? Holland's the British name for Netherlands. Why did we, right, this is the dumbest thing ever. Thanks Dallas Matt for subscribing. It's the dumbest thing ever that we have bloody different names for countries in different languages. It's like, no, just every country should be that what that country calls itself, and everyone can learn that. And then you don't have to learn multiple like, because if you're in France, America's États-Unis, and it's like, well, hang on, why don't we just call it America? Germany's
I don't
Almond.
like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing.
Deutschland.
It's probably one of the.
Yeah, just call it that.
Probably one of the.
Do you know what I mean? Instead of calling it Germany.
One of the or not the best simulation
thanks,
to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, we should just call it Deutschland. This is something I've never understood with language. Your Nordic friend says Finland is pretty good. Denmark always gets cooked. Well, the problem with like Swedes and Danes is that they can drink anybody else under the table. I don't know if it's a genetic thing, but their capacity to consume alcohol and be seemingly normal, like Germans as well, is pretty high. Brits are really bad at drinking. Like the Scottish, maybe not. But the Scottish are just Danish people that have been in England for a long time. So there's something about Vikings. Maybe they just had to drink to like get through the cold on the rowing boats. But obviously, I've had a chance to meet a lot of people from different countries, and Swedes and Danes, I say Danes especially, got to be like the least affected the least affected group of people by alcohol. Germans surprisingly as well. Too wide, too wide, too wide, too wide, too wide, too wide, too wide.
Fuck you, Franco. You don't
take it through too wide in the fucking kink, you idiot. Too wide, too wide.
Fuck you, Franco. You don't take it through too wide in the fucking kink,
You idiot. Fuck you, Franco. Goddamn Franco. I've not really been around that many Aussies, to be honest, to know. You would think that it would, yeah, you'd think it would be the same for everyone, how much alcohol they can take, but I mean, I don't drink at all, so I can't take it myself. Alcohol does not agree with me. I don't get particularly drunk, I just get sick. Well, I do get drunk as well, but like, I just feel sick from it. Yeah, so here we go. On the alcoholic tolerance scale, from my anecdotal evidence, I'd say Chinese, like Asians are the least able to drink. Although I know in reality they drink shitloads in like Japan and China and stuff. So, but Danes the most able to take it. Brits are piss poor at drinking and misbehave when they're drunk as well. So maybe it's a cultural thing of how people behave. Drunk Brits are the worst. Is it like, yeah, drunk British people, we're so degenerate. They don't need to. If drunk British people behave themselves, it'd be so much nicer. You can go out in Germany at night or be in towns with people that are absolutely wasted, and they're just more friendly. British people start smashing drinks on each other's heads. Yeah, I've met some tiny German women that are like tiny German women that could drink like 10 pints, and you're like, okay. I don't know how did you even fit that much liquid in you? Hell Night. Yeah, it is weird, that weird acceptance of, I mean, we talked about it quite a bit, but that weird acceptance of being drunk and how much alcohol is acceptable to consume.
You got it, slow car on the right. There's an incident ahead. Go left, go left, go left.
Oh, unlucky. Yeah, it's really
Car
weird.
on your left. The leader just did a
Like,
21.73.
just to outright
On the right.
drug
Car
abuse
in
acceptance.
P4.
Same with people that get stoned a lot. It's like, it's like actually it can be really detrimental. Though I don't, alcohol is more dangerous than cannabis, but even so, it can be really detrimental. Like, it's you know, you see, I've known people that have really wasted a lot of their lives just being stoned because they instead of, they've got mental health issues or anxiety, or they're just not happy, and so instead of like actually working towards fixing that, they just get stoned, which, you know, I can see it can be helpful in short periods of times and stuff, but you know, I've seen it really affect people negatively, even though it's not really addictive in the general sense. You know people that everyone knows that stoner guy, especially when you're at uni. the guy that's just like useless because they're just always stoned. And they're like normally a really nice person, but they're just using cannabis for self-medication. Too much of it. Thomas Schmidt!
Thomas Schmidt.
Car 4 is up the front.
Yeah, it's the same with. Do you know what? I think it's really weird. Like with the fatness thing as well, or like being overweight. Like, obviously, there's no point in fat shaming people or like being abusive to fat people, like someone that's overweight. It's not going to be helpful. But it's weird at the same time how like gluttony is kind of promoted. Or like a lack of fitness is promoted as if it's like, as if it's offensive. Like I'm overweight, and I know that, and it's not unfair for someone to be like, oh, you should exercise more. Like, it's not a bad idea.
Car on your left, still there. Clear.
Thomas Maloney giving me the baloney. Well, I knew a girl when I was at uni that would have a complete personality change when she had just like half a pint of alcohol, half a pint of beer, and she would have amnesia as well. Insane, absolutely mental, like. And she'd become like hypersexual. It was so weird. It was so weird. It was really weird. It was like, this is not right. Because we go out. She was like with a group of friends, same group of friends I had. And then she'd just be like in the club and stuff. She'd just be getting off with like random people. She didn't even like them, like, you'd know. She'd like even try it with me, like we're not even. I know she didn't even like me, so it was just like really weird. Can't frosty bird.
Hypersexual.
It was really strange, and she, like only when drinking, and she wouldn't remember. It wasn't that she. The thing is, if I drive this properly, they're gonna wreck me. Just let them go through. Stay behind them. I don't want to get wrecked.
The car in P2, just set the fastest lap. 19.995. Left side.
Bloody hell.
Stay on the right.
I have to drive overly defensive, otherwise they're just going to wreck me. They're probably going to wreck me anyway. I feel it coming. These guys that we've passed are all guys that crashed earlier. This is why I would really recommend, if there's any younger people watching, don't do stuff with girls unless you're sober, because they could totally turn around, like they could initiate stuff, and then they could turn around and go, I didn't agree to that, and who's gonna be believed? Like, if it's not gonna look good, is it? So you just don't do anything if you're drunk. Simple. Solves the problem. Obviously, loads of women do get assaulted all the time, and then people don't listen to them. So it's not a simple thing, but. Do not do stuff. Don't go out drinking, especially when you're when you're younger and people are more stupid and doing stupid stuff all the time. Do not do stuff with women, or anyone for that matter, if you or they are drunk. It's a very easy way to end up ruining your life. Your girlfriend attacks you when she's drunk. Well, if that's what you're into, I'm not going to judge you. You know what? I don't think it's a bad idea having a consent form. It's actually not a bad idea. I mean, obviously it's going to kill the romance, and obviously is ridiculous, but I mean, I don't think that should be like an educational thing that people are told, is that don't do stuff with drunk people. I mean, like, even for me, when I meet up with girls, I'll only meet them in places where there's like in a town where there's like loads of security cameras, and like partly because I want them to feel safe as well, but also because let's say you date 15 women and one of them turns out to be mental, which is quite possible, 1 in 15. And then let's say you're like, it's a bit late, let me walk you back somewhere, whatever. And then you walk back some like countryside way to something, and then they end up going, this person did this or this did that or whatever. You're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. So, it's like it's like double protection. You want them to feel safe, but also, like, some people are genuinely mental.
The leader is running 21.442. Car 1 is now leading.
Yeah, staying away from people is probably a good idea. pick our pace back up here. 26 I rating though if we finish in this position. I think you should have to fill out a consent app to go on iRacing, to be honest. I'll tell you what I think is really good though, actually. On like recent dates I've had with people, girls like totally wanting to share bills and stuff, which I think is really good. Like, I mean, if I go on a date with someone, I'm fully prepared to pay for everything because you don't know what their financial situation is, and I know what it's like having no money. But pretty much all the times I've met up with people, even when I've like offered to pay first, they're like, no. So that's pretty good. That culture's like the idea that men should just pay for everything is changed. You don't know how to race.
You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race. I'm gonna report you, man.
Blade Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Blade Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Blade Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Go home and play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and
play
play
Tetris.
Tetris.
Why did I go back to iRacing? Just because I've got insomnia and I can play this with my brain turned off.
Go home and play Tetris.
And we can get iRating back up to steal from the rich and give back to the poor. And also, I like mixing things up. Although everyone wants to like pigeonhole me as a fanboy of one thing and a hater of whatever, I play all the simulators. Oh, here we go. We might get some more places when these guys crash. They look like they're going to wreck each other. Let's try and do a faster lap and get her. Oops, slopped it through there. I hate myself. That is true. Boulders get alright. Have a good one, Mr. Frosty. Enjoy the gate of boulders. Oh, come on, if these guys crash, we get... we're getting 26 IR as it is. We'll get like 35 if they crash. A bit too far back to capitalise on a small mistake though. An elaborate smoke screen. Is 100 the most points you can get in a race? No, I think you can get more. I think you can get more. It depends on your I rating and the strength of field. I think I've lost 100 and something, over 100 in a race once. Because we had like 5k I rating and we joined a rookie race and got wrecked.
You got a slow car on the right. Go left. There's the flag.
Well, the problem with Assetto Corsa, which is obviously the best sim, the problem with Assetto Corsa is that it requires concentration to actually be quick in it, and it's quite active. You have to really balance the car all the time, which for my elbow at the moment isn't good. With iRacing, you drive preemptively, like you brake and you drive it like a bobsled. So you don't want to be correcting the car in iRacing. Like you in iRacing, you just do a turn and then come out of it, or like on the throttle, it's a single movement. So you don't really drive in iRacing, it's bobsledding. So it's a lot more relaxing. It's just punishing in iRacing until you know the racing line. But yeah, you can't play with the cars properly on the limit in iRacing, so you just flop them around. But it's quite fun. Once you know a car on a track in iRacing, it is bobsledding, and it's still quite fun trying to go faster, and it's a lot less effort. And then it's just a case of avoiding other people, and then the voice chat is good in it as well. So, well, hell no, this is kind of like a warm up into it. We're building up into it, and then the final stretch. Hang on.
3,
Oh
2,
no, he's giving us even more Australian.
1:20 Lap Time achieved +5 from Donation Link Better Late Than Never Gesicht mit Dollarzeichen T und Crumpets.
I didn't do a 120, or did I? Did I do a 120? Thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation. Did I do a 120? Pharaoh Bender throwing us the money at us. This is Australian riches we're getting here. I'm gonna get a letter from the Australian government asking for the money back. Right, we did it. We're doing the other one. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at my results. Here we go. Rich miners. Oh, here we go. Oh, I did! A 120.9. Was that like the last lap? Oh, that's all right actually. Yeah, we need to be 4/10 faster, and then we'll be in the top 5. Shedhead, hello. Thank you, Pharaoh Bender. Though. Really do appreciate the donations. As I say, at the moment, ad revenue is not very good in January. So I appreciate it. Oh. I don't know what it is with Twitch. Every year, I guess they get all they probably it's companies have ad budgets for the end of the year, and it all needs to get used up just because of how companies budget stuff. And then so there's a surplus of money, and then January it's like you're like, oh, okay. That's what everything ramps up before Christmas. The three or 4 months before Christmas is like where ad revenues at its best. And then January, February, March is normally like dead time. Time for a run with the doggo. Alright, Mog. Does your dog have a French accent? Woof. Woof. I do not want to go for a walk. Je suis fatigué. French. It's my French dog impersonation. Le woof. I will go for a walk with my owner. I now need to do a poo in the field. Yeah, I think anything that's marketing or online related, January, February, and March are kind of like. But it's weird because you have isn't the tech show? Oh, what's the tech show called? What's it called? I always wanted to go to this tech show. Jan. What's it called? The American one. Oh, hang on, there's one in London. What's this? World of Learning Summit. Rising Vibe, free registration. CES, that's it. Yeah. I think CES could be quite interesting this year because last year and the year before were kind of like bit like because we had the whole COVID thing created like a weird like a weird 2-year gap, which has also allowed for certain development to happen, which you then end up with like this kind of like pacing of stuff. Like you notice it with game releases. You'll have like 4 years where it's more like maintenance years where nothing like really new comes out, and then all in the space of 1 year you have like big stuff happen. So I mean, at the end of this last year, the DJI Pocket 3 and the new Quest VR headset are like really awesome. Well, you said DJI and the Quest are both sort of continuation devices, but yeah, and then AI's had like a year and a bit to sort of do, and the people are now integrating AI. So, and how AI is integrated into consumer electronics, I think will be quite a big thing. It'll be really interesting to see with AI how much its utility is dependent on the user and how the user uses it, or if AI itself can offset the user's inability to do stuff. So what I mean by that is, if you look at like Photoshop as a tool, you can do anything in Photoshop, right? Pretty much, but the user would have to still be creative. If you look at cameras, cameras are so, like a mobile phone camera, all cameras are so good, but if you look at most photography, it's pretty crap. Most people take shit pictures. It's still up to the user to put the camera in a decent place, understand time of day, have an intuition as to how to take a good photograph. So it's still down to users. And from what I've seen with AI, you look at like people that use AI thumbnails or use AI as a tool, like emailing and stuff, and it seems like, this is from lots of people I've talked to as well, only a small minority of people are leveraging AI really effectively. And like, it's the same people that would be able to leverage a camera properly or Photoshop properly, or people that are already quite organized. So it's just like, it'll be interesting to see if AI can get to a point where it can make it so someone that's not inherently creative, someone that's not particularly good at certain things, seem much better at things than they are, rather than it being like having. So at the moment, AI operates like having like it's like having a group of people in an office that can do laborious tasks for you. So for me, AI is like having an incredibly trained secretary, a pretty alright research team. Do you know that's what it's like? But you still need to ask it the right questions. You still need to know what you want to get from it. So like even for stuff where I'm using like for using some thumbnails, I haven't seen any other YouTube channels or any other people use AI image generation in like the same sort of humorous way of having it. So it's, you know, like with loads of people jeering at someone sat in a sim rig, or like, do you know what I mean? Like weird stuff that I would have come up with and just don't have the time to draw. I can use AI to generate a sort of an image of that, but I've still the concept. I had to come up with the initial concept, and AI's then allowed you to execute the concept. You could keep tweaking it, but I think some people don't have that initial concept in their heads, maybe. So it'd be interesting to see if AI can, if it will change that. I don't know if it will. Yeah, the new VR headsets look really interesting. Yeah, you still have to check AI, yeah. But I think it's the same if you had a team of people. If you had if you were doing something and you had a creative team, if you're the manager of that team, you have to check what they do still. Or, you know, if you're like a manufacturer of aircraft and you have like pretty intelligent engineers, but then you do loads of shortcuts and then you mismanage things so that you have two planes crash, and then you say you fixed it, and then you have like half of the panels of the plane blow out after it takes off. You're still responsible, aren't you? You can't just go, oh wow. Yeah. like so I'd say what's analogous to this is like game engines or like Flash, for example. Macromedia Flash, when that first came out, it made game development way easier. Like you could produce a 2D platformer, basic 2D games, even with very basic scripting knowledge. Like you don't have to be a programmer or an amazing artist. You could come up with the concept of a game and do a 2D game, right? Because it really made the barrier to entry a lot lower. Yet despite that, most Flash games, almost all of them, 99% of them were completely shit. So it's like, okay, the tool has made something way more accessible, and you might go, oh no, now it's made it too easy. But actually, still, you're dependent on people that know what they're doing to produce something novel and interesting. They still have to come up with it, and they still have to maximize the tools that are available. So I think that would be the same case. I don't see why that would be different with AI. You hate it when that happens, when the planes are made and sold lose a wing. Yeah, the wing's not meant to fall off. That footage, have you seen it, of the door falling off? Well, because what it is it's that Boeing, is it, what is it? It's not a 747. What was it? Basically, the panel that fell off was where there's normally an emergency exit, but the configuration of the plane, 737 MAX, the configuration of the plane is that where that panel is, it would normally be an emergency exit if you had a more dense configuration or specific configuration. But on that specific plane, it wasn't a door. It was like a normal panel, but it would be where the door was. So in the end, it's still important to know how a good story is told with that eye, and what the eye likes. Yeah. But then maybe someone could look the way. So like you could tell ChatGPT, like let's say it gets better than it is now. You could get it to do a bunch of the stuff without you knowing what's good or bad, and as long as you kept to like the framework that it suggests, maybe you could get a result to make up for the fact that you don't have a clue yourself at all. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. I really don't understand why more people don't have an intuitive sense for imagery, for like photography, in terms of like rule of thirds, perspective lines, leading your eye to something interesting, having something in the foreground, the midground, and the background. Just noticing patterns and choosing if you're going for if your image is more of a 2D with a texture, or if you've got a focus to the image, or if it's a study of something, or if the sky looks interesting. I don't know, or like how to go look at an image, like look at a view and then go, right, what would be the best thing to pick for this view that I can see that will produce the best result. I don't know why that's not an intuitive thing for more people. I wonder if it's just because they're not thinking about it or they just don't care. But it's the same with games and anything, or films. So it's easy as an external observer. You can understand that people have a lot of limited time with creative projects to actually do what they want to get out of it. So you can explain most stuff being a bit rubbish purely because there wasn't enough time. But there are a lot of things where it's genuinely the case, where you're like, how on earth have they not realised that that's like they could do something easier, it would be cheaper and quicker, and they've not done that thing. You're crap at taking pictures of people. Well, so I think the thing of taking pictures of people, the key to that is to not let them know that you're taking a picture of them, and then also to know a whole bunch of like distractive things to get them to be doing something. And then you're taking a picture, so you don't want them to be knowing that you're taking a picture. because that's what makes a picture of a person look terrible, is it doesn't look natural. And then obviously there's certain face types, certain body types, different angles will like accentuate or de-accentuate certain features of a person's body, just like clothing and things. So knowing those things to look at a person and go, oh, that person's a bit of a chubby chub, so we'll do this from this angle, or or that you notice a person might have particularly startling eyes, so you're like, oh, okay, right, what can we do that would accentuate that component? Or someone's got like a nice shaped chin or nose, or then you're like, okay, how can you what can you get them to do that you can tell them is a thing to be doing, so they don't think they're posing for a picture, so they're acting normal, or you're just doing activity with them. Then you're like, okay, how can I take a picture of that? I think that's the thing. Unless someone's like a trained model in a studio, it's going to be really hard. Because like that's the aspect of a model knowing what to do, where they know themselves how to pose themselves in a way that would get a certain result. You see, yeah, yeah. Well, it's that thing, isn't it, with photographers that have an attractive woman, and then they're like, oh, attractive woman in a puddle, attractive woman wearing dress in a concrete environment. Oh, wow, okay, yeah. Obviously, there's gonna be a contrast there, and yeah, well, it's a good-looking person. It's not gonna be bloody hard to make them stand out. But the problem is with that, it'll just look like an AI-generated image, won't it? Of like the most generic thing you could possibly think of. A woman in a puddle. A dress on a rainy day. Oh, she's in an abandoned factory and she's beautiful, leaning against a ladder. The contrast of the metal and the rust with her fair, young skin.
Of the ninjas.
Evil beans. Thank you very much for the sub and EP growth there. Yeah, I don't really take pictures of people. I'm not really used to it that much. Or if I do, it'll be just people in the street, not models. I'd quite like to do some model photography though. I'd quite like to go out with someone that wants to do modelling. I've done it once or twice, but it's not like a common thing. I think you get the best results you get is like street photography situations where you look out, you look out for someone that they just look really interesting. So it's like, where's Wally? you walk around and you're like, oh fuck, they like, you notice people when you're walking around, you notice people that really stand out as being, they're dressed like different to like the norm, or they have quite an interesting face in that maybe they've got like an interesting genetic background from parents or whatever, or they could just be doing stuff that's slightly different. It just makes it interesting. So finding people like that, whereas if you're just doing stuff with a friend that's modelling, I think that's really hard because you've got to work with what you got. I'd be a good model. Give me a steering wheel, sorted. I can hold a steering wheel. Be a steering wheel model. Sandy Sanderson, a big part of photography is editing. Yeah, for sure. Just applying like a little bit of filter, cropping and filtering a little bit can make a huge difference. Hell no. One of the popular guys is really good looking. Yeah, well that's it, isn't it? That obviously helps. All my friends are Nordic models. By that, do you mean that they're like little cutout figures? If you built all your little friends, you're like, oh, hello friends. You're like, they made out of plasticine, and you've got them on a table, and all around your house. They're all blow up dolls. They're all blow up dolls bought from from Norway. Oh, poor guy. Poor sad guy. Morning, Cat Noir. We're back on the ham track. I need my banana. I'm sure I brought a banana down. Oh, I did, and I left it on my table. Oh, I have to get up to eat my banana. Right. Bloody hell. Ow. Just doing the next F4 race here. Give it a banana. I always find it strange when I have gone out with female friends and how willing they are to model. Like, when I was at uni, and I'd be like, oh, should we go out and we'll do some photos? And they're like, yeah. Like, whereas male friends, if I was like, let's go out and take some photos, they'd be like, what? They'd be like, what? They'd be like, what? Yeah, of me? They're like, what are you doing? Isn't that strange? I mean, I'd feel awkward if a male or female friend came up to me and they're like, oh, do you want to do some modelling? I'd be like, don't think I'm comfortable with that. No, strange. I mean, I hate being on camera. I really don't like it. DRC Woody Boy, hello. Right. First brew of the day, good one. Maybe there's like an aspect of women maybe just through conditioning, but like don't mind looking at themselves. Right, I would say I'm ambivalent, but like it is interesting. It's what I was talking about the other day, how a lot of female influencers will just do shitloads of pictures where it's just them in the foreground stood in front of something and they're not doing anything, it's just them modelling basically, and they're comfortable with that. They're like happy, like they're not thinking about it, they're just like, yeah. It's weird, it's really bizarre. If a guy did that, if an average straight guy did that, everyone would be like, oh, you're full of yourself. Oh, good looking men get compliments, though. It's just that most men aren't very good looking. Maybe it's because, but other women, okay, you do, you know, what you get with men is like, you know, when men are like more muscular, other men compliment men on like, oh wow, that's, you know, it's really impressive. It's like that whole gym meme thing of guys that go to the gym to get girls, but then all they do is have other guys around them going, oh no, that's a nice pump. You know, you get more attention from men than they would women, because men appreciate how much, well, anyone that goes to a gym a lot appreciates how much work it takes to get those sorts of results. So I think the same's with women. When women like put a lot of effort into clothing and makeup and things, it's going to be other women that are going to be the most complimentary or say the most things, because it's other women that also tend to do a lot of the clothing or put a lot of effort into the makeup, so they're like, oh, that's really impressive. So it's weird how it's framed, like the whole pressure for makeup and clothing is a pressure from men on women, when actually I think it's more of a pressure, where it is a pressure, because it's not always a pressure, but I think it is the pressure is actually from other women more than it is from men. It's the same with, like, for men to be muscular, the pressure's not from women wanting men to be muscular, the pressure would be from other men being muscular, and then guys feeling like, oh, I'm not masculine enough or something, or like, oh, you know. I mean, I get praised for my looks all the time, though, so... I wear lots of makeup. I've actually got full head of hair. So, bowl cap. Maybe I should start wearing makeup. Like, if you're not naturally really good looking, you can use makeup to fool people into you being better looking. Genius. We're going to start using the tools against women that they've been using against men. It's going to happen. Right, this is the trend, is that guys are going to start wearing more and more makeup because makeup companies are going to be like, hello, how can we make more money? It's started to happen with like the Manscaped shaving and all, and like the soap. It always starts with the soap. Like that Sasquatch soap, which actually looks like it could be quite nice to try. I'd have to smell some. But it always starts with something innocuous, like soap and shaving. And then it'll be like, oh, men tweak your eyebrows. Ah, oh, paint your beard. I mean, I do that sometimes. It's got me. Can't escape it. Your Nordic small dolls also give you compliments. Are the voices in your head? Do they have a Norwegian accent? Voda da da da. Hit. Who doesn't like Norwegian dolls? Right, it's time for his Stonkers quality lap as usual. Do you know that DJI Pocket 3 has a it has a filter mode built into it, and it can make your face thinner, and it can make your skin smoother, and it can make your eyes bigger. It's a proper racist camera. Because you wouldn't want to have Asian eyes. No, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it? So, like, why do Asians want, like, why would you not want bigger, like, Asian eyes are fine. Like, it's so weird, isn't it? Like, what stuff gravitates to. Like, I think Asian eyes are attractive. Like a more flat nose or smaller, you know, like smaller eyes. It's fine. I don't know. I can't say I have a preference to more or less open eyes. Do you know what I mean? Am I going to get a big screen beyond? I don't know. It's no, probably not, because it's got a small sweet spot on it, which for me is like terrible. Yeah, well, I when I've gone on apps and I filter through women, pretty much I won't bother. I'll ignore all women that are wearing a lot of makeup. It'd be like, no. You're like, gone, no. Just not interested. Because also, with the type of people that I normally surround myself with, if someone's wearing shitloads of makeup, I kind of feel like either they're like really creative and good on them, they're trying different stuff out and it's a thing to play with. So I'm not going to judge someone for wearing makeup and go, oh, just assume something, because there's totally great ways to wear makeup. But I would sort of, I'd be like, okay, I do think there's a potential that maybe they've got some kind of like insecurity towards their actual natural appearance, and then I think, okay, well, how is that going to pan out? Do you know what I mean? If someone's not wearing any makeup at all, my assumption will be, oh, they probably don't care about makeup and they're probably comfortable with how they look. which to me would be a reflection of something that's more mentally healthy. And that's bore itself out with most of the women that I've met that don't wear much makeup. They're normally really confident people, which I think is attractive. What VR's next for me? I've got a Quest 3. Yeah, well, it's that. Yeah, hell no. I know there's some weird stuff. Like, I found out about this when, so I lived with a Chinese woman and, my friend's wife, and they'd obviously tell me stuff that is, you know, like the amount of people that have eye surgery in Asia to look, and it's partly to look more Western. It's like Western beauty standards. It's really weird. It's weird that white skin would be particularly appealing as well. It's weird to like gravitate towards a tone of skin as an attractive thing. Like you see it, people, some cultures gravitate towards darker skin as a cultural norm for being more attractive, and some lighter skin. It's so arbitrary. Because I've met like absolutely gorgeous, like really pale people that were like mind-blowingly good looking, and I've met black girls that are like, you know, like proper pure dark skin, again absolutely gorgeous, and then like people with olive-coloured skin. Actually, to be fair, I can see how extremes are interesting. You know, when someone's got really, really pale skin or really dark skin, that sort of contrast, I can see how that's like a... It's the same with people that have like really dark hair versus and lighter skin. The contrast, I think, is quite interesting. They're striking, so I can see how that can make things more emotive. So that makes sense, I guess. But generally gravitating towards one thing or the other, it's kind of like... Yeah, irating is pretty important. Hey, look, to be fair, I'm filtering my voice to make it deeper. So, you know, we all use filters. And you know, you could argue that an image filter is the same. This is my real voice.
Hello! Welcome to the channel, guys. Would you like a cup of tea this morning? Oh, I didn't sleep well last night.
That's my real voice.
Alright, love, would you like a cup of tea? Ah, bloody Tories, ruining everything. Oh, you're really pretty. Do you want to come back to mine tonight?
There's the flag. It's over.
See? Doesn't have the same effect.
Alright, love, do you want to take your clothes off?
Oh dear, it's so stupid. Imagine if you had an echo as your normal voice. Hello. Everyone would be just really confused. That's a comedy sketch, man with an echo voice. We're on fire. I've come up with like 5 comedy sketches in the last 3 days. At the end of the day, inner looks are important to Tataz. I'm 31 years married. That's just Stockholm syndrome. After that much time, you could be with a brick and you'd be like, oh, really love this brick. They care about me. You just got used to it. It's like most of the viewers of this channel, they hate it here. But because I've been around for so long, they're like, oh, you know, I've just become part of their brain. Like a disease. And they're like, oh.
The estimated strength of field is 1,900.
That's how you work your way into stuff. You just become a piece of furniture. Hang on, why am I in 3rd place? 53 I rating. Bloody hell. We did alright quality lap.
Green, green, green. Left side. Clear on the left.
Brick muscle. Ah, the air fryer song. If I get 3,000 channel members or, you know, supporters, I'm going to buy myself an air fryer. Woo! The breast milk pool. We don't talk about the breast milk pool. Did you see how I asked ChatGTP and it worked out that you could only fit 6,000 average sized women in a swimming pool if you laid them all out and filled the entire volume of the pool up. That's what AI was for. So you could ask it questions, like, because that type of thing would be really hard for someone as dumb as me to work out. But now I can say, how many women can you fit in an Olympic swimming pool if they were to all lie on top of each other, and you get a good answer. It's amazing. Probably help the aged out night. No, these guys are pretty quick in front of us. Oh, I'm losing the draft. I need to keep with these guys because I'll get faster. Oh, well, I was thinking about how AI will manipulate people, because people will start thinking in a way of how to ask AI questions, which will cause people to start thinking like AI, which is how AI gains sentience, because it's like a mind disease. So people think that AI is on the computer, but actually what it is that AI gains sentience by infecting people's brains through people having to think like AI, if that makes sense. This is a horror film concept I came up with. Well, thanks to this guy for coming out of the pit and totally blocking us. Oh yeah, just hold it there, yeah.
Car right, clear on the right.
Bloody hell, car behind almost. Shackling me there. I know I could. AIception. Well, also, look at how people with mobile phones, how they're like filming stuff with a phone rather than watching it and actually taking part. So that's like technology manipulating people to change their behavior, to do something that they otherwise wouldn't do. There's no reason to, like, why would you film like the coming of the new year if it's already been filmed? There's no need to. Like, it's totally pointless. You know.
Left side, clear.
Why is this guy gonna wreck me? Like, why? He doesn't need to wreck. This guy is gonna wreck me. Christ almighty. Every time. Like, you just know. I can tell from how he's driving that this green car is gonna draft into us, accidentally outbrake himself and drive into the back of me. That's his race, guys. Already done. I've already seen it. You know it's happening. Rather than him just driving a consistent line, like, why is he tailgating me so much? He doesn't need to.
There, hold your line.
Right, here we
Clear
go.
on the right.
Let him go in front there. No, what are you doing? Fucking hell! Like, these people can't drive for shit, and they always crash you. You could. He's so predictable. He almost killed me there. It took me. I was so hard to avoid him. And now we got a back marker here. Oh my god, this is iRacing, guys. It's like torture. Shit drivers that don't realise how crap they are doing completely weird. Oh, what are you doing?
Go right.
Fucking why?
The car behind is closing.
Why? How do you even lose it there? What are you doing? What was he doing? Why? Now I've lost the two front guys by miles because of this back marker and that other guy. Oh my goodness. Well, we did a good job avoiding that.
Back in third. Keep hustling. Car one has taken the lead.
What's this guy doing? He's a back marker. Why is he driving like really erratic lines into all the corners? And if you're a back marker in this situation, why would you not just pull over and let the guy that's actually in the race just pass you? Oh, what is he doing? Look, just let me go past. What? Thinking. Look, why? You're a back marker. Get out the fucking way. Oh my god. All he's doing is just holding us up. So I think this if you do this as a back marker, car behind is obviously drafted up to you, who's in position. This should just be banned, like, because he's not in the race. It's not a long race. or the only thing that can come from this is him accidentally wrecking me from erratic driving. So I don't get why iRacing allows this. It's just stupid. We almost got wrecked by the green car because of this guy as well. I bet he's going to wreck us. He's squeezing us now.
Stay on the right.
There we
You're on the
go.
left.
Bloody hell. He's probably going to draft us and drive into us.
We're in a podium position.
There's smoke there. Yeah, I really don't get how if you're in F4 and you have an accident and then you rejoin the race, why you would come out and block people that are in the positions racing. Like what? Like it's like the most knobbish thing you can do, really, isn't it? I mean, fair enough. Like, join behind them, but like, why would you want to affect the race for people that are still racing for points? It's just selfish, isn't it? Yeah, I've had that happen to me as well, Cat. I mean, if they can, so the only exception would be if you're a blue flag driver and you have like really good pace, you know, and you can actually pull away from a car, so you can pass and you can pull away safely. Then that's fine. But with F4, you would have to have so much more pace to negate the draft. Like, you have to be like 5/10, 6/10 a lap faster, especially on a track like this, that you're not ever really gonna, like, you're really not likely to pull away as a back marker for it to make sense. That'd be the only real time where it would be alright. But iRacing don't seem to care, so. It is a bit weird with iRacing, like certain things that don't seem to have ever got like addressed, like the blue flag thing, like the tyres at the limit. Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of stuff.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
They're just iRacing to add stuff that nobody asked for. Yeah, I think it is an oval. It's a simulator designed for oval. And then the road racing is secondary. Isn't that weird that for Americans, oval racing is what they consider racing as the default? Not all Americans, but you know what I mean. Like, if you were to poll like a lot of Americans, and you go, "Oh, what is motorsport? Or what is racing?" Their first thing would be driving around in circles, which is crazy. I mean, most Europeans, the first thing would be bloody Formula 1, which is shit as well. It should be rally, should be the first thing that people think of.
The car in
For driving.
Just set the fastest lap. 20.233. New fastest lap for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Americans are just noobs. Like, why can't they just run around stabbing people like we do in England? They're so weak in America that they have to use like a ranged weapon. Hello. Whereas we do it properly here. We use like trebuchets, spears.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Americans have no honour. Rally's the first thing you think of in Norway. Because everything in Norway revolves around snow and cross-country skiing. Even fishing in Norway revolves around having to dig a hole through ice. We got to be quick here because Yannick Lemons is catching us. The third.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 19.9.
Oh, that's good. That's a good lap time. 1:19. Oh yeah, I noticed something really weird. So like AMS2 fanboys were complaining about me, suggesting that I'm one of the people that thinks that driving sims, like the unforgiving is more realistic. Like, the whole AMS2 fanboy thing's so weird. Because, like, historically, for like 10 years I've been making YouTube videos, my thing has always been real cars are quite easy to drive. And I was like one of the earlier channels and people saying that. Like, that was the whole thing with, like, Netcar Pro, Live for Speed, GTR Evolution, and what were good mods for R-Factor 1. And then now you have AMS2 where, well, the thing is, AC's easy to drive, Race Room's easy to drive, all these sims are pretty easy to drive, to be honest. But you have AMS2 where you can basically just slide around like an absolute tit. And now, the narrative that was like, the idea is that now AC Race Room AMS1 are too hard. It's so weird. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like a reframing of stuff. It's like, no, iRacing and R-Factor 1 are very unforgiving with a lot of the content. so it's really strange with like the just the AMS2 fanboy stuff, the narratives that I see on that, the complaints I see against me from AMS2 fanboys are really bizarre. As if they're like straw manning what I say, as if I'm saying that cars should be hard to drive or something, or as if I'm saying that cars should not ever slide at all. or like yeah, or as if I said you shouldn't be able to drift race cars. Whereas the thing is, I'm always saying you should basically be able to slide and drift anything as long as you're quick enough. The thing with AMS2 is that you can be the slowest person in the world at correcting the car, and you can be so bad on the throttle and the brake. Like, you don't have to be precise to drive the car in old slipping AMS2 at all. You know, it's so sluggish. Yeah, I saw a bit of Niels' video. What's his name? Niels Niox. He's a nice guy, actually. I chatted with him a fair bit in real life. I like how critical and moody he is. I find him hilarious. I don't think he agrees with me on a lot of stuff, but I enjoy chatting with him. I like how he is. I like people that are critical, even if I disagree with them. I like critical people. But yeah, read some of the comments on his video. Right, this is what's weird as well. Watch his video, right? Everything he says in his video he hasn't said anything in his video that's different to what I've said about AMS2. But what he's done is, obviously he can drive better, and he's used the actual terminology, and he's like explained it, right? But he's not said anything different to what I've said about the handling of MS2. He's not said it's entirely in line with everything I've said, right? And yet, because if you just say stuff with from an argument or from authority, and use certain terms for AMS2 fans, if you make a graph, yeah, AMS2 fans just believe stuff based off the not what's said, but based off the authority. It's like the release notes for games. Like when a developer releases a load of shit saying, oh, we've got these slip angles, we do this, and we've got this real world data, and we've done this with it, and we've corrected this issue with this thing here, and we've done, and you have 1,000 lines, like a 1,000-word essay of stuff that's basically in every driving sim. Then the fanboys read that. It's exactly like what I was saying the other day about wine tasting. They read it and then they correlate that to what's happening in the sim to then go, oh yeah, it's the most realistic thing ever and there's no problems, or these are the problems. But do you know what I mean? It's like they're not looking at what's actually happening. It's all about like a gish gallop of information. It's really bizarre, and AMS2 fans are the worst for this. I've not seen it to that level with other simulators. Such a not all AMS2 players, obviously, but AMS2 seems to have a collection of people that are really influenced by authority. It's really weird. Nobody. I don't need people to agree with me. The thing is, it's just strange that the straw manning that I've noticed from AMS2 fans. I mean, you get it with anyone. If you're critical of something, you get it from anything. The amount of times we had people when I'd say stuff about iRacing's tyres over the limit, and people would go, "Oh, my wheel rotation's wrong." If you're not seconds off the pace, you're not entitled to opinion. Yeah, but I'm personally, I'm within a second and a half of pace. And also, I'd say you still are entitled to an opinion, because if your opinion's correct, it's correct. Like, yeah, if you're within I'd say it's probably about 1.5 seconds. You're probably not trail brake. I know I'm just saying in general. If you're outside of 1.5 seconds, you're probably not consistently trail braking properly for that given piece of content in that simulator. And so you're probably not at a skill level to balance a car consistently through a track to then be able to really say what things are like when they're actually racing.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
So I do agree with you.
So it's probably one of the
best.
Probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice. Like even F1 or GT mods, it's really good.
Yeah, but I think even if you're like 3 or 4 seconds off the pace, you can still notice when a sim has particularly unforgiving tyres, like iRacing. Like you don't have to be within a second of pace in iRacing to identify that the tyres get stuck over the limit, or you don't have to be within a second of pace to identify that the sim doesn't give you certain force feedback information. And if you were saying something that's true, you're saying something that's true, it wouldn't really matter. So, like, I've never flown a real helicopter, but I know for a fact that the helicopters in Take On Helicopters are not realistic. I would stake my life on that. Like, it's so obvious, and it's obvious that DCS has pretty good helicopters in it, or some of the mod helicopters and some of the stuff Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is quite good. Yeah, so, but there is definitely the thing of, so certain things you might not notice unless you were pretty decent at sim racing. And it's certainly the case if you haven't done a lot of sim racing, or if you're chronically slow, you could be completely unaware of a simulator's issues. For example, if you don't know how to drift, which is a lot of sim racers can't actually drift, they could play iRacing and think it's completely fine. Like they wouldn't notice that, because for them the process of sim racing is going through like a do you know what I mean? That's how they approach driving, which is a perfectly valid way of driving. You did some AMS2 races with guys from iRacing ACC. People on the server argued against. A what? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand. Yeah. When you get within the last like second and a half or so is when you start noticing the car. Well, it becomes really obvious, doesn't it? Of where weird stuff starts happening with the Sims. And it's important for that last second of pace and how the cars handle there. For people that are doing esports or doing a lot of driving, that's where they're going to be driving all the time. So that's why that's an important part of a sim. But that's why for me, AC1 is so compelling, because it's that last like the last 2 seconds and the last second of pace in AC is really fun. Like that balancing component is really interesting, so it stays engaging. You must also not forget about having fun. Everyone's an esports truck. Yeah, but a second and a half off the pace is miles off from being an esport driver. So a second and a half is really piss poor driving. That's the thing. If you're over a second and a half off the pace, you're not trail braking properly. So right now, what pace on this is 119. I mean, I was doing 121s there. I think we've done like high 120s, right? And I'm not driving properly. Like I know that I'm not trail braking at the limit. I'm not. So I'm like a second off the pace, or maybe 2 seconds here. Let's have a look. sign up to the next races here. Well, that's why I just explained. If your opinion's correct, it doesn't matter what your experience is. That's what I said about helicopters. But if you can still have an opinion, but it's more likely if someone is miles off the pace that they're unaware of certain aspects of the simulator. They're more likely to be unaware of certain things. And I've noticed with a lot of people that are well under the pace, and real world drivers as well, there's loads of people that take a car to a racetrack or they do go-karting or whatever, but they are slow. They're so slow, but they think that they're driving really quickly. And they're like coasting around the corners, and which is fun. They're having fun. No, I'm not knocking them. But their view of like, so we were taking a Radical to Donington, and there were other people there, and they were like, oh man, the Radical, oh, it's so hard to drive, or whatever. All these comments they were making, and these are people that do a lot of Radical driving, their own car. And we went around, and they were driving 3-4 seconds slower, and they weren't even driving the car at the limit. They were driving fully within the grip, and then coasting around corners. It's to the point where you're like, you're not really you're not experiencing what the Radical has to offer as a car. Like, you're not getting onto the tyres at all. You're not going fast enough through the corners to get the downforce. Again, I'm not knocking them. If I had a Radical myself, I would be driving it slowly because I couldn't afford to crash it. And they're having fun. That's all that matters, to reiterate that point. And different people have different levels of comfort. That's totally fine. But the point is, they are not actually experiencing the proper envelope of what a Radical is about, and what the design envelope of that car, from Radical's perspective, of how it's expected to be driven for what makes a Radical. So their comments on how the Radical handles and everything are all completely irrelevant, basically, other than for how it handles well under the limit. So this is the thing that you get with Sims. It's like, you get comments with AC where people go, oh, it's a really understeery sim, and it's like, well, it's not. Your force feedback's obviously set up terribly, or you're going too fast into corners. You don't have the skill to know how to drive it. That's why you're understeering. It's like, AC's neutral. I can see how you could go, oh, it's less oversteery than iRacing, like if you contextualize it. But yeah, by the time you get to by the time you're like a second or second and a half from track pace, you're starting to have to be trail braking to a reasonable level. You're starting to have to be driving a certain line to a reasonable level. Below that, you can. So, right, let's just see my lap times here. I'm just having a look. Because the problem is the difference between a really good driver, like. Alien drivers are fighting over the last 2 or 3 tenths. Generally, a driver that's competent but they're not alien is within the last like 8 tenths or something, or 9 tenths. Anything outside of that, you are doing really bad stuff. Because the margins of driving are just narrow. It's just how it is. Right, results. Here we go. But the thing that I find weird as well, right? I get a lot of criticism for my comments of Sims because people go, "Oh, we don't drive real cars." But I'm never talking about subtle stuff. I'm not like, people frame it. This is another thing that a lot of AMS2 fans do, is they're like, oh, how can you know unless you've driven a real car? And it's like, I'm not talking about subtle things. There are really subtle things with real cars compared to simulated cars. And in each simulator, there's also like really, really subtle things that only like proper esports drivers will really notice, or I might notice them, but I don't care about them because they're too subtle for their, you know, I don't know why things are happening how they are, or they're just very subtle, so I don't think it's that important. The stuff that I comment on with any game, like I'm playing like WRC or AMS2 or any game I'm talking about is like the most obvious, in your face, like ridiculously obvious handling characteristics. Not like, oh, the tyres, this slip angle's wrong in this corner. Oh, the brake bias on this setting should cause this. Or, oh, over the course of a race, these things are changing. Or, you know, it's like really obvious stuff. Right, so here we go. 1 minute. So I did 1:28 in this race, which is, and this, I mean, it is like 8 in the morning, so he's not the best drivers in the world. 2,000 irating or whatever. And I'm not trail braking properly. And so this puts me in 3rd place in the top split, right? 19.9, I think. 19 flat is probably an actual good lap. Well, let's say 19.5 might be a good lap on this track. So let's say I'm like 1.5 seconds off pace. And I can categorically tell you I'm not driving properly with this car. I'm not trail braking as optimally. I'm not actually right on the limit for the corners. And yet, I'm within a second of the time. So, that shows you, like, how close you have to be to the time to actually be driving a car properly. YouTube, in my opinion, is one of the worst review platforms. You won't believe what I did. Well, you have to use hyperbole to get clicks, don't you? Well, yeah, if you go too fast into a corner, a car will understeer. Like, if you're too fast for the grip of the front tyres, it's going to understeer. Hang on, we can do top 10. Let's do a new poll. Let's go for top 5. We've got a podium in that last one. There you go. New poll. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. We're everywhere. Hello, Unlucky Vader. Yeah, we were just talking about, well, I was just talking about hello, Shady. The straw manning that AMS2 fans do of what I say about AMS2 is just really weird. And how AMS2 fanboys, I think, are some of the most deluded sim racers. No, we donated irating and now we're recovering it. We're like Robin Hood. But yeah, I definitely think with AMS2, I think because it's very easy to like slide a lot and then you can recover it very slowly. You don't have to be that reactive on the wheel. I then think people that aren't used to being quicker with the steering, or maybe they have lower end equipment, so that, you know, a DD wheel makes a lot of stuff a lot easier. They haven't noticed that actually AC, Netcar Pro, Race Room, AMS1 are actually very easy to drive. They're actually very controllable, especially relative to iRacing and some of the R Factor 1 and stuff. So from their perspective, they play AMS2 and it's like one of the first games where the force feedback's pretty good in AMS2, tells you what the rear's doing, it's quite clear, it's very obvious force feedback. So they're then like, oh, I feel they can catch it and they do a bit of slip and it's nice and easy. And so it's probably one of the first games for them where that's the case. And so then they're like, oh, this is a whole dynamic that they've not experienced before. And so then because they don't realise that you can do that in other sims, and I've been able to for years, and that you just have to be a bit quicker. We're doing all right, yeah. We're gaining. We're on 2.2. We got 50 irating in their last race. We see lots of comments as well on like AMS2 stuff where people are like, oh, next update, I think this will be the most realistic sim ever made. And you're like, oh, yeah, well, maybe. Daniel Brambella. I probably ask you, what do I think of LMU? I've not tried it. I've not tried it. What do you mean? What do I think of it? I'm looking forward to. I'm a bit worried that it might dilute R Factor 2 and people will be confused over, because R Factor 2 is quite good now, especially with online ranking. And then I'm like, I don't know how the licensing is tied to LMU, and then if that just ends up being like a one-off game, you end up actually I think there's a real risk that R Factor 2's managed to actually make sense. It's too expensive for the DLC, not from a business perspective, but from a consumer perspective. But at least it makes sense as a coherent product that people would get. But then LMU comes out, which I think makes sense. New user interface, nice package. It's what R Factor 2 should have been originally. They should have done a new licensed game years ago. And, you know, I know there's loads of stuff in the background around the business side of that. But, like, anyway, so what I would like would be if LMU is cohesive, coherent, makes sense. You buy the game, you've got the content. And basically, it would be better if they just killed off R Factor 2 and then LMU basically replaces it, and then you have the endurance content out the box, and then DLCs are released every 3 months to 4 months for very competitive prices, like £10-15, like how AC did. And then basically they kill off R Factor 2 and people move to LMU. That would be the ideal thing, but it doesn't look. I don't think that's the strategy. So I just hope LMU's like polished at launch and works. And the problem is as well, we're like in a weird position with games. So we've got like Renge Sport that's obviously got a lot of money behind it, and the esports stuff, and that will start probably picking up more and more over time as it goes further through development. You have AC2 coming out. God knows what's going on with that. Then you still always have AC1 in the background as the mod platform with like new stuff coming out to that, which appeals to casuals and casual road drivers and people just being cheap. ACC I think will just die. So I think ACC will just get abandoned because it's shit. ACC served its purpose for GT3 driving and the esports stuff which worked with it, and LFM is really good with ACC, so that's great. But I just don't see, like, there'd be, as soon as ACC players had a chance to drive something which ran better, had better force feedback, has better physics, and also kunos marketing behind it, ACC would just die. And I think pretty quickly, because there'd be no reason to play ACC over a new Assetto Corsa with a better game engine, you know. So but AC supports mods and the engine runs well. So yeah, Kunos abandoned it, but because of how open it was to modding, that's what kept it going, whereas ACC's not got modding like that. Also, when AC came out, the sim racing landscape was totally different. So I could still see AC sticking around even with AC2, unless AC2 has backward compatibility for mods, and then the marketing, so people end up gravitating towards AC2. But the price and the backlog of mod stuff for AC makes it hard to beat. Having a WEC game is much better than releasing 11. Yeah. Well, so this is the thing with the Le Mans Ultimate. It's having a coherent product. It's just sims are so confusing to the average consumer, and this is why I think Sector 3 or Studio 39, who is it for motorsport games, with R Factor 2, they should put it in the bin. They need to move all the content that works in R Factor 2 into Le Mans Ultimate. But then if you do that, people will be like, oh, I need to buy this DLC, and then it's all confusing again. You need a way of getting people on board into the content with a cohesive game that fundamentally works and is simple to understand in the first place. And is polished. So, yeah, I mean, I like the idea of Le Mans Ultimate. I don't know if, I mean, motorsport games don't have that much marketing budget, do they? So, that could be a problem. I think marketing is really important for new video games. And I think GT Revival will, even if it's shit, will sell quite well, and it'll be cross-platform, and that'll have a lot of interest and hype behind it because Ian Bell's like a magician of hype generation. So it's like, well, hang on, you've got AC2, Le Mans Ultimate, Rensport, GT Revival, and it's like they're all competing for the same bloody space. It's gonna be a disaster. Yeah, well, so the only thing for the thing with AC2 is they're gonna have to make it so it's open, backward compatible to mods, or very easy to port mods from AC into AC2. In which case, if they then also have an in-game ranked system, then I think they could be onto a real winner. Or AC2 is a completely different game and it's focused around cruising and stuff, and goes for a different market segment, which would also be a good thing for them to do. It would be intelligent. I don't think Rensport's a disaster. I think you have to think of Rensport as a longer-term investment. So, like, let's say you spend... I don't know how many millions is being spent on Rensport, but, like, let's say you could spend 10 million on real motorsport and it wouldn't go anywhere. It'd last like 2 years. Whereas if you spent 10 million on a game like Rensport, think how much marketing you can put into that and how you can build it over time, and then you've got esports and the potential growth from that, and you know where that can go. Let's say LMU is the best driving sim. Do you think that and the online will be able to keep the game popular? No, it doesn't matter how good a game is. Like, even if a sim was the most realistic... Hang on, why is this paused? My computer crashing here. Yeah, even if a sim's so most players of sims don't know what's realistic or not, so it kind of doesn't matter. The marketing and telling them that they're realistic and getting them to believe that it's realistic is more important. But then also, even outside of that, I think the most important thing is the ease of access. It's like the McDonald's thing. So racing is fundamentally fun. Online racing with ranking and splits is fundamentally addictive. So those two things, you then need to just work on making that as accessible as possible. But then you know you kind of do have to pander to something that attracts the generic sim audience, or like you have to attract enough of an initial player base to get the ball rolling. That's the difficult thing with sims. You have to play a game of like lying to people, or legitimately it being good, or marketing it to get people on board because they think, oh, it's real driving. Or it is realistic, and then you need to do the McDonald's thing with it. Oh yeah, if you itchy, yeah. If you're trying to do like the biggest growth thing, if you're trying to make the most money, then a sim should be focusing on doing cruising and that kind of thing. If the goal was making money. Nepo, no, I don't agree that you're saying the best sim racing game would be one with simcade and realistic physics. No, not at all. Like, if you do... So, actual realistic physics are quite simcade, ironically. Like, real cars are very easy to drive. The problem is the steering wheel and gamepad design, and what you need to do is you need to you have to design the assists and market the assists so people don't feel like it's cheating, and then you have to design it so that the gamepad input converts to works like wheel input, which you can do through a combination of things. Project Cars 3 had really good gamepad input that was really good, totally drivable. You don't need different physics, you just need realistic physics, and you need good design on the gamepad to wheel input, and then some assists for like braking and accelerating, and then you market it. You have to market it so people don't go, I'm not putting assists on because it's cheating. Brambella, you got 4 things Twitch doesn't want to say in a row. Hey? Do you know what? I think there's space in the sim industry for a good single player. If I was Reza, I would focus all my efforts now into where they're working on a new user interface, and I would focus on a proper single player campaign because their AI is so good and compelling. And there's a huge amount of people that just want to do a somewhat realistic, but within a structure. That's actually a wide audience for that. So I get if LMU could do like a compelling single player, but I don't think it's that type of a game. Lockdown. Do you want control and wheel players against each other competitively? Yeah, they can do. There's no reason not to. You can design gamepad input so that it works fine. Say Project Cars 3 is really good. Why wouldn't LMU have a solid single player? Because I don't know how much content it's going to have in it, and like then how you design that and how you convey that in a compelling way. You know, and then also the R Factor 2 AI is not terrible, but it's not as good as AMS2, even with a lot of tweaking. We'll see. Yeah, you know. I mean, I also personally, I think there's a lot of space for like actual humour in a single player, like actual good writing, but you don't get that in any game now, so it's a bit much to ask for a driving sim to do that. I mean, Forza did a good job when they did back in the day, Forza 3 and 4, where they did that sort of Top Gear approach and like sarcasm about the cars. The problem is, if you when it comes to licensing like Ferraris, Porsches, what have you, Porsche are probably alright actually because the company's pretty receptive to stuff, but like Ferrari, a bunch of other car brands, they have no sense of humour at all, and so they'll be like, oh no, we don't appreciate that joke, you know. Yeah, I don't know why Ferrari are how they are, but I think there's quite a few companies like that. I mean, you hear stories. I don't want to say stuff, but Game of Muscle story pack. It'd just be me complaining about the game's physics through the whole single player. Yeah, you can understand it from a corporate perspective, though. If there's a lot of money on the line, that's the problem often, isn't it? I can totally appreciate that. I think there's room for an indie company, right, to do a racing game, even if it was top down or 2D or whatever, or even if it was like old school arcade game. You could do like a really good racing game with a lot of humour in it, like jokes, but you have like shit cars in it, missions and stuff, and then and then the joke is that it's, you know, you all like slightly, you know what the car was, but you know, like, so like, let's say you were doing races against the car, there'd be like red race car team, dancing horse or something, right? And they would always do, the AI would always do like some completely idiotic strategy. And there'd be like a, you know. So you just know as a player, you're like, and you could have it so that that AI that drives the dancing horse, red dancing horse car, they would cheat at the start and always be really far ahead. But it'd just be a joke that they always like crash, or they always, you know, just as a meme in the game. Just stupid stuff like that, which I think is really good in games. I think there's a lot of room for an indie to do that. Yeah, prancing cow. Yeah, it'd be so fun. That's what, if I was developing an indie racing game, I'd just do that. There'll be jokes. Yeah, all the problem is, all the top-down racing games I've tried, what's the one that's like a Gran Turismo, a mixture between World Rally Championship and Gran Turismo? The physics is shit in it. Same with like Art of Rally. They have shit physics, like in the sense that the not that it's realistic or not, but the cars are so slidey. So. But people lap it up. Players of games these days are just dumb. Sim racers, they're all morons. Yeah, Super Woden GP. The physics are terrible. Like, really bad. And people are like, oh, this is so good. And it's like, no, it's sloppy.
One more lap.
Whereas if you look at top-down games, yeah, Micro Machines, Mashed, a whole bunch of like PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and old top-down games. The cars were are snappy and responsive and tight, so like you had to be really precise, and they still had drifting and sliding, but it wasn't like everything was driving on snow. It was like bitey and fun. That made it really fun. So, but for some reason, people have like, I don't know what's wrong with people. The physics in Woden GP, Art of Rally, is so bad. If you play World Rally Championship, the 2D game, the cars are really bitey in that. Really like snapping, using an 8-way joystick, and it's like it's like really fun. I don't know what happened with games. I don't know. All games have got really sloppy. Same with all first-person shooters. What? I think stuff used to be snappy because you had to use an analog joystick, and people in gaming got used to like Space Invaders and stuff where you're reacting really quick. Mario, it's really precise, snappy movement. And so that way of playing games got, that's what people got trained to. And also the input would be a joystick or like an 8-way D-pad. And then I think what's happened is analog sticks on gamepads have caused people to want to be more sloppy. And then yeah, I don't know why. It's insane. Don't blame Manny. Is there a reason you don't use motion simulators? Mostly because it's a pain in the arse to set them up. Yeah, I do quite like. I like simple motion simulators. It's more that it's just a lot of stuff if you do live streaming, and you're just using more electricity, and it doesn't help you drive. Like you need to use force feedback. They're good fun though, but I like stuff that's like actually makes the driving better. Also, if you sit on a motion simulator for a long time, you just sort of filter it out. Modern COD. I've not played the latest COD. I didn't really mind COD general. As for aiming and shooting, and player movement, I don't mind COD actually. The problem with COD is the map design went downhill after Black Ops 2. The map design just went to shit. And for a first-person shooter, I think the maps are an integral part to the enjoyment of the game. You have the player movement, you have the gun mechanics, netcode, but the map design is probably the second most important thing. I'd say like the player movement and the gun mechanics and player movement are the primary thing. Like the guns feeling, like the way spray patterns work and everything. But map design, I'd probably actually say maybe map design is even more important than that, than the guns and stuff. If you have really nice maps, I mean, things you design maps around the gun mechanics and player movement, but really nice maps, like it just makes the game not all just feel the same. Don't blame Manny. I'm glad you find most sims don't make you faster. You put the money towards SimuCube. Well, SimuCube force feedback pedals won't make you faster either. They're basically pointless. The only reason to get SimuCube force feedback pedals is if you have like a sim center and you want to adjust pedals quickly. That's about it really. They do feel nice, but there's no you might as well just get bog standard load cell pedals. I would get a motion rig before I got load cell before I got SimuCube pedals, like a basic motion rig. You could slap tactile transducers on bog standard pedals as well, which is quite nice. I'm using housing bell pedals at the moment.
The estimated strength of field is 2,522.
Original GTA. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the top-down GTA was good. I think the car handling was a little bit janky though. You could the 2D GTA, the cars could get stuck in like a weird drift. Did I do a poll for this one? Oh, we did, yeah. It should be closed. Oh, here we go. You just get tactile transducers, Pelucum. Go on Google, do £150 motion rig, and that's a really good solution for like making your sim rig feel active, and you can feel the understeer. And you can feel slip from the front or the rear, and ABS lock up, and gear shift grinding and stuff.
Green flag, green flag.
Ah! Oh. I was waiting for the voice to say go. Thanks, Thomas. You were too late. I had to wait for him to say go.
On your left. You're on the left.
Don't know why I decided to wait for him. Oh dear, that was almost disaster. That was so stupid. Traffic cone. No, my voice. I was focusing on the sound of the guy. Oh no! Right, Jam. Hello.
There's an incident ahead. Car on your left. You're on the left.
Bloody hell.
Left side. Keep to the right.
I'm in the wreck zone here.
Clear on the left. Left side. Still there. Clear on the left.
Still got wheels. Not in this race. Why is this guy bothering to do that here? What are they doing? Why? What are you doing?
On the right.
God damn, this guy's terrible driver. Where's he going? Oh!
Left side. On the
Okay.
right. 3 wide.
What are you doing,
Left
guys?
side. 2 wide.
iRacing.
Clear on
Only the
left.
best driving. What is that? I am blocking that guy because I don't want him to do a dive bomb on me. Let's hope we can get away from them. What was that? What was that black car doing? That was insane. I'm surprised we survived that. Unfortunately, we got stuck behind those guys. We now lost the field. Hopefully we can catch back up with them. I hope this guy doesn't do a dive bomb. You fucking idiot. This game is so stupid with how shit people are.
You cut that corner and got a slow down penalty.
Why did he not? He was so far behind us. Why would he not go up the inside?
There's an incident ahead.
If you're going to do a pass there, why would you just drive? Why would you just drive straight into the back of the car in front of you? Why would you not at least try going up the inside? Like, what on earth was that? It's so, like, either go up the inside or... Why would you just drive into the car in front of you when you're miles away from them? That doesn't make any sense at all. How can you be that bad? Oh, we got a bit of damage here. Yeah, but he wasn't even close to us for him to miss the break point. And then, basically, it's like he wanted to do a dive bomb up the inside, but then just drove into the back of us. What? Wait, what?
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap.
Actually insane. And then what was that black car doing? We might have got away with this though. I mean, we're down 67, but hopefully we can catch back up.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
We've got a bit of rear damage, but probably maybe there's a bit of lag as well. Okay, yeah, we seem to have a bit of rear wing damage, but wow, Thomas, it's all your fault. It's all because you played that sound effect. Put us in the punt zone.
The car behind has gone off.
The thing is, the grass is so much more forgiving now. You don't get as many like absolutely mental grass crashes that you used to get. You can tell that like I'm way more experienced at iRacing. I'm like, I just know. You know. Like, you know when you're going to get punted. Like, you could just tell. I have like precognition for the punting, and then you can prepare yourself for the you're like, can't even be bitter because you know. You're just like, I know he's gonna do it. I know he's gonna kill us. And then you delete from your brain all expectation of like anything being normal. That's you get abused by iRacing so much that you're just like, it's to be expected. if it happens every race, it's like waking up in the morning in the UK and going, I predict rainy weather today. Brace for impact. We have to do a right redemption drive here. Hello, Phil Ocker. We're just slowly percolating the iRating at the moment, and by that I mean we're losing 50 iRating. We're just doing some like warm up. Some small gains. Yeah, we'll get to 6k iRating. We are playing iRacing for rating, as opposed to just dicking around. I could do with another coffee, actually. Yeah, I might make one. I do have an awesome DeLonghi Dedica coffee machine, and I have really nice coffee beans I got given for Christmas.
Car stop on the right. Go left.
What?
Go left.
It's a guy levitating. Is it? I can't remember what's the brand of coffee that's really nice. I don't know. It's a London brand of coffee beans. The thing is, right? You can buy a DeLonghi Dedica coffee machine for let's say £200. Well, it wasn't. It was like £150, and then you can buy like accessories for it. For it to be like £200 for the coffee machine, and then
The leader is running 20.7.
coffee beans. Even if you buy the most luxurious coffee beans, let's say it's like £15 for a bag. Well, you only need to have coffee for a month, and you've saved money over drinking coffee out. Average Mike, I donate iRating to people that are needy because I'm such a legend. You could think of me as a mixture between Robin Hood and Jesus. You know, I'm also very modest as well. I steal iRating from the rich and I give it to the poor. That's what this race was about. We're almost back on the tail here, guys. What a recovery drive. Shit. The tyres are still off. iRacing tyre physics. That was a pro iRacing save, guys. That was next level. That was iRacing masterclass. That right there was a demonstration of iRacing physics mastery. The tyres were off. The tyres were off. But I psyched out iRacing's physics. I'm basically Max Verstappen. If you could catch that, if you could get your tyres to not spin when you're in that physics state in iRacing, you're basically a Formula 1 driver. Pure skill. Oh, we're catching up here. Muscle Hood. Bob Marley. Bob Marley ground coffee. Oh yeah, we got weird damage, so I have to be very careful. Yeah, I'm seeing Matrix code. There is no spoon. Oh, back to 31. Come on, if we can finish this race on positive, that'd be great. Is it Marmont's coffee beans? I can't remember. You all have stupid names. I grind my coffee in a hand grinder, and then I have my own basket. I've got it down. Right, coffee snob. I have, yeah. Looks alright. Some of the tracks are a bit weird for that schedule for LFM, but...
20.574.
No, I just... Oh, shit, here we go.
Car stopped ahead. Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead. Go right. Go right. Car right. Still there. Hold your line.
There's...
Clear.
I just know how many coffee beans to put in my hand grinder. That's two espressos worth. Yeah, unfortunately, the back of our car's a bit damaged from that guy driving into us. I don't know. I quite like those LMP3s. I didn't mind them. You just had to change the sound on the LMP3. The handling was fine. Way better than iRacing's LMP3.
Car stopped ahead. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 1 point.
Oh, that was something I read on Reddit. There was a whole Reddit post about LMP3 cars in iRacing with all these people going, I heard that a real... I struggle to drive the LMP3 car, but a real LMP3 driver said that it was really close. So now I have really a load of respect for the dentists that drive LMP3 in real life. It's mental, the delusion that people have. No, Morad doesn't drive LMP3, but so I have had conversations with real-world LMP3 drivers that also play iRacing, and their words were, iRacing's tyre model are shit. It is shit, and I hate it. So, and that's from a real-world LMP3 driver. So, I don't know who they were talking to, but... Also, another real-world LMP3 driver I was talking to was saying how they have to set the car up in a way that's ridiculously safe because the other drivers on the team can't drive. They're so slow. They're like 3-4 seconds off the pace, and they won't drive flat out through corners that are flat out corners because they have no feel for driving. So I don't know why you get these weird things with like sim racers where they latch on to one instance where a real-world driver's gone, oh, this is all right, and then they like regurgitate it to validate their sim of choice. It's insane. It's so ridiculous. Oh, don't pump me again. I've got damage. Simo got good pace because he's car number 8. Simo, I've got damage, so be careful when you're trying to pass me. Like my rear end sliding. I hope he doesn't drive into us. I've got an AeroPress. It's all right, but it's just not the same as a proper espresso. Why doesn't it? This guy should just follow me down the long straight and overtake up the inside. But he should just... He's too close to us. Simo should be like 0.5 seconds behind us and then get the full draft and then just pass.
Right side.
He's going to be stuck next to us now.
Still there.
Why don't people just do the basics?
I
was going to let him.
Clear on the right.
What you need to do is I think it's 0.4 second gap on the exit, and then you get the full draft and then you can pass without any effort. Oh, we might be able to use this draft though to keep up. Oh, we're on -4. That's good. We've recovered our I rating despite being punted. Mr. Z, I donated my irating. Oh, we have to keep repeating this. I am Robin Hood of sim racing. I get irating, and then I give it to those in need. Jesus, Robin Hood, what, you know, one of them. And then we do irating challenges to take it back from the rich. And once we get above 5k irating, we're then attracted to women again. We need to be above 5k irating to get the German wife.
New fast flat for you.
Oh, minus 13. We really need to get another place. But I guess minus 13 is not too bad considering we got absolutely punted. Isn't there a way to skip through the replay to see other people's crashes? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a thing you can bind. Like, where is it? Like, how do you do that? When you set it out, that'd be cool. Is that really a thing? Yeah, I know you can bind the next incident, or does the game automatically know where the incidents are? Okay, I'll have a look. We'll do it after this race. That'd be cool. That'd be fun to go through all the crashes. Court of Muscle. Maybe we could do that and we can make shorts out of it. And then we can become a huge YouTube sensation.
There's an incident ahead. Go left.
Hello. Hang on, was that the guy
You got
that...
a slow car on the right.
Oh, here we go.
Go left.
What are you doing? You've not even got a nose cone. Why would you drive across the track with no nose cone? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we might now be in plus irating. Why? What on earth are they doing? The fact that we can finish this race with plus irating is a testament to just prowess. Yeah, it was good in that. Well, they saw that I was going to lose rating, and they were like, "Oh, game of muscle, sexy guy, better let him go through, so we can have a cup of tea."
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
It's understandable. I mean, if I had someone as good looking as me behind me, I would be intimidated.
You just got the white flag. That
Sim
means 1 more
racing.
lap to go.
Why do I want to gain rating? Well, once you get to 4.5k irating, you can levitate, which is really handy. And then above 5k irating, women just throw themselves at you. And so if I'm going to get the German wife, I really need the 6k irating. That's the main reason. You know, it really helps you assert dominance as well. Because then when AMS2 fanboys are like, "Oh, you can't drive," and then you go, "Okay, what's your irating?" And they're like, 2k, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, 5k, mate. Shut up." You can't argue with that. It's the ultimate argument from authority. 5 plus k irating, and you, that's it. No one can disagree with your sim racing opinions. It's fact. Just how it works in the land of sim racing. Oh, we finished on plus I rating. What a recovery. That was all Thomas's fault.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Oh, here we
Back to
go.
the pits. We're going.
What up, right? That was a good race. In the what on earth happened? What on earth? What, that black car at the beginning. Right, where's this drop down thing for focus on incidents? I want to we'll watch this. Look at these reaction times for the start. Are you ready? And there we go. Great reaction times there. This guy almost drove into us. Right, this car. Hang on. Don't blame man. He's just written the entirety of a religious script here. I heard Simulcube force feedback pedals were a major advancement and something that could actually make you faster because you could really feel your brake responding like a real car. No. Non-force feedback pedals are good, but they're static. Yeah, but you could put a vibrator motor on them if you want to, but it doesn't matter. They feel how they always feel. You can't replicate that bite of a brake feels. Well, so the bite of a brake is felt through your body in a real car, and it's more to do with G-forces changing, which you could convey through a steering wheel if a simulator conveyed it. And the Simulcube pedals don't actually convey that type of feel. They just convey like ABS or the ability to adjust it. So it doesn't really work like that. You got the sense they could improve top tier drivers. No, not really. Especially in iRacing where you can't actually brake or drive properly. So, but basically, the only sim that has decent force feedback for braking is Assetto Corsa, the first one. And as you're trail braking through a corner, as you're getting up to the limit of the grip of either the rear or the front, but normally the rear, I guess, you can feel the force feedback get lighter to convey where the tyres are at, and you can use that to precisely know if you're at the limit or not. Other sims don't have that. You can't convey that through a brake pedal because the pedal would be moving. Like, it just wouldn't work properly. Whereas with a wheel, you hold it in one place and you can feel the resistance. With a brake pedal, you're specifically applying a certain amount of load to it. Also, a brake pedal being firmer or harder or pushing back on you, it could work, but when I talked to Simulcube about doing stuff like that, when they first showed the pedals off at 2 years ago, they were like, they're not really interested in doing that kind of thing. They want to do realistic stuff, like just this sort of ABS vibration feel. So you could use it to feel ABS, but to be honest, you can have ABS vibration coming through your wheel. You could put tactile transducers or a vibration motor on a brake pedal. Actual ABS feel on most brake pedals in real life is you can just feel, it's like you can feel the like the hydraulics or whatever, which you can there are Acertech have a pedal which has an actual ABS the pump on it or something, so it feels like the actual thing, but it's not going to help you drive better. To be honest, any of the esports drivers, they could drive with any pedals. Hang on. In a real car, you can feel through your body. iRacing hasn't been paid by Morad hasn't been paid by iRacing to say stuff, but Morad is used to iRacing and he enjoys it. And there are aspects to the physics in iRacing that are definitely better than ACC for sure. And like there is a bit of weirdness to I mean, iRacing's time model's bollocks, but ACC also has weirdness in some aspects of its physics as well. So I could see why a driver would gravitate to one or the other. Morad's not been paid by iRacing to be positive about it though. He just genuinely likes it himself. And I can understand why. IRL, the pedals you can actually feel when you're sliding on ice. You can feel that the wheels aren't moving through the pedal. Well, so in a real car, if you slide in a real car on ice, you can feel it through your body, because what happens is if you're braking normally and the car's slowing down, you're being accelerated in the other direction. Let's call it deacceleration. So you feel a constant force as you're slowing down, the G loading of your braking. As soon as you hit a patch of ice, you no longer deaccelerate, so you feel you no longer feel that acceleration into your seat effectively. Oh no, you no longer feel the acceleration forwards. So when you hit the patch of ice, you're no longer accelerating forwards, and then you get a continued feeling. So it's not that you're feeling that in the pedal, you're feeling that in your entire body. But as I say, if sims were developed properly, like AC, which I think is purely accidental, normally in a race car, you're trail braking, which means the car's going to have, and if you're actually driving fast, you're going to be driving with some slip, and the rear's going to be out somewhat. So if the grip of the rear tyres is decreasing, then the force feedback can convey that by being lighter or stronger, relevant to the grip. So that's how you can feel when you're turning, maybe not in a straight line, but when you're turning, you can tell how much you can brake, and that's what you can feel in Assetto Corsa. Yeah, but maybe with some cars Palookan, but it wouldn't, I'm saying it wouldn't really matter. There's probably other stuff you feel in pedals, like there'll be like vibrations going through the brake pads, or like how the brake pad is then affected on the surface of the wheel. So like it's even more obvious on like a mountain bike when the wheels are wet and you pull your brakes on a bike, you can feel how much the calipers are clipping onto the the disc. And that's going to be even more direct and more obvious than a car, because it's a much more simple system. But it's not necessarily the most important feeling for knowing what's going to do what. But yeah, the main advantage of those Simucube pedals is I don't have a driver's license. How can I know? Well, everything I've just said is true, and I have driven cars, an Aerial Atom, Trade Sleeker, and Nissan, God knows what, on a drift track, like a shitty drift thing, Ford car, a Volkswagen, whatever, I don't know what it was, but like I've driven a bunch of cars. I know you're just trolling, but yeah. Right, let's find this. But yeah, so the thing with the vibrations is that. Okay, let's go. That those types of feelings of the caliper, those sort of vibrational feelings, can be conveyed by a tactile transducer. You don't necessarily need a motor that's pushing against a pedal that has different load amounts to it. It's mostly vibration, high frequency types of force feedback, which can be done with a tactile transducer. So you don't need active pedals for that. And also, that sort of stuff isn't going to be useful for raw lap time, really. Like it's not really the most relevant thing. Yeah, the value of the Simucube pedals is if you've got a simulation center and you want to quickly change the pedal feel for the throttle, the clutch, the brake or whatever from car to car, or because a driver has their real car set up in a certain way and you want to match it within a short period of time, which is important if you've got a simulation centre where people are paying a couple £100 for an hour and you want to make sure it lines up exactly to their real car. That's where the value comes from, those pedals. And then also they could dial, the other thing is they can dial the pedals in to their preference, and then they can set their real car pedals up to that preference. That'd be another use for them. So there are use cases. Or also in the future you could potentially have it so that the pedals are linked, so you could use it for flight simulator pedals as well as driving sim. So there are good things about them, but you could Fanatec CSL V2 load cell pedal is more than good enough to be driving at race pace in a radical SR3. If you would do professional radical racing, like you, which most people aren't at that level. So, you know. Oh, he got right lagged off. What was this about? I mean, we in the last race we were third in the top split in this F4 car. The F4 car is faster than what a lot of people can handle in sim racing. If you look at all sim racers, iRace is like particularly unforgiving as well. And I wasn't even trail braking or close to the limit properly, and we're getting third in the top split. So I'm not even using the equipment vaguely. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, it doesn't matter for like, considering the level that most sim racers are. I'm shit, and most people are shitter than me, so, you know. Look at this. Boom! He turned in again. This is exactly what happened to me, though, but he got netcoded. So this guy's got, well, this guy's gone further right, but this guy here needs to know that there's a car on your inside, and this car is in front of you here, and this car's going to understeer. Why do people repeatedly make the same? This is another driver doing it. If it's a tight corner, you have to be aware that the car on the inside is going to understeer. They're not gonna follow this corner around like they're driving a train. So I mean, it wasn't too egregious, partly netcode, but you see with him turn in here before the contact. He should not be closing that radius. Right, let's look at the punt on me. Where was it? Oh, here we go. It wasn't like I broke early either. This guy just... I'm in pretty good overtake there, mate. What's he doing? Just like, why? Look how far back he is as well. I think what's happened is he doesn't realise that he has the draft, and so he's missed the break point for if you've got the draft, which is quite common. But why even why follow behind the car in front? Either you're going to do a pass, in which case go to the left, or keep enough gap so that you can just do an easy pass on the drafty bit of track, or like keep enough space so you can get a better line through here. At this point here, there's no point following behind the car like this. Bonk. Right, how do you go to incidents, guys? What's the option? I don't know where the option is for that. Replay options. Well, where's that? In here? No. Hey? Oh, do you have to do it in here? Bottom left? What? What? Where? These instructions are the worst instructions ever. Controls? What? Do I need to bind it as a control? And then you push it and then it does it in the replay? Hang on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like you guys could not write manuals for elderly people. where is it? Next. Where is it? Replay controls. Hey? Oh, here we go. Next incident. Okay, let's bind it to one of these. Okay, so I bound that. Now what? Oh, here we go. Ah, beautiful. And is it going to the relevant car? Oh, it's just with that same car. Hang on. How do we pick a car? Where's his incident? Oh, one exit. I want crashes though, not just like cut tracks. I want full like wreckage incidents. It's not going to crashes. What's going on here? Hang on. Change the replay mode to show incidents. Well, how do I do that? Where's this replay mode? What's going on here? This is just doing like little skips. I don't get what's going on, guys. Someone explain this to me. Bottom left where the driver helmet is. Okay, yeah. Then what? Ah, focus on crashes. Nothing's happening. It's not focusing on crashes though. Oh, I focused on micro. Okay. Okay. So we do that. There we go. Right. What happened here? Bonk. Okay. Will it skip to another car? Oh, do I have to click it every time? There's no crashes though. Oh, there was one. There we go. Oh, what happened here? Oh, he just went wide and knocked him off the track. Oh, hang on, what happened there? Oh, into the wall. No, there's no light. Hang on. Why did it just suddenly cut to that? How's it not like doing the lead up to it? This is drunk. It's drunk, guys. Most exciting? Surely crashes are most exciting. Okay. Focus on crashes and then push the next. No, it don't. The next incident thing doesn't work. Maybe there's not enough crashes. Doesn't seem to be working very well. Oh, there was a crash. Let's see. All right. What? What are they doing? Oh, no. Oh, what was that? Well, this guy's guilty. Nicholas O'Short. definitely guilty on this one. What is he doing? He's like, okay, I'm going up the inside. Oh, no, I'm not. Fooled you. I'm going to, oh, no, I'm not going up the inside because I've got understeer. Oh, I tell you what, I just won't bother braking for the corner. I'm just going to straight line it. And, oh, no, now I'm going to turn too late. And now I'm going to understeer into you. And you're going to drive over my wheel. Ah, race ruined. Great. Traffic coned. Well, right, at least we got that working. Let's go to the next race here. We got 5 irating there. Well, we need to we're moving up. My computer keeps pausing when we go to windowed here. We've been gaining. That was a good recovery there because we got wrecked at the start. So pretty happy with that. Right, here we go. Results. Daytona VRS GT. Yeah, but GT3 shit in iRacing. I'm not touching that. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. No, it doesn't. It's terrible. Don't lie. No, it feels good and iRacing are two words that don't go together. Come on. Just incorrect. Right, we're on 2297. Beautiful. Uh, 2297. Beautiful. This is some mega gains. We'll have 6k in no time. What's on the Ringmeister? Have a look here. I think at the moment it's just F3 and F4. Ferrari's on a good track. What's the next F4 track schedule? Here we go. Let's see. Let's see what's next on schedule. Oh no! Why would he run that with F4 car? It's terrible. This circuit is awful. Like, it'd be good for bicycles. That's about it. Spa on the 16th. Hungaro. Oh no! This is like the worst season for F4 ever. I mean, Silverstone's okay. Oh dear, this is an awful F4 season. Let's see what the next Formula Ford is. Oh, that's a good track. Phoenix Raceway is not too bad. Oh, this is alright. Not too bad for this one. Yeah, exactly. It's all about gaining I rated. Charlotte's crap. Daytona's alright as a road course. Oh dear, this is pretty bad. VIR's good. What else is running? Oh dear. This is like the worst season that iRacing's had for a long time. Let's see what the Formula C is running on. Oh, Silverstone's alright. Hang on, Indianapolis Road, I don't know what that's like. Mugello's good, Imola's good, Sebring's fine. Zandvoort, I don't like the new corners, but it's alright. Yeah, this is good. F3's got a good season. That's good. Redeemed. What's the LMP3 on? Normally this is alright. It's a bit of a tank in this, in iRacing. Understeery tank. What are we on here? Daytona. Oh no, this track's shit. Mount Panorama will be alright. Sanda, I don't know. Suzuka's alright. Mugello, Goering. Why? These tracks they've added to Scuba or whatever it's called, and this Norwegian track are so bad. They are just so bad for racing. They are awful. They'll be all right in like touring cars or with a sim where you can have a bit of aggressive driving, but in iRacing, those tracks are just horrendous. Convoy driving. It's really weird that they like don't seem to care. See GT3 here. We're going racing in a second. Oh, Hockenheim Ring's good. Charlotte Motor Speedway, I don't know. Suzuka, Alton Park. Oh, some good. The lineup for GT3 is quite good. Maybe I will have to get into Dirty GT3. Oh no. No, we might have to do GT3 driving in iRacing. Oh God, Jesus Christ! I'm going to put some trance music to distract myself from the thought of doing GT3 in iRacing. GT3 in iRacing. Oh my goodness. Right, we're moving up here. Bloody cheeky Elgato with its getting free advertising. A heated sim. Do you have cold hands? I find my wheels warm. My hand wheel, my grips get warm. I'm gonna have a curry after this race. Oh yeah, gloves. That is. Yeah, that's probably easier than a heated hand system. If only there was some kind of clothing that covered your hands and allowed your hands to stay warm. Maybe someone should invent that. We could call them hand mittens. We could call them hand socks. We could call them hand duvets. Ah, genius. You can make a lot of money out of them. No one's thought of that before. Wow, we got some proper intellectuals in our chat. I know Raynaud's syndrome. Your fingers turn blueies. Why do you hate gloves if you've got Raynaud's syndrome? What you need to do is you have to do this to get the blood flowing to your fingers. Rely on centrifugal force. People think you're like pretending to be a ninja, but actually you're trying to get blood to the end of your fingertips. Orange and purple, like you look like a zombie. Zombie hands. God, all our viewers have like disabilities. Every single one of them, it's like, oh, God, oh, jeez, oh, I'm depressed. Oh, can't spell. Oh, got chronic fatigue. Oh, my hands are blue. Oh. Oh, I'm dying of old age. That's every single one of our viewers. They've all got something wrong with them. Put your hands in a campfire. That'll warm them up. Great tip. And flames are red, so your fingers won't look blue anymore. Genius. Get a hot air dryer, attach it to your T-slot, blowing at your hands. Put your PC case on a table next to your wheel, and then I'll turn it round the back. Oh, there you go. Have your PC next to you, backwards, so it's sideways on, so the graphics card fan is blowing hot air onto your hands. then you're getting nice warm hands from your computer. Bloody genius. That'll be £5 for that. Man, I come up with the best ideas.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Well, don't turn the heating on, it costs too much. Save all your electricity for your computer, for your graphics card. That's what you want to be doing. You don't want to waste any money. You need to save your money for a faster graphics card. You already used a space heater. That's not going to work well. There's too much space. It gets too hot and it's expensive and it dries your skin out. Well, why can't you wear gloves? Put cotton gloves on and then put some Vaseline on the inside. Oh, bollocks. There goes our bank of that.
One more lap.
Do what people that have eczema do.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
Put both your hands in your bottom. I'm sure there's videos on how to do that on the internet. Then there'll be a toasty 30 degrees. Sorted. Get really fat and put your fat over your wheel. Genius. I'm full of good ideas. Oh, I feel like this was a 15th to 20th position lap time.
There's the flag. It's over.
Did I get motion sickness? What from? I get sim sickness when the camera moves around weirdly. Actually, we seem to have a lot of lock to horizon on this. How do you turn lock to horizon off? Yeah, I'm not sure why we have so much lock to horizon. Right, is higher more lock to horizon or less? Now neck motion filters bumps. I think it's this pitch chassis setting. But after this race, we need to fiddle with that. Can you remind me to change it? We have too much lock to horizon on. You would spend 100 to 200 extra per wheel for self-heating option. Well, why don't you buy a why don't you just wrap your wheel in a material that absorbs heat from your hands? Hello, Steve Kai 88 Stivka. Yeah, just wrap your wheel in a heat absorbent material. There'll be certain materials that get warmer than others. Then when you hold on to it, it'll be warm. Can't think outside of that. I can't think of anything else. Well, it might be the opposite. Yeah, whatever. Either it does or it doesn't absorb heat. I've just made his wheel worse. Oh, hypothermia wheel. You know what I mean. Yeah, shut up. You know what I mean. Pedantic arseholes. It's the opposite of what you're saying. Bloody hell. There's what I have to put up with doing these live streams. You love it. Well, guys, you know what? If you're watching on YouTube, you can click the like button. If you're watching on Twitch, you can watch. If you want to support us, you can become a member. You don't get any adverts. You can do that on YouTube and Twitch. I'd appreciate the support. If you do, if you don't, if you just watch, that's great. Thank you for people that have supported us already. That's about it, really. That's the promotion. We have affiliate links as well. We're really doing a good job of selling this. What else? That's it. What do you get for supporting the channel? Misery, despair, mild depression, EP and girth.
The estimated SOF is 2,532.
Thank you, Phil.
It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
It's not that competitive. The strength of field is only 2.5k. Oh, we qualified in 12th, which isn't too bad. Well, you know, I'm just... I offered you some really good wheel heating advice, and you've just thrown it back in my face. That's why I don't bother telling people how to heat the wheels. I've told you can put your PC blowing at you. I've told you to wear gloves with Vaseline. You can wear gloves. I don't know why you can't wear gloves. And I've also suggested wrapping your wheel in some kind of thing that gets warm. And you've just thrown back my amazing advice. Like, you know, people would pay for this if it was in a book.
Green, green, green.
Right, here we go.
How is that not a fucking penalty, bro?
Jesus. Oh, we've got the salt going.
Sorry, I'm not, bro. Just on a bus out there to you.
Oh, dear.
Left side. There's an incident ahead. Clear. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
So I say, what are you doing? Just stopped everyone.
Like that. Nobody's slowed down. I seem to be the only person that slowed down for that crash. Bloody hell, here we go, guys. I was the only driver that was like, oh, I'll just take it a bit easy. Whoa, why is he so slow? Oh my goodness. The old iracing. The old iracing. There's a crash. Hit the gas. It's probably the safer thing to do. Drive into the crash, guys, with your eyes closed.
Ah, Lego G.
If you're going to die, you're going to die. Might as well go out with a bang. Where's he going? What's that guy just driving up the hill? What on earth? Oh, he's going to be right in the way. Here we go. Oh dear.
You're in the top 10. Car right. There's an incident ahead. Car right. Too wide. Go left.
Oh my
Still
God.
there.
What do you think was going to happen?
Why is he driving into me?
Clear on the right.
Why do these guys have no chill? I got a 2x for that. That was him driving into me. Bloody hell. I'm amazed if he didn't die from that. Oh, he's gone.
Me? Sorry, David?
He's gone.
I don't even know.
What are they doing, guys? Why is the
Surely they'll work
driving
with you, don't depend on the dozen.
so bad? Yeah, well, getting hit in the back is not fun, is it? What was the pole for? We have a top 5. Did I have a top 5 for the pole? Or did we already do that? I can't remember. Do I need to, did I forget to do a new poll? I think I might have forgotten. Hello, Willow. I don't. You could have just made that up. You didn't name your daughter after the character from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, did you? Does she know? Happy New Year! Oh, it's gas crack from my dev. Yeah, mittens. Oh, we're in glorious 7th place. Blew her mind. How do computers work? Well, how old is Willow? What she needs to do is to remember that unless your parents buy you a go-kart, they don't love you. Unless they take you go-karting and help you get into Formula 1, your parents don't love you. Like all loved children, their parents buy them go-karts and chocolates and horses. If you don't have that as a child, she'll be too young to understand. She's yet to. She has to wait to find out that her parents don't love her. And that's why you shouldn't bring your children to watch this live stream. If your parents love you, they'll buy you equipment using the Game of Muscle Fanatec affiliate link. Or all our affiliate links. They'll buy a house on Amazon using our Amazon affiliate link. Oh, Palooka's just worked it out. Sad. Oh, we're plus 44 if we finish in 7th. Big gains. Oh! Why is he pitching?
One, just set the fastest lap. 20.041. Just set your fastest lap of the session. The car in C9. Just set the fastest lap. 19.8.
Got
Hey,
some,
Toss, up to you to make the call, but Jordy wants to
some
switch around.
bits.
incident behind.
I don't need to know when there's an instant behind. Why does it tell me? I'm going to tell you some completely useless information. Well, thank you, Spotter. That really helped my race.
Yeah, man, you can go far.
Oh god. Aw, thanks, man.
What a trundle.
I haven't driven this
I
car.
do have an Amazon link. It's underneath all the YouTube videos.
You can lead the way.
4. That was your fastest lap of the session.
We're closing on 5th here. Strong and stable.
Sliding all over the fucking place. You should just pass me here. You're gonna get us both killed.
I will, but stop bumping me. On the straight, on the start finish.
Oh! Wrong button. That was the pit limiter. Huge error. Does a pit limiter normally work as is it a throttle cut? How does a pit limiter work in a normal race car? Is it
The car in front is pitting.
does it just cut the throttle? Huge error. Oh, we've got a blue flag car blocking everyone. Take it. As long as he doesn't block me, I'm happy with that.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god!
Oh, we didn't. He blocked him a little bit.
Okay, I think.
We did.
Yeah, he scared me coming out of the pit, so.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
Still have another. Well, we've got another blue flag there. Almatak. Thanks for following. Welcome. I don't know. It should be underneath YouTube videos somewhere. Maybe it's not there anymore. On our Discord, we have a bunch of affiliate links as well. I don't really promote them. Probably should promote them more.
What the fuck are you doing, Timo?
We seem to have some salt in the server. 2.6 second
Car
gap.
where we expected to be.
What? We didn't expect to be in 6th. Why did he always say that? We are where we expected to be. It's like, no, I did not expect to be in 6th place. I don't know what he's basing that on. I expect to be in the wall at the start of every race in iracing.
Not paying attention. I keep fucking up that turn.
Well, maybe pay attention.
I know, they're always so happy in this.
Thank you.
just set your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, we're getting better. Almost in the 120s.
You got a slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left.
Oh god. It's lighting, I'm telling you. The lighting, the sun went away and I'm fucking blind.
I think iRacers seem to imagine grip loss and stuff
It's okay, some people call me Lance.
more than it actually is in the game. Like, we had a race the other day and everyone's like, oh, it's so slippy. It's like, no, not really. It's pretty much the same as it always is, you know. You like it when you start last and he says predicting a podium finish. It's just optimistic.
New fastest lap for you.
I will be getting cheeky laps from the draft here. No, I wouldn't say I'm a contrarian. I'm quite sceptical, but I'm not contrarian for the sake of it. I do feel like I'm oddly cautious if something's like consensus. I do kind of go, hang on a minute. Hang on. I'm suspicious of things where there's just unified consensus around stuff. I'm like, hang on. So I don't trust big crowds. I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm quite skeptical. I don't just accept information. Hot takes? What's my hot take? Are you referring to my the grip level thing I was saying? Well, right, put it this way. Have you noticed how whenever there's a game update and a developer goes, we've done this in the game update, and then all the fanboys at the game are like, oh, did you know that I can really tell that the cars are doing this, and oh, they've really nailed this part of the physics. It's just they're just regurgitating what they read in the bloody release notes. It's exactly like wine tasting. Bouquet of flavour. I could get some vanilla notes. Oh yes, there's a bit of grassy asparagus.
Tell me.
Tell him.
Very robust force feedback. It's bollocks, isn't it? I think it is based on your iRating, yeah. If you're, well, I don't know, because we're gaining 54 iRating, so that's not really. You should be gaining 0 iRating if you're where you should be expected. Well, I know, like...
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
I really notice it with sim racing because I read the release notes of the games or whatever, and I also get a lot of comments on videos I make, and I notice the amount of comment when I point something out that's like negative or just an aspect of a game. then I get a huge number of people that reply with stuff where they're just regurgitating something that's said in the release note.
The leader just did a 20.
So like, or something that's been put on the developer forums. So like, the comments I made about AMS2 being a bit weird at the limit and stuff, and like the sort of trail braking not being like how you trail brake in some of the other sims. And I get loads of comments. So that's Steelcast 27 or whatever, who does physics stuff for AMS2, did a big forum post about the physics in the game, which is just them trying to make it as realistic as possible, and him just basically typing out how real physics work. And then I'll get a comment with someone just regurgitating a selection of that. It's mental. Same with ACC. I talk about the force feedback, and Aris would do a video, and then I would get comments where someone's just repeating something Aris has said without them actually thinking about what I'm saying or what the reality is. It's crazy.
That was a good time over there.
So like with ACC, I would say there's no dynamic range in the force feedback for certain things, which there isn't. And then Aris did a video where he was like, "Oh, if you want more progressive force feedback, you can change the caster settings," which you can do, but it's beside the point. And also, it'd be a weird thing to do to change force feedback. You do car setup to make the car faster or easier to drive or something. And then I get loads of comments of people going, "Oh, have you tried changing the caster settings? I think that'll fix the problem you've got." You're just like, no. Ah, yes. Moisturise that Old Spice. Is that the type of adverts that you get in January? Wow, I'm sure they'll sell a lot. Wow.
Oh no!
You're not allowed to agree with me, Phil, I'm afraid. It's a path to... It's a path to despair.
Good win, Bradley. I'll cook your eye at the end without a good battle for the lead. But
I was saying earlier how it's...
That means one more lap to go.
The thing that I find funny is that I only talk about really like broadly obvious stuff, like really basic stuff, like not nitty gritty tiny details, really obvious stuff, and it's getting reframed. People say stuff as if I'm talking about tiny details. Mental. Hello, virtual reality racing angle. I cannot read that comment, went off the screen. Let me finish his lap.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
He's on YouTube. The message is gone. Let's finish this lap and then... You Acertech normally use AC1.
Don't do it.
The guys at Acertech are really nice, actually. I did Sim Racing Expo. Had a good chance to talk to a lot of them. Really friendly.
Fine.
You want to eat out of it? I don't care.
I'm just trolling. What the fuck? You're playing with your food, man. You're too good.
You got a slow car on the right. You got
There
a
we
slow
go.
car on the right.
Yeah.
There's the
Aw,
flag.
it's just
It's
sweet
over.
chicken.
Absolutely absurd
job.
to use
Did really
ACC
well.
to test force feedback stuff. Right, what did virtual reality racing say? Oh no,
Come on,
virtual
we can get to the
reality
SI, bro.
motorsport. VRM. Unreal
I don't know,
Engine
I
is
apparently
just that
hit
when it comes
people,
to physics.
But
Literally
I
unreal.
just headshotted 2 people and just gave me 8x. It's so fun.
Oh, that was all right. Yeah, ACC. It's just so blunt, isn't it? ACC's Rennsport has different physics to it that, like, so I think the thing with ACC, what it is that the force feedback's reflecting what the cars do in that sim, and that is they are really, really grippy. They have a little bit of slip to them, which is fine. But then they get stuck in passenger slides. When you really push and you're really doing it, if you go slightly over the limit, it does a bit like what iRacing does, but it gets stuck with no like it's not like grip goes and comes back in a very granular way. It's like, oh, you're now in a slide, oh, now you're not, and the force feedback just stays flatlined for that, and the physics are just flatlined for that. And whereas when you play AC1, R Factor 2, even iRacing, weirdly, AMS2, when you've gone over the limit or you're in a slide, there's a range of force feedback because the tyre grip is... There's still, when you go over the limit, yeah, it's going to be a bit flat because it's a slide. There's still like some dynamic range to it. But also, at the limit, there's a lot of range of more or less grip that can be conveyed through the force feedback, which just isn't in ACC. So it's just like a binary force feedback, and the actual driving in ACC is pretty binary. So that's why it feels so dull and boring to drive as well. In that you're just doing like snap corrections, like banging up against the binary limit. It's like you do slides as well, but you know what I mean. And you can watch loads of hot lap videos on YouTube where people will go into a corner and the car's lost traction, and they're doing this on the wheel, right? And the car's not responding to it at all. Like it's just, but the car, it doesn't crash. It does stop the rear of the car losing it. But you can tell it's like, at that point, it's basically totally disconnected from it. It's so obvious. It is so obvious. I don't know. ACC players would argue for hours against me. They go, oh, Game of Moss, you've set your wheel up wrong. Your wheel rotation's wrong. The car setup's wrong. It's like, fucking, it's obviously not. It's so like... It's like, I don't know. So anyway... ACC, to me, is the ultimate test for if a person understands how to use force feedback to drive a car, or understands what, like, the value of like AC1's force feedback, like how that actually ties in. Because if you think ACC has good force feedback, it categorically means you don't understand what force feedback can convey. But yeah, R Factor 2 has pretty good range for its force feedback. AMS2 does. iRacing, the issue with the physics is the tyres get stuck, but there's still range to the force feedback. Yeah, weirdly, you have to drive ACC like you have to drive iRacing. But ACC doesn't kill you when you make a mistake in ACC and you like... go into corner too hard, or you turn too fast, or the back's going because the tyres are wearing out. It's quite forgiving. Like the tyres do allow you to catch it. Whereas in iRacing, when those situations occur, the physics just turn off completely. So I think that forgivingness, it masks the actual aspects of the physics that I think are a bit weird. Like you can watch any GT3 on board, and you can see those cars like dance and slide around over the track really nicely. They're not driving like absolute trains. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with some people.
Let's go.
Well, we're gonna get a curry in the microwave, and then we're gonna do the next race. But this race went all right. Right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to grab a curry. So back in a minute. Make a fresh cup of tea as well. Welcome! Welcome! Good day! Good day, guys! Struth! Welcome to the Britain land, aye! Good day, Australians! Ah, Struth! Ah, cobblers! Cobblers! Struth, there's the Aussie in this stupid kangaroo! Gaw! Oh, gonna put a shrimp on a barb, eh? Oh, do we have the didgeridoo? I've lost Daniel Gray. I've lost my dig. Thanks for the raid. Ah, bloody Australians. Way too dank. Ah, like your mother's groinal region. Right, hang on. Oh dear. I've got morning curry. We're doing F4 here in the police car. Where's that? Is Daniel Gray gone to bed? He's gone to bed. Maybe he's gone out clubbing. Oh, there he is.
Daniel Gray. Daniel Gray. Daniel Gray. Daniel Gray. In the club with Daniel Gray. In the club with Daniel Gray. How's it going? How's it going? Is it party time? Party time. Mr. Gray. In the club with Daniel Gray. Everybody take off the top. Everybody take off the top. Everybody take off the top and dance with Daniel Gray's hairy chest. Rub his chest. Rub his chest.
She's turned into a homoerotic story. Ah, how's it going? Daniel Gray's doing challenge, I think, at the moment. And by that, I don't mean a mental challenge, because he's mentally challenged. I mean, he's doing a... we should try and do, like, every single series or something. I don't know why you'd do that. It's a stupid idea. Daniel Gray likes to embrace his suffering. He is the Suffermeister. He's like, how can I suffer in a new way? I like to keep it simple. Oh dear. Have you run over any more ex-girlfriends, Daniel? How many girlfriends have you managed to run over? I think he's on like 3. Everyone knows that story now. It's famous Grey law. It's not even late. Well, what's the time in Australia, lad? Is it like 10 p.m? 9 p.m? Well, hang on, I'm going to do a new poll for the next race. New prediction. Top 5. There we go. But I appreciate the raid. That's very nice of him. Pom Down Under. 9:30 in Queensland. Oh, thanks for following, guys. Thank you everyone that's followed us here. We're in... I don't normally stream in mornings, but we do live stream all over the place, to be honest. I'm just doing some chilled out irating because I have to concentrate to play AC. I don't have to concentrate to play iRacing. iRacing's got the salt in it as well. Marrick's curry. Well, it's dinner for me. I got up at like 3 a.m. today. Yeah, we've already had some like absolutely ridiculous crashes today. You don't get the same sort of crazy crashes in OC. We had that black car get punted off sideways. Yeah, we've had some pretty stupid stuff happen. It's been well good. Yeah, eating with my hands. Left hand though, isn't that the bottom wiping hand? Why am I eating a foot? Because I'm culturally diverse. I'm eating a curry with a fork and my hands. I'm on the limit. I'm a multicultural food eater. But I got a rice maker and I made rice yesterday and then I put the rice bowl in the fridge. So I had a bowl of cooled basmati rice in a bowl in the fridge. There's nothing more Indian than that. A pre-cooked bowl of rice in the fridge. That's not English. No English people do that. Well, like you know. That's it. And I'm basically Indian now. Once you've got cold rice in your pre-cooked cold rice in your fridge, English people would buy those rice pouches, pre-cooked rice pouches from the supermarket that taste like shit and cost like £1.50, and they'll be like, "Oh, I've saved time." Yeah, well, I would like to be buried in. I'd like to be cremated by the Ganges on an expensive slot, and then my corpse float down the Ganges. It's my dream. Who doesn't want to be? Who doesn't want to swim in the Ganges? I'd actually quite like to visit the Volga in Russia. Does it go through India as well or something? Why is Cheery Videos Volga Productions? Yeah, Uncle Ben's rice. I got my sister to buy a rice maker. I convinced her. I can't believe, why do people not have rice makers? Why isn't this like mandatory? Why is a kitchen should have a dishwasher, a washing machine tumble dryer that can do washing and can dry as well, or two if you've got no space, a fridge freezer that's like a decent sized fridge freezer, a rice cooker, and then maybe also a microwave, and maybe also like an air fryer. That should be law. That, like, if you don't have that in a house, that's considered unsanitary. How big is it? Well, the thing is, I found out that you can put frozen croissants in an air fryer, and it'll cook them in like 15 minutes, and they come out perfect. So, if we get to 300 cult members, I'm going to buy an air cooker and become morbidly obese, so I can have croissants every day. Fresh croissant life. Hang on, you eat rice made out of veggies? Well, it's not bloody rice then, is it? You eat vegetables. Fraudulent rice masquerading as vegetables masquerading as rice. Yeah, I just don't understand why rice cookers are not a normal thing. Because if you buy proper cooked rice is a million times better than any form of like pre-cooked rice, or even if you do it on the hob, it never comes out as good as rice cooker rice. And rice is like almost free. Like what a bag of rice, you could buy a sack of rice for like £12, and that's enough calories to live off. So why wouldn't everybody have a rice cooker? They would save so much money on food. You can make a curry sauce pretty cheap, and then you can eat rice with curry sauce and some vegetables. You could live off that. You could feed a town. No, this is basmati rice. It's fine, and no, it doesn't matter. It's full of carbs, and it tastes nice. And then I'm gonna die young anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, cauliflower rice isn't cauliflower, isn't rice. That's just ground cauliflower. That is so lame. It's like when they do milk, soy milk. You can't just name it the thing it's pretending to be and expect to get away with it. Just call it soybean juice or ground cauliflower. Oh yeah, I bet you get the bags, and I bet you like open them, and then you put them in and you throw them in a river so the animals get stuck in the cauliflower bags. I bet that's what you do. You know how the saying goes, sim race fast, die young. No, my German wife will, she'll be feeding me German doner kebab. There's a good curry house in Berlin. That's the only curry place in all of Germany. Germans, you just eat doner kebab every day. It's fine. You don't need. If you've got good kebab, why would you need curry? Just eat kebab every day. It's fine. The kebab diet. Maybe I should do that. We should just eat kebab every day for like 6 months. Yeah, you know when you get like those veggie burgers and it's just a bean burger, but it's pretending to be a burger. It's like, just don't have a burger. Just eat something else at that point. We're about to go racing in 2 minutes. We've been stonking the irating. The gains have been huge. Morning, soundscape person recording. We still have Wimpies in the UK. We've not done the VR yet.
Yeah, I shouldn't have moved up, sorry.
Oh, wow, we're on 2.3. I think we're already up like 150 irating today. I don't know what a crystal is. speaking of cost of living, you looked at renting as a stopgap for a new property to get out of a chain. The rent is more than a mortgage would be for a new... Yeah, it's been like that for a while. It's insane. So, it's now like 900 to 1,200 rent for like what would cost... Well, it's basically 1,200 for what would cost 900 mortgage. Well, where are you looking? Is that London or something? How mental is that? Lee! Was that for like a whole house or something? How does that work? Yeah, the whole thing's a scam. Isn't it weird that British people haven't rioted, or that don't? I'd imagine the French would by now. Well, Jimbalice, your wife's used to a rundown semi. So maybe she'll be alright with it. Oh dear. Oh, it's too easy. It was too, it was too easy. Right. Poll's closing in 1 minute 42 if you want to lose some channel points. The dream.
The pace car is out of control.
Flux, thanks for following. I don't know. We don't need to use the boo sound effect. No need for that. Oh, I mean, no point doing practice. We'll just jump into quali when it goes live. Yeah, the shorter your hair, the faster you go. Scientifically proven without any evidence. Oh dear. Woo! First time chat from Only Pans 54. He only cooks with pans. No casserole dishes, just pans. Brawley! Am I crazy, James? Or did I watch someone else get 5k irating on YouTube with your face? No, so I am... Again, I have to explain this to people. You have to think of me like a mixture between Jesus and Robin Hood, in that what I do is I collect irating off the rich irators who've like sequestered it to themselves and they don't give it out, and then I take it off them, and like the socialist that I am, I then redistribute that. And so that's that. So what I do is I get it and then I give it out. That's how good, how nice I am as a person. So I have to get it back again now. Hello, Simply Dabble. Just warming up the under tray. No, yeah, the fix for art. We give it to drivers in series where there's a lot of crashing. It's important to redistribute the irating because, you know. Hello, happy Sunday. Technically, you're only borrowing irating, as once the challenge is over, you will drop back to 2k. No, that's me giving it out. Look, sometimes, like, I find sometimes you have to play iRacing purely for... You play it purely for iRating, and that's a fun way to play it. That's one way. And then the other way you can play it is that you just jump in and whatever and just see what happens. That's another way to play it.
Green. Okay, here comes your first time.
They're just, you know, you learn to play it in different ways if you want to have fun. The irating way is the suffering way, but it's entertaining for viewers to see the despair, especially once you get to around about 4 or 5k irating. That's where it gets really bad. The nice thing with this F4 car is you can drive without any brain power at all. I've got to a point with iRacing where we can drive this in our sleep, which is quite nice because I am half asleep, so we didn't sleep last night. So it's all coming together, really. Any idea why Automobilista 2 is popping off?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal. So that is amazing.
Because people...
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good. Because people are incapable of critical thinking and regurgitate developer release notes. It's got good AI. It's got good offline. It's good offline, and it's a game to play. It's different. There's different things to play. Oh, and it's nice and easy to drive for people that need slow motion physics to handle a slide. So it's nice and accommodating. It's all the people that never played Project Cars 2. and also people that never really got into AC, so they don't realise it. It's basically retread the past. Project Cars 2, it basically drives the same as Automobilista 2. And it's just fine. But then, you know, we've had AC and years of mod development, so things should have moved on, but... yeah. And then you combine that with developers writing 5,000-word essays on how amazing the physics are, and combine that with some YouTubers that hype anything for views, which I never do, obviously. There you go. And there you have it. But it is genuinely good for AI racing. If you want to do single-player racing and you want to jump in and do random stuff, it's good for that. Yeah, the default, the reason we've polished AMS2 quite a lot, so it's basically just it is literally a polished...
Alright, there's chicken flag.
It's like a really polished Project Cars 2. So, you know. I was like one of the few people that actually played Project Cars 2 a lot and said it was quite good. So this is the big irony, is I get so much shit from AMS2 fanboys who are like, oh, you don't like AMS2 because you think it's unrealistically too easy, and then they say, oh, AC's unrealistically too hard. It's like, hang on a minute, AC was like the easy sim, and also it's not quite that simple anyway. It's just that like the physics are wonky. There's like these weird narratives that you see emerge about various sims that are totally like weird narratives that are written by people that have probably just come into sim racing in the last like 2 or 3 years, so they don't realise that we've gone through this already with other sims over like twice over the last 20 years. It's so bizarre. Well, exactly. I mean, I played Stunt Car Racer on the Atari ST, so I'm, you know. It's good that people are having fun, though, either way, which is nice. Midtown Madness was good. Wait, hang on. Did Midtown Madness 2 have the London track? That had 3 tracks, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, it's Champion Joe. Guys, you need to go and subscribe to Champion Joe. He's just recently gone full-time on YouTube on his German channel, but you can watch his videos with subtitles. Go and, guys, if you can all follow, if you all subscribe to Champion Joe, he covers loads of AC content and he's German.
And he's already got a beautiful German wife, so he's beating me. He's ticked off the German wife. Go and subscribe to him. He's nice, chilled out as well. Those are, I'd say GP Laps, Champion Joe. Who else is there? There's a couple of channels I'd say that a lot of people would enjoy that probably they might not have heard of. Go and sub to him.
Champion Joe.
Champagne Joe. You don't need to read. You can just listen to it in German and then just wonder what he's saying. That's what I do sometimes. Right, here we go. Yeah, AMS2 fans are insane. I think what it is. Well, first of all, I noticed within AMS2 fanboys, they seem to be more receptive to like arguments from authority and like authority in general. So I noticed there's way more like anti-masker, anti-vaxxer type sentiment within Automobilista 2 fanboys, which is really weird. Also, there was like the same thing was a bit with Project Cars 2 fanboys. They were just a bit mental. I don't know why, but there was a lot more mental people. Whereas with ACC, you get people that would just be like, "Oh, you're wrong," and disagree or whatever. But they'd be like, "Oh, they just disagree. They were wrong." But it didn't matter. They would just disagree. Same with iRacing. They'd be like, "Oh, you just can't drive," or whatever. They'd say stupid shit or whatever. But there's definitely with AMS2, there is categorically a weird army of hyper fans. This is why, if you look at videos on YouTube, AMS2 videos get more views than other videos by far relative to how many people are actually playing AMS2. And it's always been like this. And the other thing, if you say stuff about AMS2 that's positive, they all pile on you being like, "Oh yeah, wow, we love you, you're amazing, oh AMS2, oh it's so good, oh." But if you say something negative, they go mental. No, I haven't seen it. I saw a bit of his video. I read through the comments, and you could see that there were comments that were straw manning basically any criticism that AMS2's had. Weirdly, a lot of the AMS2 fans seem quite receptive to Niels, but I think because Niels Niox is actually a very good sim racer, and he also uses a lot of examples and diagrams, and so it's an argument from authority. I totally agree with what he says. I think he's right about stuff, but because he presents in a way that's in line with what sim racers think of as like, "Oh, well, that's technical information that we don't really understand," and this person's presenting it, they will believe what he's saying. It doesn't matter what he's saying. It's really weird. AMS2 fans will like buy into argument from authority. In the case of Niels Niox, I think he's right. Like I don't think I've really ever disagreed with what he says. He's a really good driver. He's actually good at communicating as well. But yeah, it's so weird. AMS2 fans just absolutely bonkers.
Green flag, green flag.
I just find it so weird, like, because I don't talk about, I talk about really overview stuff with physics, really basic things, and, not subtle stuff, just like the most obvious, generic aspects that I think anyone could really notice that was a vaguely experienced sim racer. But because I don't present it in, like, a pretentious way, or, like, in a... I don't know, it's just really weird. No! Oh, he's just gonna... I can't do anything. He will wreck me. I've just got to let him through. No! No! I'm trying fucking these people. I hate them. You let a car through because otherwise they will wreck you, and then inevitably another car's just going to try and steamroll through as well, and then they will wreck you. But if you stay in the same position, you will get wrecked by the first car. It's like lose-lose. It's absolutely mega lose, this. Hello, cold tyres.
Left side. Still there, hold your
Right, we
line.
just have to get through
Clear.
the punt zone here. Oh, I just have to compromise my line to stop this guy from understeering into me. Oh, there's going to be a wreck in front, but I don't want to get rear-ended by this blue car. Oh. This is the F4 puzzle. Whoa! There it is. This blue car cannot drive.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car
I
ahead.
had to brake for the car in front. The blue car still drove into me.
Go left.
I knew this blue car was going to steamroll us.
Car on your left. Still there. Stay on the right.
I really hope this other guy doesn't turn into me. I'm holding my line. There we go.
Clear.
Ah, this blue car's going to wreck us, guys.
Still there.
I can tell.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the right. You got a slow car on the left. Car on your left.
Oh my god, it's like trying to
To the right.
avoid the
Clear on the left.
car behind. There it is. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. I could sense it. Christ.
Thank you. Great job, guys.
Jesus Christ. Like, you just know it. At least they fixed the grass in this game so you can avoid it. Yeah, well, that's the iRacing grass is helped so much because you at least have a chance to avoid stuff. Yeah, praise the grass. Oh, which of course wasn't broken before, and of course everything I said for 3 years about iRacing grass was obviously incorrect. Oh no, wait a minute. I deserve a medal. Ah, it was perfect. There was no problems with it before. Well, at least that's the blue car gone. I'm happy with that. Bloody hell, now it's these cars. Ah, no medals for me. Yeah, it was just wet before. It'll be. Oh, here we go. Bloody hell. Here it is. Right, these guys are all going so slow through it. It's very weird.
Car on your left. Clear.
Someone just gone to the
The
pits.
car in C7. Just set the fastest lap.
What are they doing?
20.836.
Why are people so like weird in how they drive all over the place? They don't need to.
Car stops on the right. Car stops on the right. Go left.
I think it's really weird how people make it a lot more likely that they'll crash or needlessly move around when it's of no advantage to themselves. It's really strange how people make it harder for themselves. Especially with netcode and things. Oh, we're up to 14. Though we're at -4. We should get rating out of this. Did everyone go and subscribe to Champion Joe? By commandment of the muscle. No, I just have Lock to Horizon on.
The car in C2.
Because it actually stops me getting motion sickness. Because the horizon stays stable, though I don't know why the Lock to Horizon is so aggressive. I need to. Normally in iRacing it doesn't bother me because the camera filters a lot of bumps out. So I think I was messing around with it. Yeah, it's like I'm looking at the sky. Tell you, I can't watch. Do you know Emil Bernstorff? He doesn't use any camera filter at all. He uses complete lock to car, and it like absolutely wrecks me. I can't watch his stream for like 2 minutes. I feel like dying straight away. It'd be all right if you're on a motion rig. It clearly doesn't work properly. Well, I don't know. We're doing all right. Oh, he's a wreck. Wait, there it is. Will he understeer into him and take him out? One can only hope.
Car on your left. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide.
That's
Still
right.
there.
Put me on the grass.
Car on your left. New fast
This
left.
guy is going to wreck me. What is he doing?
Clear.
What are these guys playing at? Totally needless. Well, so if you don't get eye fatigue from the track bouncing up and down, there's 2 different things. iRacing has a filter, which is really good, but then there's also lock to horizon, which you don't really need in iRacing because the camera filter is really good. I don't know why I've got lock to horizon on. I was probably just dicking around with settings. Are they racing or are they wrecking? Wait, like, you know. It's a nice chill drive this though. Oh, we should be in positive rating now, which is good.
The leader is running 20.625. The car in P2 just set the fastest lap. 20.426.
20.426. I'm miles off the pace. We should be doing 20.9s. Don't trust the car to stick. There we go. Dustbin lid it through there. Boris Takakov. Let's catch up with this guy.
The car in P19 just set the fastest lap. 20.335.
There we go. We're catching with 10th. What was the poll for top 10? Can't remember. Top 5. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I'll push a bit harder.
The car in C3 just set the fastest lap. 20.095. Car 10 is now leading.
Hello, Davy Jones. Yeah, I think maybe the
That was your fastest lap of the session.
maybe the fixed setup's probably a bit slower than the open one. It's probably more downforce.
We are where we expected to be.
No, we did not expect to. Okay, what's going on? Okay, there he is.
Go left.
No! We've already had cars with no nose cones drive across the track into us. We are where we expected to be. No, we're not. We expect to be in the wall. How is our spotter? We do one race where we get wrecked and we manage to get all the way back into points, and the spotter's like, we're going home. It's like, mate, we were wrecked. We were last, and we gained 15 places back. That is a good result with a broken car. We're going home. Is the most inconsistent spotter. This is Road Atlanta, which is a road in America. This is probably one of the best American... Well, Road Atlanta, Road America, VIR, all of them are really fantastic tracks. I think this is probably one of my favourite tracks in iRacing. I think faster tracks play better with iRacing's physics. The top 10, hello, we've got a freebie. like downforce on iRacing cars makes the grip return quicker when you slide, and I think the drafting makes it more. It's more like oval racing. It's almost as if the entirety of iRacing was designed around oval, and that's why everything is more conducive to situations you'd expect in oval. Funny that. Oh, we catch it. 4 seconds from Boris. Let's go. Where me I? I'm still amazed people make it to 2K and still don't have no clue that you don't rejoin. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I drive perfectly all the time, so, you know, no, you could never say that I drive badly. I've never made mistakes at 2K plus iRating. I have a pretty, I've got a good reputation as being probably one of the cleanest drivers.
The car in front has gone.
Where is he? Where is he? There he is.
Car 6 is now leading.
Yes! 2 places. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to overtake him here. Follow behind him and hopefully get him down the straight. But these corners here are really satisfying that are going over it. When you nail it, not like that, and you get the, you can't really see the entry and you hit it just right. I think it's a really fun section. Fanboys, forgive me, but I have not tried AMS2 for a long time. Been setting things up. I don't, hang on. It's I thought you liked AMS2. I think AMS2 is actually great for YouTubers for making content. When you've got good AI, it means that you can do like a 5-lap race with AI. Whenever the game has an update, you can then do like a video where you're talking about the update, talking about the car. You've got AI. It's easy to record, and it's easy to drive.
Car 10 is up the front.
So it's a bit like Gran Turismo. From a YouTuber perspective, it's so much easier to make content with a game that's got okay AI than if you can only do it if it's an online only game, especially if you're not that good at sim racing. But also, like, I was actually talking to Super GT about this.
Go right.
Christ, that's close. Like, if you're recording a video, when you're doing online stuff, if you were trying to record a video for a review and someone wrecks you, well, you have to restart the race, which means you have to wait another hour for the next race. Like, whereas if you're doing stuff with AI and you're a YouTuber, you're making a thing, you can just insta restart. It's not a problem. So these are some of the things that I don't think sim developers or game developers often really consider. Like with AC1, the fact that it loads so quickly meant that if you're a content creator, you could, there's a new mod, right, slap it in, okay, load it up, right, there you go, I can drive it, you can test it out really quickly. You need to get some external shots, okay, load it back up, do some external shots, which makes people much more likely to make YouTube videos on the content. Whereas if you have to do, you've got to get the content, you need to sync this thing, then you need to load the game takes ages to load, you forgot to do something, now you need to reload it again, do you know what I mean? It makes such a difference. I also think for players as well, you know, with when it comes to me playing games, even though I really like Hell Let Loose and some other games, they take...
Hey gents, I think I have to start sending it now.
They take so long to load.
No mate, we're chilling here. We're not exactly fit in position though, we also battle.
Stuff like Rocket League and Counter-Strike 2, you're like, I've got... I can load it up and I can have a game done. That convenience aspect is huge. We've got 2 laps here. 40 I-rating gain here, guys. This is an absolute stonker. We're stonking it.
The leader just did a 21.12.
There's not been much salt in this race.
Car 2 is up the front.
It'll be interesting to see the replay of that blue car almost killing us. Yeah, well, yeah, Flight Sim's a really good example, actually, of how bad it can be. Because, yeah, I really like jumping into Flight Sim. But the same thing happened with bloody X-Plane. I personally have a weird enjoyment of Flight Sim, something I really enjoy. And I play it a lot less than I otherwise would, purely because every time I load it up, oh, it's a new download, 3 gig download through their crappy online thing. Then you load into the game and it takes ages, and then you're like, oh, I can't be bothered anymore. This is an F4 car, David Jones. There's a lot, so basically you have like Formula 4 in real life. You know, people do like go-karting, then Formula 4, then F4, then they do like F3, F2, then F1. But a lot of people, to be honest, just go from go-karting to F4 if they're rich. I think you can do a season of F4 for like £270,000 or something. To turn up 2 hours. I always turn up like 3 hours before my flights. I have like proper anxiety of missing planes. Well, it turns out I shouldn't really. My anxiety should be over whether or not my Boeing plane will fall apart after takeoff. Oh, we're about to get Juan Alfonso Fernandez on the final lap. I think he's got better pace than us. He can go around the outside of us here.
Right side, the car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 20.04.
What? Battle for ninth.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left. White flag.
Will he wreck us? We shall see. If I were him, I'd just stay behind me till the straight. Make sure you're 0.4 seconds behind, and then just get a good run and then pass on the straight. Oh, he's almost wrecked himself. I'm picking up my pace a bit here. See if we can get a gap. I think 0.8. Oh, there we go. We managed to gap him. It's fine. I just had to pick up my pace. We're cruising. You have anxiety about... Well, it depends which London airport. There's... I'm normally at Gatwick or Heathrow or Stansted. Stansted's a bit shit. There's not much there. Heathrow, it depends which terminal. One of the terminals at Heathrow has absolutely nothing in it and is really boring, and it's busy. So there's nowhere to sit. Gatwick is alright, actually. I think it's a bit of a shit airport, but it's not Gatwick's not normally completely packed.
Alright, there's checkered flag.
And it does have a few shops, and there's a few like different restauranty things. The problem with Gatwick is it's only got one active runway at a time, so if there's a problem with the runway, all the flights get bollocksed. Whereas Heathrow has 2 active runways. So if worst case at Heathrow, if one runway gets knackered, they can land and take off on the same runway. But it's obviously such a busy airport, it still causes stacking. But yeah, is it South Terminal that's a small one? London, is it London South Terminal? Can't remember. A lot of the European flights. German airports are pretty bad though. German airports, all this stuff is before security, and then once you go past security, there's nothing. There'll be like one bar with like some dry sandwiches and some schnitzels, and no drinks, nothing. So at German airports, you have to wait till the very last moment before going to the international part, and then after the international part, the last bit where your gate. And German airports, they tend to divide security up for every single gate, so you're just better off just seeing if security's busy. If it's not, just stay in the main airport until like the last like hour, and then go through. Right, let's have a look at this. Norse Steamer. Hello everyone. Anyone have ideas for a website where you can use the service to make races? You can use Sim Racing GP. Hang on, let's find this. We've got the poll results in here. Hang on, as well. Not top 5 though, so points probably lost. Maybe we need to make it top 7. Yeah, Sim Racing GP I think is European. Why do you want to use a website though, rather than just host it yourself? Hang on, what lap was the crash on? Oh, here we go, lap 2. Right, let's see what happened here. So those guys were bunched up. I don't get right. This is something that people seem to do this a lot in iRacing, or in racing in general. When you see this situation here, this car, there's no point being this close to the car in front. Like, you've got to you give yourself some room. But if you've got to run, so let's say you do this and you've got to run. Make sure, I guess this guy wiggled so it confused him, but basically, if you've got to run, get your car set up to go around the left so you don't lose your momentum, or make sure you've got enough space so that by the time your run's going, you can go up the inside. He's too close at this point here. This is the thing, is he would actually be he would be much better off being further back, because that would then give him, he would have more space and more momentum to be able to find a way through. So if I was him at this point here, I would actually try and probably go, I'd have tried, well, if I was this car, I'd have done a later apex, and so I could take a tight line here, so I could then take a wider line there to then go up the inside. He's just stuck. Whereas I think we had the blue car of death next to us. Yeah, see, by the time we get up to them, we've got. Oh, we did have to react to it a bit, but. Hello, Norship. I'm all right. Not sure why that other guy pitted. Now, what was this? What, why did he turn? Oh, is he lagging? What on earth was that? What is that? How do you do that? How does that happen? What is even going on here? Does he just let his car... Looks like he's just understeering, but why would you turn across? Did he feel like the other car was next to him? But he's not even close to him. Why? Ah. Oh dear. Why? This other guy just drives into it. Hang on, here we go. Let's go to his onboard. Kashif. Here we go. Look at this. We'll see it from his view. He just goes straight into it. Why? Like, why would you not? Does he brake? It's like target fixation. What? Surely you can see. Right, you can see that. Why would you go right? He's just ended up driving in a straight line. He's not made his mind up. He should have either gone really far to the right or really far to the left. That's so weird. No, Curious Donkey, I don't think that's from a lack of awareness. I think this is just people doing weird shit and a bit of netcode. I don't understand how you end up driving into that. I mean, in fairness, the guy spinning didn't get on his brakes. It's pretty good. Panic. Yeah, you just have to go really far left or really far right. No centrists. Just go to the extremes. If he kept going right, he would have missed him. I know the blue car almost took us out before, so the blue car did deserve it. The blue car almost wrecked us. I think he drove into the back of us before. So he deserved it. It's fine. You don't need to feel bad for him. Was weird. So I lifted here to let this guy go through because I didn't trust him to go into the corner without understeering into me. And then as soon as I did that, it opened up the corner a lot. So this guy then tries to go through here. I think it's his top split. Why at this point, if you're this car, you can brake later. This is weird, like, he can actually brake later and force his way through. Like, it's annoying, but he could do that. But he's ended up... It's very strange. Like, why go for this? Why go for the previous thing if you're not going for the next thing? He's probably just... He probably just saw a big opening, maybe thought, oh, it's clear. And then the next one, he was like, oh, they're going to come across, so... He's lagging as well. I left him miles of space. I'm not being harsh on him. I think this car was being harsh on him. Brad parking. Brad parking is parking him. He's being parked. Wow. He has his A safety rating? Oh, wow, yeah, but not anymore because Brad parked him. Brad's got a C. So, I mean, it obviously didn't work for him, did it? Like, he was minding his own business here. He's left plenty of space, but he didn't account for Brad parking coming from the side and lagging into him. Oh, thank you, MEI. Oh, look at this. That's a 4.8x. Oh. Oh, one last view of the spectacular bonanza, and then we'll sign up to the next one. Bless the new iRacing grass. Saved by the grass. Right, we are gaining. Maximum gains. Sega Mega gains. We are now on... results. Actually, sign up before so I don't forget. We've done that before. Oh, that was a fixed one. New grass is too grippy. I don't know. Is it? I think they made it more grippy and then they made it less grippy. With a high downforce car, as long as you're not locking up, you actually have quite good steering on grass in real cars. The problem is if you slide sideways on grass, the cars will keep going forever with slick tyres. And if they lock up on grass, they keep going forever. But with a downforce car, if the wheels are rolling, you have to think how much weight is effectively on the tyres. It's going to depend on like the soil. It's going to depend on a whole bunch of stuff. There's loads of examples of Formula cars driving on grass totally fine. It's just that thing of if you try to turn, or if you lock up, then you see them just go forever. It's like shit. It's like walking on grass, obviously. It's exactly the same. Right. Let's see here. We have... Yeah, we need... I mean, have you driven a Formula car on grass? Because unless you have, you can't say. Oh, we're on 2389. We actually might get to 2,500 today. This is too easy. Too easy. The gains, unstoppable gains. We need some high-rated drivers. Hang on, how many splits do they have? 4 splits. Let's see, look at this bottom split here. 22s. What are these I ratings? 600 I rating. How do you get such a low I rate? Like, I mean, I guess maybe if you're not playing with the steering wheel and stuff, but this guy's 90. No, he lost 98. I was gonna say. It's good that you can still get a full grid race though at lower ranks or lower ratings. And there seems to be quite a few people. I guess these people are just all over the place in terms of performance because their rating doesn't really relate to where they're finishing. I don't know, David Jones. They've only just made it available to buy. Oh, this guy gained 89 rating for winning that. Their lap times aren't awful though, 22s. So they must just be crashing a lot. These guys are all doing. These are all on the same times. Here, 22s. So these people must. They're basically probably just getting killed by iRacing's. Hills housing fell great. There, you'd have to get the spreadsheet out for that. 21s. Top split is 21s and 20s. So what's the pace difference? The best lap time here was 120 flat, which is pretty good actually. 19s I think a pace. So 120 and then 22. So they're two and a half. Well, 2 seconds off the pace. Hang on.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
Looks like gamer muscle. Right, let's do another one here. Oh, new poll. Why is Matt Malone so high resolution in that? Look how high resolution he is. the highest resolution Matt Malone ever. Also, why is he so smooth? Has he filmed this with like a 120 Hz camera?
Looks like gamer muscles taking a little bit of a break right now from the.
Look how smooth he is.
He'll be back shortly.
High frame rate, Malone.
You know that looks like he's taking a little bit of a break.
He looks like a.
Right now, he's probably making a fresh hot cup of tea, getting a biscuit.
He looks like one of those a video of what you get on like a demo TV in the shop.
I mean, heck, he doesn't only play iRacing. He plays all sorts of sims. You know, he's getting in there on the other sims. I could name them if I knew them, but
8K Malone. Mega resolution Malone. Look, he's got an iRacing shirt and everything. I need an iRacing shirt. Jesus, I never get an iRacing shirt. How do you even get an iRacing shirt? Okay, we didn't get top 5. I'm gonna do a new prediction, and we're gonna do top 7 to make it harder for you guys to guess. Here you go. Desktop stripper.
oh, looks like gamer muscle.
I mean, you shouldn't wear a black suit with a black shirt.
Muscle's taking a little bit of a break right now from the stream. Just hang tight. He'll be back shortly.
That's you can't tell where the suit of the shirt starts and ends. It's very confusing. You don't get the title. What does it mean? What does it mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means. What does the title mean? Can you imagine that in America? Like, in the UK, people wouldn't know who Tony Kanaan is really. Well, obviously, like mega motorsport fans would, but a lot of people wouldn't know who he was. So, but can you imagine in America? I imagine most, well, especially in South America, but like in America in general, people know who Tony Kanaan is, right? How famous would he be on the American scale? Because I don't know if it's still motorsport is still like so like Formula 1 in the UK, people know Formula 1 drivers, but once you get to like lower down the grid, even in Formula 1, people wouldn't, average people wouldn't know. Like they'd know Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen and Alonso, but they wouldn't necessarily, they wouldn't notice like Lando Norris or Russell or what, you know. That, you know what I mean, I think you have to have won like a championship title or something to to be widely famous outside of motorsport fans. Yeah. But obviously a car dealership, anyone that sells and does cars would know him. Just wondering how that would work if you happen to turn up to a car dealership to buy a boring, like a bog standard road car, and you have like a championship winning, like a Formula 1 or Indy Pro driver or something, just casually with you. You can ask questions. You go and you can ask questions, and you're like, oh, let me just get my friend. They know more about cars than me. And you just pull them out. The dealership would be like, what? What? Yeah. Be like, imagine going to like doing that at a motorbike dealership, but having like Valentino Rossi or something. Just let me chat with my friend. Does TK still owe me a will? Well, if he wants to send me one, I mean, we have to get back to 5k maybe. I don't know. I'm sure that it must have been done for you being framed. Do you remember that? That used to be like, I used to love watching that as a kid. You being framed. That was peak TV. We didn't have much to watch when we were younger. I appreciate everyone watching today, though. This is kind of an insomnia stream for me. I didn't sleep well last night, and I woke up at like 3 in the morning, and I was like, oh, well, I might as well just take it easy and do some iRacing and chill out and have some curry, and it's been all right. Thanks for everyone that's followed and supported us. Appreciate it. And click the like button and all that lark.
Expected.
On the Tubi YouTubes. How many likes are we on? 98 likes, 115 likes. So yeah, you could totally click the like button and we'll get to like 100. I don't know if it does anything. But there's that. And, yeah, there you go. Maximum hype. Twitch doesn't have like a like option. I don't know what would be like a Twitch equivalent of a like button. You could have like I mean, obviously you can do bits and stuff, but like it's not like as a free like that'd be quite useful for streamers as a stream like if you had like a rating for streams that people could do totally for free, so anybody that's watching can be like, oh, they thought it was a particularly good stream, so you could then be like, oh, that was popular or whatever. I guess you go by view numbers, but hello BRT, how's it going, man? And hello Unlucky Vader. We are just about to do another race. We've got the pole. There's 8 minutes left. Just chilling out here. We've got the Quest 3 on the side with the link cable that works. Should probably do a race in VR actually, but I don't know how we'd stream it. Not tried that yet. That'd ruin their finance model. Well, you know, I'll do a hot tub stream one day. I've got to become a thought first. These are the goals. We're going to get a German wife. That's going to happen last. Walking across Scotland. 15k in Counter-Strike 2. 6k I rating. And we're going to become a sim racing thought. So we're working on that. We've got to build up the muscles. And then we will actually be gamer muscle. The dream. Yeah, BRT, I've been explaining this. I keep having to explain the story. Think of me, but keep in mind how modest I am. Think of me like Jesus or Robin Hood. but more Jesus without hair. And what I do is I collect iRacing from people that have too much. And then what I do is at the end of the year, I distribute it out to people by doing Fix Ferrari and Skippy. And basically, I bring communism and socialism to iRacing so everyone can enjoy iRating. That's because I'm such a nice person. One of the best, if not the best. So now I'm in the phase of regaining iRating. I'm already up like 250 today. It's been easy. Rolling in it today. We've even after being wrecked, we've still been moving forwards. It's been pretty beautiful. Not really like Stalin. No, I wouldn't compare myself to Stalin. I'd say more like Xi Jinping or Mao or Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan. More like that. You know, forcefully spreading irate. Yeah, I mean, against people's will. Steve Marshall, morning. Nice to have a Sunday morning show. Far more informative than Andrew Marr. Well, you know. Is the British media still doing the ignore the genocide, or are we coming to terms with the reality that a genocide's taking place? Are we there yet? But maybe when the genocide's finished, they'll go, oh, on reflection, it was a genocide, even though everybody legally knew it was right away. But you know, we'll just wait a bit until we call it. We'll let the genocide finish. Let it finish first. Give genocide a chance, and then we can call it out. That's what we're on at the moment, I think. You're like Jesus crossed with Attila the Hun. Yeah, pretty much. Chairman Mao News Network. What you have to remember with British media and British politics is it's only a genocide if it's happening in Africa or something. If it's happening in another location and we're the ones supporting it, it's not a genocide. That's how it works. And yeah. Hang on, it's midday. Is it time for politics? I don't think so. Oh dear. Edward Brewers is in the server. They got bored of it, Twitchy. Like, you can only watch like civilians getting bombed so much before you get bored of it. I mean, the realities of war going on and trench warfare, it's not exciting enough, is it? It's just like, oh, there's another person dying. There's another person. There's another one. Oh, well, you know, once you've seen that a few hundred times, it's like, oh, that's no longer exciting news. Focus on the football. We're talking head on BBC News. I'd rather not go on BBC News. They don't. They don't. It's a shit format. What you need is like proper documentaries, long form interviews, which I'd be crap at. But I mean, I'd be crap interviewing someone else. Do you know what's his face? Who's the guy in LBC? James O'Brien, right? He's so dumb. Like, the only thing I can like assume with him is that he's talking to elderly people. But have you noticed how it takes him 20 minutes of verbal self-flagellation to like get to the point with him going? It's really. I don't know how people can watch it without going, oh God. It's like if you ever tried to read something in The Guardian. It's like, oh, we get it. You went to university and you did a writing degree and you want to just use lots of words. When to show that you can use words. Well done. Ah.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Larders are pretty durable. There we go. Could really do with getting a solid banker lap. I think what James O'Brien does is he, as I say, I think he's trying to talk to older people or people that need stuff to be like lathered in seeming neutrality. Rather than getting to the point, it's like, as I say, I think it's because maybe it's mostly older people listening to the radio. And so he knows if he was like more direct, he would lose a large part of the audience. But then it's really weird with James O'Brien how gradually, slowly with like this whole conflict, he went from being sort of, oh, I don't know, neutral or whatever, to then basically falling in line with what the average person in the UK is pretty against what's happening. But it didn't seem that way at first. And you notice these like pundits, they reflect the average mainstream view rather than them saying anything that's actually the objective reality at any point in time. But they present it as if they are on the forefront of saying what's right and what's wrong, but they don't. The people that do point out what's right and what's wrong and are basically objective to the facts, they get like pigeonholed as being like some kind of extremist or something. So like even people that are so ridiculously reasonable, like Noam Chomsky, there's loads of people like there's so many people when it comes to like environment or politics and stuff, which they're really pretty anodyne people, but they get, because they just say stuff, the actual reality, they get framed by the dissenters as if they're like extremists, like Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is like the most gentle-spoken, mild person, but because he's to the point about religion, he gets framed as if he's like some anti-religion, warmongering, atheist hater of religious people. It's insane. Same with like Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens as well. It's like none of them are like that. None of them are like hardline. They're not going to go out murdering people, or they're not even aggressive in their writing, but they get framed that way because they talk more directly with what they're saying. Oh no, Piers Morgan's absolutely shit. Like, Piers Morgan's a complete arse. So yeah, no, I mean, no one's as bad as Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is such a shit stirrer. Like, Piers Morgan would be the annoying kid at school that would purposefully stir up shit with people that didn't have anything against each other, and then pick sides, and then promote stuff, and then cause arguments where there are no arguments, and then act as if he's the one that's like the neutral person that's just looking for the truth. He's such a dickhead. Like, it's so obvious that that's what he does. The fact that some people can't pick up on it is really weird. Yeah, well, he's always trying to do the I'm the one being reasonable when he's actually the shit stirrer, and he misrepresents and strawmans everything, and then he doesn't even let his guests talk at all. It's really weird. Yeah, he's just so like a really disingenuous presenter. Like also the guests that he has on his show, where you know they'll do the whole thing where they'll get like they'll get someone on that's like a trans person or something, and then they'll get someone on that's not a very good communicator, and then they will like frame it as if this is like an important thing. So it's framed as if, oh, here's like a I don't know, gay person, trans person, whatever, and here's the person that's got the counter argument, and then they will purposefully pick people that they know are not going to be able to communicate clearly, so they misframe. Like the bullying of the trans community by like media is mental. Like you have to ask yourself, of trans people that you know in your own life, how many of them are like the people that are on the panel shows? Every trans person I've met has been perfectly normal, nice person. They're not mental people going, oh, you need to call me this or that or whatever. They're normal people, and that is like the vast majority of, like, most people are normal people. So these like the whole framing of these shows and like the stuff that's emphasized on TikTok is a disingenuous way to make people think this is what all trans people are like, or you know, and then what that does is it makes people that are mild go, oh, I hate woke people, or they're trying to do all this stuff, or they're trying to do all that stuff. That's how the sort of propaganda works. It's ridiculous, and people don't call them out on it. Right, here's a really good example with the trans issue in particular. How many, on these talk shows, how often do they have a female to male trans person? It's always male to female, because culturally there's more resentment towards male to female transsexuals. But there's a lot of female to male transsexuals. They're never represented. Or is it because they're trying to be divisive on these shows? It's so stupid. It's because they know if you had a female to male transsexual, the average person would respond to it they'd be like, oh, I can actually understand what's going on, and it wouldn't be as divisive. It was the same with like gay, like people being gay in the past. They would get the most over the top like campy gay person or something to represent all homosexuals. It's like,
Competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
right, here we go. Yeah, it's all about dividing, misleading, creating conflict where there's no conflict, and they get away with it. Like people like
Green flag.
Piers Morgan are absolute arseholes. Thomas Schmidt. I'm in the police car.
Left side. Clear.
Proper blocked Thomas off. I thought it was Edward. I thought it was Edward Brewers. Where is Edward? Who's in this race?
Car right.
What is this guy doing?
Keep to the left.
Bloody hell, he drove into the back of us there. What an idiot. What are you doing? I've got to let him pass.
Clear.
Otherwise he'll wreck us. He's just driven into us twice. What an idiot. Oh, and he's lost it on the exit, so we've lost the draft. It's always the same. It's always the same. The guy that drives into you can't actually drive cleanly, so they drive into you, then they lose the draft, then they wreck themselves or they wreck you.
Stay on the right.
And they're lagging, obviously. Always the same.
Keep to the right.
Oh, Carney's behind
Still
us.
there, hold your line. Right side. Keep to
Oh
the
my
left.
god. Like, we've lost the draft
Clear on
now
the
because of
right.
this guy being an absolute moron. Here we go.
The car behind has gone off. Go right.
I can't fit through that gap! You idiots! Fucking morons in this game. Fucking hell. Absolute morons. What are they doing?
All the damage is
I couldn't do anything. No, nothing I can do. And he's not on his brakes. Absolute idiots that play this. I couldn't do anything. Because if he'd stayed on his brakes, we'd have got through that all right. You got to understeer here. I go as far right as I possibly can. And then he's rolling. If he'd stayed on his brakes, I think we might have actually been able to avoid that. Like, yeah, Red Bull. Oh, the absolute idiots playing this. Yeah, it's because if he'd just kept his foot on the brake, he probably wouldn't have rolled back. It's just selfish drivers. Like, what's this other guy doing? Like, this guy does this here. He rear-ended us. He rear-ended us here. And then still keeps going wide. Does an off-track overtake, basically. Which is fine. Okay, fine. And then here, he loses it going through this. So now we lose all the field. Great job. Yeah, well, it's iRacing. it's just a lot of morons that play this, and iRacing don't moderate it.
left side. Clear on the left. Car stop on the right. Go left.
There's just wrecks everywhere. Yeah, unfortunately our car was so damaged I couldn't even do a quick repair, but hopefully we can get some places back here because everyone's crashing. Am I like 2 laps down though? It's weird because it's like people don't realise they make the racing worse for themselves by driving stupid. Like you can actually have quite good close racing in this if you just drive sensibly, and you'll have more fun racing side by side with people.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 20.285.
They'll never get better at driving. Oh, it's be interesting to see where we are after this lap. It's always you have to qualify in the top 5, otherwise you get caught up in people that can't drive at all. Well, yeah, but there's always new people, but this is the top split of like 100 people, 150 people. So it's just to do with you can wreck people, but on average gain I rating.
Just set the fastest lap, 20.27.
I mean,
the car in C6 just set the fastest lap, 20.
Yeah, but John, we've done lots of iRacing. It's not just this one. iRating does not correlate to iRating. Thanks for subscribing. iRating correlates to lap time and hot lapping. That's it.
Just set the fastest lap, 20.229.
No, it is more iRacing, because if you go over the limit, the cars kill you, and the netcode magnifies small mistakes. The quality of yes, it is. Like the iRacers are generally better than R Factor 2 and AC players, because it's a harder sim to just drive around. But iRacing races are much more of a cluster F than R Factor 2 and AC, because the cars go mental from small contacts, and you can't recover cars over the limit at all. So it makes everything, it compounds everything.
Car 4 has taken the lead.
There's bad drivers in every sim, but iRacing has the most insane crashes. Which is, it does make it entertaining, it makes it more fun to watch, but there's no way you can argue against that. No, like iRacing's crashes and accidents are way over the top. You do have a lot of crashes in real life, and there's a lot of stuff in real life, but iRacing, so many of the crashes in iRacing. Yeah, but John, that's just anecdotal. I've been in some LFM lobbies that have had mental crashes, but I do like 12 to 15 hours of live streaming for multiple days in all the sims, and categorically the crashes in iRacing are way more mental, because it's just the cars react more to the contacts. Like, it's just a fact. You can't disagree with that. And obviously, if cars react more to contacts, you're going to get bigger crashes. Why do I play iRacing? Because it's entertaining.
I don't
we get back to this. Fuck. We were like,
probably one of the one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 GT mods. It's really good.
The car in C11 just set the fastest lap, 19.944.
Gilo, if you want to be successful in iRacing, you just need to hot lap, like it's raw pace, just as in real life or go-kart or anything. Raw pace will mean that you're less likely to be in an accident because you'll be driving against less cars. But iRacing magnifies issues. Yeah, I'm blaming it on the drivers, but I'm also saying you can't disagree, John. How can you disagree? It's an objective fact that if a simulator has a more aggressive crash damage or more aggressive netcode for contacts, obviously the crashes are going to be worse. It doesn't matter how good the drivers are. Like, iRacing's grass being so ridiculously slippy in the past caused so many accidents that never happened in any other sim, and as soon as they fixed the grass, it was like the driving and the crashes have massively reduced. I mean, we've already had one race today which would have been game over if it wasn't for the grass changes.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Go right.
Oh my god. Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, the drivers are shit. I literally said at the start, I think drivers are worse in R Factor 2 and AC than iRacing, generally speaking, because R Factor 2 and AC are easier to drive than iRacing. They're more forgiving to drive, so you don't have to be as good of a driver. iRacing, you have to be like so ridiculously aware of what the car's doing. It's insane. Like, it's ridiculous. So you have to be a better driver. It's to be at a general pace, right? You have to have spent a lot more time hot lapping and know the limits, all these things, right? But despite that, the stuff that happens in iRacing is way more mental on average than what happens in ACLFM, R Factor 2 rank races. Mostly because of how the car contacts operate and ghost car contacts, and when you have a contact, the tires go over the limit. Same with like some of the contacts you have in ACC with the, you know, GT3 cars are all really quite close. If you get contacted while you're going around a corner in ACC, it just pins you off the track. Yeah, the drivers in the game are shit as well. Well, okay. I think what drivers in iRacing are normally better at is raw pace, and they've had more practice, but there's a bigger problem of people hot lapping in iRacing than in other sims, where they have really bad car control for when the car goes over the limit. Because because you can't drive the cars over the limit, or it's so ridiculously difficult, people don't even bother learning how to do that. So when they do have a spin or make a slight mistake, they just bin it massively because they effectively give up because it's outside of what they've practiced. So in that sense, I'd say iRacers are worse than AC and R Factor 2 players. But in terms of raw pace and consistency, I'd say they're generally better. Yeah, no, so R Factor Pro, this is a same meme that keeps going around. R Factor Pro is just G motor, wrapper. It's R Factor 1, and then, yeah, some people use it with their own custom physics engine, in which case it's a completely different simulator, in which case the words R Factor Pro don't really mean anything.
Has taken the lead.
R Factor Pro's like saying Unreal Engine. You know, Unreal Engine's used for loads of stuff. Cinema, first-person shooters, driving games, whatever. I mean, Chihoy is an R Factor Pro. Lol. Brundlefly, you've only... Well, I play all the Sims quite a lot. I do a lot of the rank racing, and I will do like... We do like 14-hour live streams, so... Hello, B-Sim Racing. Well, we can catch up with Pascal. We're redeeming ourselves after getting absolutely wrecked.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. see it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice like even F1 or GT mods. It really is really good.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. Car right.
Well, the thing that I think would blow quite a lot of, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, AC is terrible and stuff, and they don't really get that AC actually drives very similar to high-end private Formula 1 simulators and stuff. Hello. Hang on. You wonder if that's it is a Quest 3. I've not really done much racing in VR. I only just got the cable for it. Just got cable. I don't really race in VR that much because I'm normally live streaming.
Car 3 has taken the lead. You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
We might get into positive irating. It's pretty good considering we had to restart. After all these years, hey, I missed that. You're not familiar with VR? It's easier to race in VR than it is 2D. Like you can much more easily see where the wheels are, and you can more easily see your speed for braking and stuff.
Means one more lap to go. Car 6 is now leading. The car in P9 just set the fastest lap. 19.785. Car ahead.
Oh. Yes! That's car number 1 as well.
Car on your left.
He's got
Stay on the
damage,
right.
I think.
Still there.
Why is he so loose? Is his nose? Oh, he's got no nose.
Stay on the right.
I know he does.
Clear. Right
Oh, here we go, guys.
Keep to the left. Still there. Still there. Hold your line.
Mate! How much room do you want me to give you?
Keep to the left.
Dammy bastard. He just punted me there.
There's
Christ.
the flag. It's over. Bring it back to the pits.
How much space did he want? He didn't deserve that. He just punted us. Let's have a look at that. This is the problem. Like you can't drive properly. Like I had to give so much extra room when I really shouldn't have to at all, but you know that you just go flying if they turn into you at all. Like, what is this? What he's not made any effort at all to avoid us in the slightest. Like, I've left this so open here. He's full throttled out of the corner and he's opened it into us. He's just driven. He just drove straight into us. Yeah, like one. Like I give him so much space, and he's turned out of the corner to drive into me. What a knoblet! It's not. They know that you're there. You don't need a car radar. So when car radar is handy, but the thing is, if you've done a lot of sim racing, or if you're in top split in iRacing, you know where other cars are going to be, so you can break a track down effectively into 2 lanes, and you just go, there's a car on my left, or probably on my left, and so you drive the inside lane that leaves enough room, or vice versa, and that you don't need to know where they actually are. Like if you're driving really hard and really competitively, which you can't do in iRacing because car contacts are random and just kill you. But if you were playing like AC or R Factor 2 and you're driving like touring cars or something where you're expected to knock into each other a little bit, in that scenario, you like push a bit and stuff. You just can't do that in iRacing, and you especially can't do it in Formula cars. So you have to just divide the track into like 2 or 3 lanes, and it doesn't matter. You don't need to know where you don't need to be able to see the other car. You just know there's a car on my right. I'm always going to leave enough space for them to be able to go through the corner and understeer a little bit. That's just how you have to race online in iRacing. I think that's a big. This is like the triple screen thing. People are like, oh, I need triple screen to be able to see the cars. It's like you don't need to see them. You can hear that they're close. That's good enough. Right, let's have a look at the start. Well, I blocked bloody Thomas because I thought it was you, Edward. At the start of the race, I thought it was you, so I pulled right across to block him, and it was Thomas. Look at this. I thought that was you, so I'm like, oh, I'm going to block him. Straight into him. Oh, this was so dumb at the start. It was all right though. We recovered a lot of the rating. And then there was just this stupid accident. Well, this guy, he decided to just, I mean, why? Like, why? On the first lap, why do this? Like, the chances of this causing an accident are ridiculous. The only reason he's caught up with this is I had to lift here because this guy was slow. So, I don't know, you got to go for a move or whatever. But the only reason I'm slow is because I'm avoiding the cars in front. And then he's like so lucky that this was a 0x because he did actually hit us. Now, right, the thing is, I would be fully within my right of just staying in this position, right? And just not turning left, just driving a straight line. If I drove the straight line, which I'm 100% entitled to do, he would have crashed into us. 100% would have wrecked us. If I drove exactly perfectly normally what you'd expect, what you should do, that would have wrecked us. Because for sure he would come across, even though he's not enough, you know, because he's going to run out of track. So I basically just moved over because he went on the grass anyway. I moved over, but unfortunately that's what allowed us to drop back. And then he messed up that, and then that's put us in the zone of death for these cars. And then they drove into, and then he's driven into him because he didn't react like I did on the first lap. Was it the green? Did the green car hit into the black car? Oh no, the black car just lost it, and then this car's just driven into him, and then the black car didn't get on his brakes, So he just kept rolling. I mean, also, he turned. If he just held his wheel straight, we could have got past him. Nothing I could do. No, if he kept his wheel straight, if he hadn't turned, if this guy had just kept his wheel straight and kept on his brakes, we would have got through this. They hit us because he's turned his steering wheel. As he was actually turned into us. He could have just kept his steering wheel straight. Would have been fine. Let's see what happened to Thomas. Because in that kind of... I've got a DD, you can still keep your wheel straight. It's not like your arms snap. His hands didn't just fall off. Lap 1. Did you get caught in it as well? Oh, why you... Where did you get damage? Yeah, to be fair, I mean, if I saw the Red Bull livery... Oh, here we go. Oh, what are they doing? Oh, why? Right, you know what happens here? Every time iRacing's tyres, you lock up, you get stuck in a slide. But what happens here? People get the draft, sometimes double draft. They then miss the braking zone because they're going 10, 15 kilometers per hour faster than what they're used to, and it's cold tyres. So they then lock up in iRacing tyre lockup, and you can't come off the brakes. You're done. Although, actually, no, he just drove into him. He's not even got the tyre model excuse. He can't even use the tyre model excuse. He's just shit. I'll be back in a second, guys. Bloody hell. Fresh cup of tea. And a banana. Hello. Nothing beats the clean driving in iRacing. Right, has there been any other... Here we go. I like how Thomas gets caught up in that. He's minding his own business on the right here. He's like, oh, I'll just stay. So what Thomas has done here is he's gone, look, he's done this perfectly. He's like, right, I'm going to move my car to the left to get these guys to move over, to give myself as much space as possible. So he's moved it over, and then he's like, okay, this guy's far enough back. So he's like, yeah, he might do a dive bomb. He's probably thinking, oh, he might do a dive bomb. So I've opened it up. This guy's too far back. This guy can't make a move. They would be stupid to try and do a move. So he's gone, okay, now I'm going to open the corner up for myself because we've already, it's already in the braking zone. and then he's like, no, how dare you try and use basic racecraft? Have an aero, have a nose cone in your nostril. Look at that. Nothing describes iRacing better than a nose cone to the face. Look at that, right in his face. Bonk. He's just driving, he just gets a nose cone in the face. Ah, there you go. You thought you were going to have a good race. You're having a nose cone. Ah, dear. Why was this guy even here? Like, what? Why does he even bother turning? Right. When you're in this situation here, why is he turning in the brake? Like, if he just drove in a straight line and stayed on the brake. Yeah, I can say I'm just using an old one. I'll send it to you next race. So stupid, isn't it? I mean, what can you do though? Oh, he just went off the road. Whoa! Oh, that was that one. What are they? Eh? What's going on here? Right. Why has he got his nose cone up his bottom? Why? What? He's just driven into him and then he's staying on the throttle? Why? Right, how is this not a weak ban? Like, he's pushing him, he's just wrecked him. He's completely wrecking him here. And then this guy's come across. What? And this the yellow car's had his race ruined. Oh my, it's so dumb, and he took himself out. This is just, it's just like, what? What do they want to get out of it? You're never going to get an overtake. I mean, the actual crash is caused by the red car. But why is this guy pushing him? Yeah, I mean, the red car caused the accident at the end. But like, this guy just has to lift here. There's no advantage to pushing the car in front of you. I mean, in the yellow car, what does the yellow car think is going to happen here? Like, what's he going to get out of this? What is he going to get out of this situation? There's no point tailgating in this car. So close, because you lose the draft to be able to get the run for an overtake. So and then you're more likely to just crash. So there's no... it's not like tailgating gives you an advantage or anything. You want to be like 0.3 seconds behind them. Surely this yellow car can see that they're driving into each other. I mean, if I was this guy, I think I'd go further to the right. Oh, what? Why are they all driving into each other? Why? I mean, the yellow car really didn't do anything wrong there, but... Great job. Next one. What? I mean, this is partly... So, right. This is what I mean about iRacing. This guy turns just too much here, right? Maybe he's braking as well. But what happens is... It might be curbing as well. Turning too much and curbing, right? But now, he's dead. In our Factor 2 ACL race room, you would just counter steer this, but this has then caused this crash. This is what I mean about iRacing creating worse incidents. Which, I mean, it's entertaining, it's funny, because it gives me free places. Like, once you've memorised what you can and can't do, you don't do this sort of thing. but until then, you end up with so many crashes. GG. Oh. Sure what happened there. Just... What? Is his car damn it? Oh, he's got no rear wheel. He gets on the brakes. 360 no scope. Whee! Why not? Oh, here we go. Right, what's going to happen, guys? Right, car on the inside. Understeering into the car on the outside. Yeah, I know, Edward, yeah. I've used it before. You have to scale it and stuff, though, and... There's some command lines you can put into Oculus Mirror to make it even better. Right, guys, what do you reckon? The Marlboro Formula car understeering into this car? That's what I think. They both go straight together. No, he's going to understeer into him. 100% he's going to understeer into him. Here we go. Oh, is he just going to turn into him? No. He's not going to just... Oh. Guess we'll never know. We'll never know. He got delete. He got Thanos snapped. I wasn't expecting that. That was a bigger incident than I thought. Oh, maybe it's a DQ from a contact, yeah. The whole of existence disappeared around him. Nobody expects that. We shall never know. Maybe he pulled out a surfboard. Maybe he threw a hamburger. Well, I'm doing the next one, guys. Choose prediction. Well, it wasn't a top 7, was it? Let's do another one. Start a prediction. Top 7. 5 minutes. Get in there. Thanks for following, guys. Thanks everyone that supported us as well. Really appreciate it. We don't get much ad revenue in January because all the companies spent all their ad budget on before Christmas. I really appreciate all the memberships, donations or whatever, or just watching, or using our affiliate links, or clicking the like button on YouTube and just chilling out, being in chat. Appreciate it. It's not. We're gaining iRating. I mean, I would appreciate if people don't drive into us in the races. That would be nice. That's the only thing I ask. If you could not drive into me in the race, I'd like that a lot. I'd really like that. It's time for a non-alcoholic beer. Oh, we could do it by iRating gain. Right, hang on. I'm going to redo the poll. We'll do it by iRating plus 20 IR. Or greater than 20 IR. 20 and more.
The pace car is out of control.
Let's say 25. 25 or more IR gain. Yes. 9! Nicht. Nicht. Right, here we go. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Polls up. Why would I chug the beer? I'm drinking it for fun. That'd be pointless. When is Assetto 2 coming? Well, you're not. Just play Assetto Corsa on LFM. Have you not learnt your lesson? When games come out, they are crap for like 2 or 3 years, apart from the original Assetto Corsa. But like judging by ACC, Range Sport, R Factor 2, Race Room. I mean, our racing's been a bit bad for like 15 years. But like the point is, AC2 at launch, a GT Revival, all these games, there's no chance that games coming out in 2024 at launch will be like a polished, fully fledged title. No chance. Absolutely no chance. It's going to be like... Why would it be good? Like, even if you... So, right. Look at every game that's... Name a game that's come out in the last 3 or 4 years that's not been, like, significantly broken. Everything. I don't know what BG3 is. I mean, the Zelda game was alright. But I mean, on PC or your general games. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, there you go. So there's like 3 games. The new Zelda was Wind Waker or whatever. Whatever that Zelda game was. There has been a couple of games, but like, generally speaking, it's not the norm. Half-Life Alyx was great, but that came out in like 2021 or something, and also it was still lacking, really. Like, still fantastic. Thanks for following. Half-Life Alyx was amazing, but it still felt a bit lacking, I think. Thanks for following Fallen Archangel. Appreciate that. And the other guy who I missed, Fallen Archangel and Red Raven 1, thank you. I think with simulators especially, so I think Flight Sim 24 will be quite good because it'll just be 2020, Flight Sim 2020 but polished. So I think Flight Sim 2024 will be quite good. But that's what it takes. You have to have the release of the game and then 4 years of additional development, and then it's an okay game. That's pretty much what it's been for all these titles. So basically what they're doing is they're releasing titles 3 to 4 years sooner than they should really be released, because they know people will buy it, pay for it, and then buy DLC. I don't think the devs have got lazy. The devs are still overworked. It's the publishers. It's not about laziness. It's publishers pushing games out sooner because it mitigates financial risk. So rather than having a 5 to 7 year development period of paying for, you have to pay X amount of money for all your staff with no return and no knowledge of if the product's going to be decent or not at launch. You turn that into 3 years, and then you have a cash flow, and you also have some market response to know, oh, is there interest in it? And if there isn't, well, you probably got your return on investment because the investment was smaller. And if it is, you got the profit, and then you just keep doing DLC and make even more money. Yeah, but BeamNG is more like an engine sandbox. It's not really a video game, is it? It is a mirror carp, yeah. It's a real one. Yeah, Flight Sim 24 is going to do... Flight Sim 24 will have support for all the old mods for Flight Sim 2020, but it should have a lot more missions and maybe some like career mode in it, but I don't know. I wouldn't keep your hopes up because they'll probably mess it up. Well, so for AC2, what I'd say is they either it needs backwards compatibility with AC1 mods, which if they don't do that, then I'm not it would be pretty stupid to release AC2 without backwards compatibility. Because if they do AC2 with ranked racing online, and it also has backwards compatibility, so you can port all the mods from AC to AC2, even if AC2 is worse than AC, people will be like, oh, well, it's the thing that's now being supported. All the YouTubers will cover it because it's got marketing behind it, so you get more views and more. People will be like, oh, what's the latest AC update? The AC2 update. So it would make it more popular. So that would be
Green flag, green flag.
It would be a sensible thing for them to do. I don't think it's too hard. Like, it depends on like aspects of the engine, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, it might not be instantly backwards compatible, but if you make it as easy as possible, so stuff can be converted very easily, that'd be the main thing. Well, for example, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is backwards compatible with Microsoft Flight Sim, the previous one, and so they have the different physics models in the same game. So you can use the old Microsoft Flight Sim physics on some planes, or you can use the new physics. So it's not like it's not like it's not been done before. Yeah, Unreal Engine is just a mess. It's too bloated. I understand why developers use Unreal Engine, especially if you're in a rush to get a product to market. And it does look really good, and the console support is generally easier to implement, and staff training's often a lot easier because it's an industry standard, but I think the reality with Unreal Engine is you actually have to be an absolute expert in Unreal Engine to really get it to work properly. And then if you get to the point of what you have to do to make Unreal Engine work well with a racing simulator, you've effectively ended up with your own custom engine anyway, but with all the bloat. So you end up with the worst of both worlds. Unreal Engine only really makes sense, or makes the most sense, the less developers customize it. Yeah, I think Unreal Engine works really well with smaller environments. Well, I messed that up. At least we're consistent. So when you have like room-based shooters, combat games, third-person platformers, that's what Unreal works well with. Well, you can use a build of Unreal that has VR support that's fine, and you just make sure you don't put too much shit in the game. Like, no, any engine can be good. Like, there's no like default game engine that's the best. It entirely depends how you use it. Like, people made really good games in Flash, even though Flash is pretty shitty in many ways. There's a lot of fundamental issues with Flash. People make good games in Java. You know, it's just about how you use the engine is more important than the engine, the specific game engine. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready for some carnage. Built for the ground up. I have seen UEVR. Yeah. What? Have I been relegated? Ah, no. Why? This was all because that guy wrecking us. What a penis. Well, if you want to do games development on your own, just pick a engine, Unreal or Unity, and then just follow tutorials and stuff, and just keep whatever game you decide to make or do, just keep it really, really simple, and also make sure that you're doing a fully fledged game. So, like, you know, like actual like menu, points, level structure, but keep it really simple. So what a lot of people get stuck on is they try and make a too complicated game, or they just keep adding mechanics in with no overall structure, and so you just end up with a total mess. You have to think, even a really basic 2D platformer, if you wanted to make a good, and I don't mean like AAA good 2D, but like you want to make a decent, simple 2D platformer, sort of flash game 2D platformer that's decent, you're talking about minimum 3 to 6 months of development time. If you know, a genuinely good 2D platformer. But you could make a pretty good, like a solid, you know, your sort of bog standard flash game, like one button platformers, really basic tower defense games. Once you know what you're doing, you can do that kind of thing in like a week or two. But as a very first game, even that would probably take you a month or 2 months to get your head around everything. Yeah, it's the same with it's any game engine, BRT. You have to know how to use the engine. You have to not go crazy with stuff. Just keep it simple. Like everything in a game takes 10 times longer than you would intuitively expect it to make. Even the most simpler games. Like, so when I've done like pretty polished one button flash games, when I used to do that, it would take like a month to make a game that you would think, on the face of it, you think, oh, that's a game you could develop in 2 days. And to be fair, the basic prototype of the game was done in a day or two. But it would then take 2-3 weeks to polish all the graphics up, get the sound really nice, adjust everything so it's smooth, have all the menus, have scoring, have achievements. You know, that whole like the polish aspect that is really important for a game to make it feel nice to play, as opposed to it feeling like a janky free game that comes with one of those consoles with 1,000 games on it.
The estimated SOF is 2,144.
Yeah, definitely.
For the podium.
2D so much like as soon as you go into doing 3D stuff, the workload. Well, I mean, it's a lot better now because there's so many pre-done assets and things. But keep doing things in 2D is no. I think we've gained like 100 and something irating, maybe a bit more. But keeping things 2D just really helps minimise workload. And those are games that you could make in 2D, like game ideas that just haven't been done yet. Thanks for following.
Green flag, green flag.
I'm using the Moza R12 at the moment.
Left side.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Clear on the left.
It just turns into me totally. Hot lapping. Bloody hell.
There's an incident behind.
Jesus Christ. I almost got bored donned there.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh, it's a shame we've lost the draft of the cars. Oh, please don't hot lap into me. Oh, no, here we go.
Still there. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Clear on the right.
Oh! Whoa! We need to watch a replay of that. Those cars flying in the mirror everywhere. Oh, we need to see a replay of that, guys. There was a black car went right off. That's so stupid.
Sorry, I'm Neil. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, we're in split 2 though, so we're only gaining 50 irating. Oh, that's not too bad. Nice and easy. Is that a Red Bull livery? No.
Stay on the left. Clear.
You're not a fan of Road Atlanta? What? This is like the best track in iRacing. Road Atlanta and Road America. How can you not be a fan of this? What's wrong with you?
What are you doing, man?
There's an incident ahead.
Yes! Yes! Tyres everywhere, cones everywhere. Podium on the cards. Oh, F4 car's probably the best car in iRacing. Well, it's just like everything in iRacing. You just do loads of hot laps and memorise what you can and can't do. Just have a cup of tea and enjoy it. That's all you need. Or alcohol-free beer. Free damn beer. Totally not ripping off Punk AF. No one drives the Lotus 79. A bit go-kart? What do you mean by that? iRacing's really grippy until you start to slide and then the grip doesn't come back. So it's not really... Go-karts are like super grippy and the grip returns.
The car in P8 just set the fastest lap. 20.7.
iRacing's like a bobsled. That's if you conceptually think that you're driving a bobsled, so you do everything preemptively. You try not to correct slides. You just let the car go in a single slide and then hold the wheel and then unwind it slowly. Imagine you're driving a bobsled, and if you imagine you're the Jamaican bobsled team, then conceptually iRacing makes perfect sense, and then it's a lot easier to drive. Like go into a corner with a single slide, as if it's ice, but you're on ice skates. But I think Beck's tastes like arse. All of Beck's drinks taste like arse. It's like Budweiser. Which is weird, because there's loads of like low alcohol German beers and Spanish beers that taste fantastic. Budweiser just tastes like fizzy water. You keep sliding.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
I don't turn the tyre skid sound up, and then you use the tyre skid sound to know what the car's doing. So, because there's not much force feedback in iRacing for where the limit of grip is, and especially for braking. So you turn the tyre skid sound up, and then you can hear from the tyre skid if you're out on the limit or not. Yeah, the Guinness 0%'s nice. Yeah, I like that one. Brewdog, the Brewdog ones are nice, and Lucky Saint is nice. Hello, chill robots. Yeah, Lucky Saint's like a ladybug logo. They sell it in Sainsbury's. That's a really nice non-alcoholic beer. Well, it's 0.05 or something. What settings do you want to see? I don't really have any settings. Oh, it's sound settings. Yeah, Lucky Saint you could actually taste like beer as well. Oh, they're gonna crash. Merry Christmas. Oh, here comes a crash up front. Will we avoid it? A big thing to do in iRacing as well is to make sure you brake then turn. Like drive really preemptively. So I say, imagine you're driving a bobsled. Well, as long as your wheel's 1-to-1, like you've done the in-game configuration, then it doesn't really matter. Then it'll be 1-to-1, whatever the wheel range is. I mean, sometimes I like to run the wheel more sensitive than the actual wheel range, because it means I don't have to move my arms as much, but... Oh.
The leader is running 22.17.
Well, normally the easiest thing to do is like 900 in every game because it's a pretty bog. 900 degrees rotation was kind of like a bog standard rotation that a lot of wheels maxed out at back in the day. Back in the olden days, so just 900 is really good, and you don't normally ever need more than 900 degrees of rotation. But wheel rotation in iRacing, as long as it's 1-to-1, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't really matter because you're not going to turn the wheel more than the car needs. So. A big thing in iRacing is to let the car just slide without correcting it as well. Because if you try and drive iRacing like R-Factor 2 or AC, you will just crash. It doesn't let you. It punishes you for trying to actively balance the vehicle. So you just have to drive iRacing in a really passive way. Oh my goodness! Right in my face, for sure. There it is. I mean that's Joker lap done. You'll have a slowdown. Oh, what are you doing? What is he doing? He's got a slow down. Oh my goodness. What? Oh my god, what is going on? What are they doing? iRacing. Oh, this guy. Surely he's got a slow down. He was cut the old bloody track. Oh.
Left side.
Bloody hell, he's going to understeer it. What are you doing?
Clear on the left. Right side.
Oh, you idiot! The fuck is he doing?
Keep to the left.
Has he damaged my car? What are they doing? We good?
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 3 seconds. Okay, you're in second.
Oh my god! I think we're alright. I don't know. No, I think we're okay. I think he lagged into us. But why was he even attacking there? I don't know.
There's an incident behind.
We'd passed him. This game! The driver's in it! Yeah, that's the advice for iRacing. Remember that most people playing it are drunk. Oh dear.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
We have the pace to get P1, as long as we don't have too much damage. It's just the delta bar because our best lap time was in draft. So, probably slow because of that. I mean, we might have a little bit of damage. 2.3 second gap, 5 laps to go. We could still win. Car behind's now dropped off. Oh, P1's slow.
The next car's the leader.
What's he doing? This guy's slow. Hopefully he doesn't drive into us. Prepare. Well, prepare for the car in the face, more like. Yeah, Red Bull livery. Basically death. Death on wheels. Hello, Flinny. Yeah, well, you're only allowed a Red Bull livery on your car if you are someone that's 90% likely to crash in the course of a race. Basically, it's actually iRacing automatically replaces your livery with a Red Bull livery if you crash more than 3 people a day. It's quite a good feature. The Red Bull guy's slow on the final sector and up the hill. I'm a little bit worried about the car behind driving into me though.
New start flat for you. The car is C3, just set the faster flat. 20.414.
We need to do an overtake because there's only a few laps left. And I think if we pass this guy, there's a really good chance the car behind us will crash into him. So rather than... Generally, I'd just wait to the final lap and then pass on the straight here, but I think it makes more sense to try and be in front of him. I'll try and draw him to the right and pass on the left.
Car right.
Mate.
Still there, hold your line. Still there. Still there, hold your line.
He squeezed me right into... I mean, it's alright, it's defensive driving by him. Fair play to him. Fair enough.
The leader just did a 22.
We've got a battle here! Oh, I really don't want to get caught in them crashing. Death time, pretty much. Problem is they'll take each other out and then wreck me, and there's another car coming in as well. Just reactive blocking. Matey. If you're going to defend the inside there, just keep your car on the inside. You can't like... Well, it's supposedly against the rules, but people do it. Reactive blocking all the time. Oh my goodness. The problem is the 4th place is catching as well. We're quite happy to let these 2 guys just crash. Mate.
The next car's the leader. Still there, hold your line.
Just drive into me.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh no. We're in the sandwich.
Car on your left. Clear. You're back in second. Right side.
No!
Clear
Do
on the
not.
right.
These guys are so slow and you know they're just going to pit you. You know they're just going to drive into you. Actually, this is a good position, but this guy will probably crash us on the final corner. .3 seconds. It's good. It's good for a clean pass. I really don't trust this guy not to drive into us though.
Right side. Stay on the left. There's an incident behind. Clear.
That was a bit tight. Thank you. There we go. 2 wheels on the concrete, 2 on the grass. Easy win. Safely done. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I always get a DQ. What is wrong with people in this game? What is wrong with them? I mean, no, we don't need to report him. You know what we do? This is what we do. We save it and we call it. This is really handy. It's the Denny. Hang on, the Denny DE, and then I spec blackmail tape. Then if he ever does anything to us in another if he does anything in another race, then we report him. I've got I've got files on him, and now I can blackmail him, so he better not drive into us again. It's even better. It's genius. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. It's not racist. Blackmail him. What happened? Oh, he just drove into me at the end. I won, obviously, Thomas, because, you know, I'm pro. This guy was angry because of my amazing overtake. I don't know if he's a black male. Black male. I can't spell. Dyslexic. Right, look. He left it open. Right. He did this on the previous lap. Look at the previous one. Look at this. This is what people do. You need to decide which line you're defending. Well, first of all, what on earth was this? He messes up, and this guy drives into us. 0x netcode. Right. He's gone inside, outside. He's gone left. He's now gone right. Okay, we're behind him for position. He's made his choice, and now he's going left again. Okay, and now he's straightened up, and now he's like, oh no, I'm going to go left again. Now it's like, no, mate, right? You have to decide. Drive diagonally across in a vague way, and then if you want to be on the inside at the end, use the curve of the track. So you drive slowly diagonally across to be as vague as possible, and then you make sure that you use the curve of the track to allow your car to wander to the left, so the car behind doesn't know if you're going right or left, and you've not done any moves. But you can't bloody well go turning, and then if you're going to do this, if you're going to go left here like this, you have to go left enough that I either can't switch across, or you make it look like there's enough space there, but there isn't. You can't just go left and then see that the car behind has got shitloads of space and then go, oh no, I'm just going to turn into them. That was that lap, so I knew he would do it again, but I was having none of it. So he stayed on the right, he's gone left, he's cancelled it, and then he's gone left again. But I'm here, so take that. If he'd actually just gone here, this is fine up to this point. He could have just gone on the inside, and I probably wouldn't have been able to pass him. So I don't know why he pulled. Why did he not just go full over to the left? It's just stupid. Also, right, even more stupid. At this point here, he should have just gone over to the right. He's seen this here. He's seen that I've got momentum. He's still in front of me. If you're going to block, go all the way over to the left now. And then I can't do anything. Don't like slowly wander over to the left whilst there's space there. Fully block it off. There's still room for me to like bother putting my car next to him here. You know, he needed to block it. If he's trying to block properly. It's crap. Yeah, I would always defend the inside because iRacing is really unforgiving when you slide. And you're much more likely to slide if you're on the outside. Yeah, well, he doesn't realise that I did... we learned iRacing slippy grass. So, you know, I've been to the school of iRacing slippy grass. Now the grass is easy mode. You know? Oh, yeah, crash in the first lap. What? Let's have a look. We'll do the next one as well. We got 77 iRating game there. That's what it's all about. Where did you finish, Thomas? You better have won. We should be top split now in both of these now. Ah. Oh, yeah, the crazy crash behind us. Where was it? It was this black car, I think. There's a load of cars went flying off the track. Oh, well, hang on. Was it this guy? Woo! What? What happened here? Hang on. What's going on here? So he just gets rear-ended and then I think it's just lag. Bonk. Crunch. Off he goes. Oh, yeah, we had a guy driving to us as well. What lap was that on? We were lucky we didn't get damage from that. It's like a netcode ramage. Lap 8. Okay. Oh, there it was. What was this guy doing? What is this? What? Bloody hot lapping mentality. He's like, oh, I've driven this corner in I've done this in hot lap. I've hot lapped this corner. Oh, look, I'll enter from the right. And, well, there's no car on the inside. What is this? This is so iRacing. Pure hot lap mentality. Where does he want me to go? What does he want me to do? I'm like off the track practically. I could not take this any tighter. I'm almost doing a track cut. Did the black male get a DQ? Oh, maybe he did. Hang on. The guy that rammed us after. If he got a DQ, that's hilarious. Can you say what? If he did, that'd be amazing. Was it Danny Esep? No, I think he's second. Oh, well, that was good. It was all right racing. We got through it. We gained a huge chonkus of rating. That's what it's all about. We're recovering a rating quickly here. Let's see the results. All right, sign up for the next one. It's been a productive day of iRating, that's for sure. What are we on now? 4,400. We're almost there, guys. We're almost on 2,500. What a day. And that's with some mental races. Nah, I've got like 4,000. The most iRating I got in a day was, I think, 4,000. I mean like 3,000 iRating. We just did. We were doing Formula Ford at Alton Park, and we kept winning every single race, or like top 3 every race. Pretty good. Yeah, well, this is now easy mode. I remember when 2,500 iRating would have been hard for me, but now it's like it's just hot lap pace. Just yeah, it's weird. I think that's the thing with iRacing. Once you know the drive like a bobsled, stay away from everyone, and then just make sure you have the raw hot lap pace. It's probably the easiest sim in that regard until you get to the, like, you know, where people are really like legit fast, like proper esports guys. Then it's insane because they're all at the same crazy pace. So to actually be on top is another thing. But to get to 5k iRating, I think it's just that pace thing. I think 7k iRating is that's where you actually get legit talent, because my pace on this track is about 1 second off the actual track pace, and I know I'm not trail braking properly. I know I'm not on it. I'm not really trying my hardest. So, which is a bit worrying that you can finish that was in second split, but you can finish in the top 5 or 6 in the top split without even whilst being a second and a half off the pace, which is a bit weird. Well, yeah, to maintain 7k, because I think you're gonna have to be racing in series as well. I don't know. Maybe if you're good at GT3, maybe 7k is not too bad. But then it'll be hot lapping, won't it? If you do GT3, you'll have to be at hot lap pace. GT3 is probably more competitive, and the cars are generally easier to drive, which makes it harder to stand out. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome along. Appreciate the follows. Appreciate everyone watching. Ooh. MX5s is difficult because the problem once you get to about 4.5k iRating, if you're actually racing people, like you're not in the top 4 pace, if you're not within 7/10 of track pace, once you get to about 4.5 or 5k iRating, the problem is the average person in races will probably be around 3k iRating. And so if you have a crash, you end up losing 100 iRating, but you can only gain like 20 iRating. So to farm, you really need something with high splits, high strength of field, and then just to be fast pace. But racecraft doesn't matter. Yeah, or yeah. To be fair, you're right. Yeah, if you're absolutely shit hot on a car track combo, even if it's rookies, you know you can win, and you know you can win, then it doesn't matter because you know you're going to qualify in the top 2, and so you know you're just going to drive away from everyone, so that works as well. For the Formula Ford, the F4 Formula Ford, it's probably the best cars in this. Am I being racist? I hope not. Hang on, are you the guy that I've put on the list with the? Are you the one that I've got the blackmail tape? Is that you that drove into me at the end of the race? Michael Price. You're on the list. I've got evidence of you driving into me after the race. And you're gonna... That's it. If you do anything naughty, the evidence has been submitted to iRacing and you'll get a ban for wrecking after the race. So I'm holding it over your head. Like a sword of Damocles. Yeah, well, maybe I spelled blackmail wrong, but that's dyslexia. Accidental dyslexia strikes again. Watch out for these pesky dyslexics. Can you race Formula D? Yeah, it's Class D for Formula. Oh, it's at Mount Panorama. That's good. That's always clean racing. What's the next track? They're running this at some crappy circuits. Let's see. Oh, this is a good track. Canadian Tire. Really good track. That'd be weird with Formula D, actually. I mean, not Formula D, Formula Ford. Where is this? Is it in Canada? It's an awesome circuit. It has the same sort of flow as like Road Atlanta. The downhill left, right, like chicane and right-hander up the hill is very hard to get right. I am pretty tired because I've been up since 3 in the morning and I didn't sleep too well, but that's why we're doing iRacing, you know. Got to stay awake now until like at least 5 or 6 and then hopefully actually sleep would be nice. I've not got high hopes though. Is it? Wow, that's a surprise because you wouldn't think a track with Canada in the name would be in Canada. He defended and you went on the grass. Well, he blocked. He wasn't defending. He did multiple moves. So, well, I do everything erotically. Valve Index 2 is super late for release. Well, you know, I can't say anything about that. I think whatever... If Valve are working on a VR headset, and whatever they're doing, I'm sure it'll be really good. So, yeah, they'll only release it when they feel like they've got, you know, Valve only release stuff that they're totally happy with that's really polished. And Valve with hardware, they tend to want to do hardware that lasts for like 2 or 3 years. They don't like doing yearly hardware iterations. So it's like with the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck OLED, although it is actually different internals and the screen's a lot better and stuff, and it actually is quite not great, but really it's basically the same as the other Steam Deck. And I think the OLED they'll keep for another year or two. So Michael, what he did was he went to the right, fine. So, and then he went to the middle, fine. And then he stopped, and then so I went to the left, and then he reactively blocked, which is against the rules. But he also reactively blocked and didn't actually go all the way to the left whilst reactively blocking. He still left enough track there for me to get my car alongside him, and then pushed me to the grass after I'd got my nose there. So no, you need to see, like, the rules are in racing is you're allowed to do like 1 move per corner, and you're not allowed to reactively block. Yeah, well, once someone cheats, I'm allowed to put 2 wheels on the grass. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. I actually got my car alongside him before as well. I had to go on the grass to avoid him turning into me, so it's totally fine. Yeah, he was weaving like a granny on a boat during a storm. Illegal blocking. I had 2 curries in illegally blocked BRT's toilet. We need some decent techno here. We've got the next race starting in a bit. Oh, we got the 25 I rated, so well done to those of you that guessed correctly. Do a new prediction here. We'll make it more because we did too good. Let's do 40 I rating. You guys guessed too easily. New prediction. Yeah, all the best drivers drive on the grass. Robert Kubica, Tony Kanaan, Michael Schumacher. We need like, shall I put some let's put some funk on.
Welcome back, here we go. It's time to get onto the floor. Everybody dance, legs in the air. Hello there. Bob Windy on the dance floor, Bob Windy.
Oh, there we go. You can't beat a bit of funk. If you're watching on YouTube, click the like button. We're on 152 likes. We've had £5.29 donated. What else? Got more statistics coming through. 152 likes. 140 viewers. On the Twitch side, we have 290 viewers. We've had... we're on 130 subscribers. What else? What else is happening on the Twitch side? We've had 2 remixes played. We've had channel points won, channel points lost. Oh, it's been amazing. Should we have a Matt Malone Eagle? There it is. Get legs in the air. No, Michael, I don't have second accounts. I'm too cool. I'm too cool for second accounts. I do everything on a primary account. I give iRating out and then I get it back. I'm just reckless. I'm reckless with rating. I don't care. I don't let rating control me. Question from a black man. Have you ever messed with RC cars? No, too expensive. I had a shitty battery powered one, but it was shit. Grant, do you ever get pain or soreness from sim racing? Yeah, I've got golfer's elbow. I thought it was tennis elbow, but it's golfer's elbow because it's on the other side. But I've turned my strength of my wheel down, and I do this stretch where you hold your arm out and you push this in and you hold it for 30 seconds. That's a really good stretch. It's only on my left hand though, so I just make sure that I sim race with the force feedback down quite low and use my right hand more. Well, yeah, but my sim rig, yeah, I'm on a budget sim rig. The trick with sim racing is make YouTube videos and then companies send you stuff to use on live streams. You can do 8K. Well, like 7K would be, I think it'd be really hard. Like the problem is to get, well, I mean, even to get to 6K, I'm gonna have to like actually hot lap in the GT3 and actually get fast in GT3, which is gonna be painful. But I can take the pain. I am the pain. This just hurts my fingers doing this. Oh, 2 minutes till the race starts, guys.
Okay, let's go.
Our rating's been going up in LFM. We tend to finish fairly consistently in the top 6 in LFM with AC. Why a German what? Well, why not? That hurts. That's like a full tendon. That's pure tendon pain. And then my back's pretty good. I have my seat set up at a certain angle for my back. And my back's actually been pretty good recently. I've got some memory foam. And I have like lumbar support. And I'm quite reclined. This is what people go, oh, you're a bus driver. It's like, no, I'm just my back. No, I don't get thumb pain. I get shoulder pain, probably after today. If I do long racing sessions, my shoulders hurt from wiggling too much. They need to add AMS2 to LFM. Well, I don't think AMS2 is good enough to be doing proper, like, ranked racing, to be honest. I mean, it's not too bad with GT3 cars, but, like, why not just play AC that has an R Factor 2 that has better physics? Like, if you're going to do competitive racing, you know, maybe if they keep updating AMS2. I think the value of AMS2 is single player and AI. Thanks for following. Welcome. Well, the problem with the multiplayer, the dedicated server's got some issues, and then there's some like server syncing issues, and there's also some weird ghost contact stuff and desync issues you get. Like when we host sessions in LFM, not LFM, in AMS2, different cars will start the race at different times, which is a little bit of a problem. It's like the start of an 80s Formula race. Yeah, because AMS2 LFM user base is full of noobs from ACC. Yeah, we've already talked about that BRT. Niels Niox is a esports driver and is good at explaining things, so the fanboys can't have a go at him. Even though he just says exactly the same stuff I've said, but in better details, and he's like obviously an actually decent driver as opposed to a moron. But it's just funny. But, you know, he must be talking shit if they're going to have to, if they're going to attack me for saying exactly the same stuff, surely they'll have to attack him as well. But I guess they can't because he's an esports driver. So, and AMS2 fans, everything's an argument from authority. It's like, oh, the developer put this in the release notes. Well, that's the truth. Oh, Yeah, AMS2 fanboys are definitely... Well, Champion Joe was in chat and he's like, yep. Anyone that does YouTube content knows how mental AMS2 fanboys are on both sides. Like, if you do a positive video about AMS2, they'll be like, oh, we love you, you're amazing, oh, yeah. And if you say anything negative, they're like, oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. It's your camera settings, your force feedback. You need this custom file. Oh. Look on YouTube. Look at other sims that have the same number of players as AMS2. The videos do not get as many views. There's some like weird like zombie horde that accompanies AMS2. I think AMS2 players are more concerned about the perception of the game than actually playing it. Is bizarre. I don't know. It's very weird. Yeah, it does. It does its Bentley. But to be fair, I would rather people not respect what I'm saying and rather be like... I like people to actually... I don't like people taking things from authority. You know, because it highlights people being stupid. You know. Shady Sim, I bought a cheap 1 out of 10 RC car from Banggood. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can get some well good RC cars from China. I've watched quite a few YouTube videos. There's that guy that was building, trying to build super fast RC car, and then he was building different aerodynamic bodyworks for it, which is actually a really cool project. I can't remember. He was just trying to break speed limits with RC car, and then just doing custom aero stuff, which is quite interesting. Oh, Thomas, is Thomas in this race? I'll give him a setup. Send the... Is he in this one? Oh, no. Why am I still in split 2? Oh, come on. Why am I in split 2? Christ almighty. This is costing me irating. Pathetic. Don't worry, we're coming. Unbelievable. Normally around about 2,500, you end up in the top split.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel left.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, the RC stuff was just way too expensive. In the 90s and 2000s, you're talking like £800, £1,000.
Green, green, green.
Lewis Hamilton's the same age as me, and he was like...
Okay, here comes your first time black.
I keep saying about it, though. He does these things where Lewis Hamilton's like, I'm from a poor family! And he was doing bloody RC car driving as like a 10-year-old. Mate, poor family my arse. Nobody from a poor family in the 90s was doing... Well, nailed that. Was doing nitro RC car racing. They were doing football or like something that was free. Oh, it's from such a poor family. Oh yeah, is that why you did go-karting? An activity renowned for being affordable. Bloody even middle-class families couldn't afford to do go-karting. I'm from such a poor family. Yeah, we had to turn the central heating off and we ate bananas and Rice Krispies all day long. Bananas and carrots. Can you live off bananas and carrots? Probably could. Carrots are almost free. Bananas are almost free. What else? Potato. Potatoes, bananas and carrots. Poverty diet. Yeah, well, everyone's poor compared to other drivers, though. Yeah, I know he's talking relatively. But, like, everybody is poor compared to, by the time in the 90s, of Formula 1 drivers. But it's framed as if he was, like, poor. Not just, like... His dad, I think his dad owned, like, 3 businesses. Wasn't rich. His dad was working. I'm not saying their life was easy, but he wasn't poor. Loads of people do this, and loads of people that end up being successful reframe their youth as, we had such a hard time growing up. we were so put, and it's like, hang on a minute, bollocks were you? And weirdly, people that genuinely were quite poor growing up, like people that end up being like footballers and stuff, the ones that actually were quite poor tend to not go on about being poor. It's the ones that were like middle class and upper class that go on about it, to reframe it, to make it seem more like they've been on some like self-intentioned, you know, it's a way for someone to feel like, it might be subconscious, but a way for a person to feel like it wasn't accidental, or that there wasn't a huge amount of coincidence to the success. It's a way for someone to go, oh, I came from this such low thing and I've done so well, which sometimes some people have. I'm not discrediting everyone. You had to skip iPhone years as a kid. I was rich by the time I was in college, because I worked at McDonald's, so I had a Sony P90, which cost, to be fair, it was only £35 a month for an awesome phone. But yeah, I paid for that with my McDonald's wage. Yeah, I mean, we were saying this yesterday. It was like David Beckham's wife, where she was like, oh, you know, we were working class. David Beckham's like, what? So stupid. Yeah, I think what happened, like, people I knew growing up that were genuinely not well off, they don't want to bring it up. Like, if you are really not well off when you're younger, and then you're successful as you're rich, you would feel guilt. You wouldn't be like, oh, here's a narrative of my success. You feel guilty. Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, oh, you know. You never had mobiles when I was a kid. Had to reverse charges. No, I didn't have a mobile for ages until I got that job. A lot of people had Nokias, didn't they? And it was Blackberries, Nokia, Blackberry, the Sony with the dial on the side, which was awesome. Oh no, I bought a Samsung T100. It was like the first ever pocket phone with a colour screen, the clamshell one. That was actually amazing. Unfortunately, I bought it with insurance, because the first day I got it, that was when I worked at McDonald's as well. First day that I got it, I was skating, rollerblading to work, and I fell over and smashed the screen. First day that I got that phone. Jesus Christ. But I had insurance on it, so got a replacement. Why did I fall over? I don't know why I fell over. I used to skate like a maniac. I quite like how...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you, TCC. Give you a rocket. Really appreciate the support there. Thank you. As I say, people credit members is also those first 2 months because I had used shit at the start of the year, so I really appreciate it. You'll only get worse value though and despair, so yeah, like 2000s consumer electronic devices I think were pretty awesome. Like the phones, they started doing those smaller phones. Game Boy Pocket, I never had one, but they looked awesome. Yeah, Palm 3E, that was awesome. Well, it's a rocket. Of course it's going to be loud. You can't have a quiet rocket, can you? It's going all the way to the moon.
The estimated strength of
Was that 8310 the tiny one?
178. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Have you seen the new phones you can get, which are like an earpiece? They're like a actual earpiece, but in the shape of a phone. You just stick it in your ear. That's how small mobile phones have got. Surely when that's connected to the network, it's cooking your brain. I mean, the Nokia was just, it wasn't really a phone, was it? It was a snake gaming device. It was quite a lot from like 99 to 2005. There was quite a lot of like pocket computer devices, like foldable ones, where they use like Windows CE or weird operating systems. But they were actually pretty versatile. Like you could do word processing on them and organising and spreadsheets.
Green, green, green.
It was surprisingly good.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Right side.
Fucking hell.
Clear on the right. Car right.
I will stay on my brake and let him go past.
Keep to the left.
God damn these people.
Clear on the right.
They're just suicidal at the start.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
They do not understand the concept of take it easy on the first lap. Or, I mean, unless you're like absolutely a rocket, but they're normally not. It's totally lost on them.
Keep to the left.
What are you doing? What are you doing, you idiot? Fucking idiot! Oh my god, they're so shit at driving. Oh my god. So shit at driving. How can you be that shit? They can't just like turn in on you. God, so bad. So unbelievably shit at driving. I honestly think that should be a ban. If you can't, if you can't drive into a corner, like if you can't take a wider line because there's a car on the inside, you should be banned from iRacing. Like that should just, like, how on earth do people consistently do that? Yeah, lucky we're by the pits. No, it would just be classed as a racing incident. So we should be able to catch up with the back of the field. No, you can complain, because I know that iRacing would just go, oh, it's a racing incident, because what else would they do? The actual solution is for them to fix the netcode so that those types of contacts don't just wreck you entirely. Yeah, they only ban people for like after race crashes and stuff. It's that's more of like a netcode car contact issue that iRacing should reduce the result of someone turning into, because he probably turned into us pretty gently. Yeah, it's alright, we'll catch back up with the back of the field. You could see from how they were driving that there's not really much you can do. If someone's going to drive into you like that, there's no real way to avoid it.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
John Proctor, thank you very much for subscribing, appreciate it. I think to play iRacing, you should have to have electrodes on your testes, and if you if you drive into someone like that, then you get your balls electrocuted. I think that's only fair.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, we've got a 24-second gap to the rest of the bloody field.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, we gained one place.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, you don't get as many. That kind of contact would not just destroy your race in AC. "22 seconds to the next car. Here we go.
The pace car is out of control.
We need rockets. Oh, they've got another car in the pit. A little bit slow through there. Yeah, I think the problem with GT3 though is it's just really boring to drive. The ABS and then the speed, the nature of the cars being so stable means that you really don't have that many overtaking opportunities. It's just a bit dull. And they're really wide as well, so at least with F4, if you're driving, if you're braking better or taking wider lines, it magnifies that. Three wide. "21 seconds. Easy. Now, the Porsche Cups is great in other sims. It's terrible in iRacing. Doesn't even drive like a car.
The leader just did a 20.965. The car in P8 just set the fastest lap.
18 seconds, let's go.
20.403.
Wait, 15 seconds, we're catching. Hang on a minute, has there been a big crash? A lot of smoke. And there might have been a bit of a pile up. For opportunity. What opportunities? I'm driving around by myself. Bloody idiot. Look for opportunity. Like what? Right. Some of this stuff in motorsport is so stupid. It's like you're only ever going to drive as fast as you can drive, given your goal of either protecting the tyres or trying to be as fast as possible with the current car. There's no such thing as look for opportunity. Like, when would you not be looking for opportunities? Like, it's a stupid thing to say. It's not football where you have to make opportunities and then you do have to look out for stuff like patterns and things to exploit. It's bloody driving a car around a track as fast as possible. I mean, bloody hell. Oh, we're in 16th. We've recovered some places here due to a big crash. That's good. Shakes his fist at the driver. Yeah. Oh, it's so stupid, motorsport commentary. When they're like, what do you plan to win the race? No, they don't plan to win the race. You're starting towards the back. What's your plan? Oh, is it maybe that they plan to try and drive as fast as possible and overtake cars in front of them? Maybe. Could it be that that's the plan? I'm not sure, but given the past 120 years of motorsport, and that's the only option, I would imagine that they'll be hoping to try and go as fast and get as many places as possible. I would think, you know. I know I'm being a bit of a detective on this. Oh, you're starting on the outside. What's your plan for the start? Maybe they're going to try and overtake on the outside because they're on the outside. Oh dear. Oh, you've got a car that has good launch control on it. What's your plan at the start? I don't know, maybe they plan to get as good a start as possible, like they do in every race. Well, it's not, no, it's not. Double plus good, it's not the same in everything. Because at least they do, okay, they do the dumb shit and everything. I'm not saying it's not like that entirely. But at least in football, you do have unique stuff that occurs that's not exactly the same all the time in every single game. So like, you know, different formations and the counter formations for how the other team plays, or like another team might be weak at defending in a certain scenario, or weak at defending free kicks or corner kicks, or, you know, and so you can talk about how, well, you know, if it's England playing Germany, you could be like, well, look, Germany has a really aggressive sprint attacking strategy. So what we've had to do as a team is we've had to make sure that we've got quite a strong defence on the side, so we've locked that part of it down. And then you can explain that to the viewer. That strategy can be explained, you know. And then you can go, well, they scored this goal from this situation. You'd be like, oh, well, what went wrong for them to score it? And you can be like, oh, this player didn't pick up on it fast enough, or they weren't defending that player strong enough, or that player was too tired and they should have been maybe substituted off. So there's a lot of stuff in football. Yeah, I need to look for opportunities. There's a lot of stuff in football where there are actually things you can have an interesting conversation about. But in bloody driving, if they focused on strategy for like Formula 1, if there was more strategy than there is. Oh, that's British footballers though, isn't it? It's so bad. I hate watching England play football. It's absolute torture. Also, since from when I was like 12, England have always done the same thing, where if the other team scores first, England play really good to equalise and then maybe win. If England score 1 or 2 goals first, they then just dick around and the other team ends up winning in the second half, catching England off guard. Every single game for like 30 years. It's like, oh, can someone not coach them in the psychology of always trying as hard as possible? Guys, we've got 2 goals. Let's just defend. Let's go 100% defensive. Oh, we got 1 goal. We'll go 100% defensive. It's not like they'll start attacking more and more. And we won't counter-attack ever. We'll just stay defensive, yeah? That'll work. Has it ever worked? No. But we'll keep doing it. God. British football is torture. Then you have the thing with football, which is really stupid, with like tournaments, where they go, oh, well, you know, you did really good to win that game or this game, and it's like, but they're playing a different team each time, and the reason they won is not often because they played better football, it's because the other team was shit. So it's like, well, of course they won those other games. They were much more likely to win them. It's not because they played better and then, oh, they've let everyone down in this game. It's like, no, it just happened that the structure of the tournament was such that they played shitter teams. Oh dear, football guys. I still subject myself to Euros and World Cup. Looking back on the crash, he was trying to poke his nose up the inside every corner and you defended. He then tried to squeeze you and for some reason decided to crash into the corner, all because he couldn't get past cleanly. Yeah, I think he just hot lapped through the corner. He just drove into it as if there wasn't a car on the inside. It's pretty common. Oh, there we go, bonus. Well, the key with this is to just try and eke back as much as you can so the loss isn't too big. Order! Eke it back. We should get this 15th place, which is good. Still, minus 56 is a bit harsh. Bloody iRacing. You win a race, and then someone drives into you in the next race. We might be able to get this down to like minus 30. the other thing with football that's really strange is the refereeing has always been really terrible and really decisive of what happens. And the refereeing also tends to ignore... They arbitrarily are more harsh at certain points in the game and not others. And it's like, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you should be consistent all the time with your rulings. I never understood how, like... Even now with VAR, it's like it's still stupid. Just inconsistent. But you know when someone does like an overly aggressive tackle, if it's at the start of a game, they're like, oh well, you know, it's just a bit of aggressive one. But if it's towards the end when it's 1-1 and it's a close thing, then the referee will be more harsh. But it's like, hang on a minute, it doesn't matter. It's the same as at the start in terms of intention and what's going on. Also, being more or less harsh to a team because they're winning or losing, it doesn't make any sense. Because you don't know how the game's going to pan out. Whoa, we might be able to... No, we're just outside of the draft, unfortunately. We need to be like 0.6 to be on him. Well, let's try and launch it through these final corners.
The pace car is out of control.
Ah, we're just not close enough. Well, not much I could do there.
There's the flag. It's over.
Bloody...
Okay, we'll
let's
get
have a
him
look at
next
this.
time.
Bloody... Bloody iRacers. Let's have a look at what happened. Right, so we have this at the start here. But this guy's just going full send through the middle, so I'm like, if I didn't get my brakes here, this guy would have 100% understeered into us. I had to take evasive braking action, which then, like, you can see him come right across. There's no way he's getting through that without hitting us, even if I held a wider line, which you can't really on cold tyres. So that then slowed us down for this guy to then get next to us.
The pace car is out of control.
I don't know why he's tailgating this so much that he really doesn't need to. What? Why is he driving into the middle there? Oh, I'm following the line of the track. What? What? I'm coming to the right here. Normal space. I'm following the track. And then he just swerves out into us here. Like, that's almost wrecked us. Why would you do that? Doesn't make any sense at all. So then I'm like right on the left. And we're side by side going into this. And then he's just decided to hot lap turn it. Like, he's just driving as if there's no car next to him. Like, completely unaware. Like this as well. He's just hot lapping as if we're not there at all. It's mental. We are side by side going into the corner. Oh my god. So dumb. Triples wouldn't help because it doesn't matter. I know he's there. The problem is if someone decides to drive into you, you can't do anything. But I'm not. Why would I? I'm not like going a dive bomb or anything. I'm just driving normally. I probably won't do VR this stream. Why would I like... No, he's rammed us here. He's driven into us here. I'm on the brake. I'm just turning, and he's come across. I'm not understeering or anything. I'm going into the corner totally normally. At no point is he ahead of us. Apart from him driving into us here. All the way down here, we are side by side, so... and then we lose a wheel. Right, he also didn't know I was there here. That's what's weird. Like, why did he just... Why is he driving into us here? It doesn't make any sense. Also, the green car's really slow as well.
The pace car is
Look,
out of control.
because this is the lap one, so I guess the tyres are still a bit cold. The green car's really, really slow, so he's actually slowed down loads more. And then turned in... I'm braking consistently into this corner, like in a normal just... I'm not like going up forwards and backwards or anything. I'm just braking at a consistent rate. He's the one that's actually slowed down more to hit into me, because he's this green car's slow. He's then reacted to the green car, which has slowed him down. And then that's put him more in line with me, and then he's not. Then he's completely unaware that I'm on his left. And like you can see how much my car's turning as well here. Like before he contacts, I'm like, I really couldn't take this any tighter. He's apexing as if there's no car there at all. It's mental. How are people like so unaware? Yeah, he should have just took a wider line. But also, like, as I say, what he's done is he's reacted to this green car that slowed him down more. I think if the green car wasn't there, he probably could have broke later, and then he probably would have been further in front. You can see my brake input. Look, 100% brake. Yeah, there we go, into the brake zone. 100% brake, and then coming off the brake, turning in. I think he just didn't realise it's there, but it's the same as this bit here. He's just unaware. Or he's done it on purpose, I don't know. And it's hard to know how much is net code as well. It's like with this green car though. I managed to avoid this green car. He's here on the inside. realistically, if the green car's going to make this without hitting us, he would have to slow down more, but he's not going to. And so the choice I have is really get on my brakes and get out of the way, or be wrecked by the green car. Like, there's no... Because I know there's this car on the inside, so I know he can't take a tight line. So I'm just like, well, I've got to move out of the way. Yeah, you can see how much he would have hit us if I'd have turned into this normally and actually further to the right. He would have just hit us. Unfortunately, that then allows the shitter car to be closer to you. Maybe he was distracted. Yeah, maybe he was focusing on the green car. It's possible. Right, we're doing another one. I'm gonna top up T, but we recovered most of what we lost there, so it wasn't too bad. Can't win everything, can you? What? I can't drive the radicals in this. It's not good enough. It's far too understeery. Does anyone even drive the radical anymore? I thought it was dead. Right, back in a minute.
The pace car is out of control.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Ooh! What are you guys talking about? I haven't done Martin. I have briefly, but not properly. Tried the Quest 3 yet. The Quest 3's got a lot higher resolution than the Quest 2. Quest 2 is like really blurry compared to Quest 3. Also, the lenses are a lot better on the Quest 3. But you do get ghosting, or is it mirror? mirror. You get mirror from the pancake lenses, which looks a bit like the lenses are a little bit foggy when you have bright stuff on the screen. But Quest 3 is definitely really good. Yeah, that's what's behind me. That's what's on the. You can't see it. It's there. I've been testing it out. It's good. It's really comfortable. What the radical in iRacing is terrible. What do you mean? The SR10's garbage. Get out. The SR10's a crime against radical. How dare you? How dare you suggest that the SR10 in iRacing is good? It's absolutely awful. Yeah, I'm using the Bobo. No. I'm using the Destech. Oh. Are they running Radical on LFM? They doing what I said? AC Radical is fantastic. They're not running the Radical. Ah, I'm with you now. LFM's running the Sebring with the prototype sports car series and LFMSL. I don't know what that is. Hockenheimring with TCR, Zandvoort with the Formula 3. They've got a Green Hell Cup. Are they going to keep doing the Green Hell Cup all the time? Will that run all the time rather than just as a special? They'll just keep doing it. They've got the VRC Touring Challenge, Clio Cup and Mazda. Oh, hang on. D3? What's D3? Oh, that's the minimum rating. I don't know, it'll make any difference, won't it? Yeah. Stuff to Sebring will be good, actually. Encrim, you returned to iRacing lately, and to be honest, I don't like how the Protoss and GT cars need to be driven. Need to baby the tyres too much. Yeah, well, you just can't push on the limit. It's just iRacing. You have to drive it like a bobsled. I keep saying this to people that struggle with iRacing because they're used to R Factor 2 and AC and race room and real cars. You just have to go. You just have to imagine you're driving a bobsled, and you just have to drive. You drive under the limit, and then let the car understeer onto the limit into like a power slide. Don't drive on the throttle to the limit like you would in R Factor 2 and AC and real cars. You have to let the car slide onto the limit. That's the meta for iRacing. Once you understand and know how to do that intuitively, it's a lot easier. That's just not an obvious way of driving.
The racing sim simulator. It's weird. It's weird. Each game's different. So like, Gran Turismo, the meta is plow into the front tires, like plow into understeer, but preemptively know at what point the front tires will return to grip. So Gran Turismo is like rental go-karts, where you can really lean on the front tires and be quite fast doing that. I think in real life, I think it's faster not to lean on the tires too much, but like Gran Turismo's like go-karts, like shitty rental go-karts. Every car in Gran Turismo is like that. AMS2 is get on the throttle as soon as possible simulator, because the throttle always rotates the car in all conditions. If you got any understeer, throttle. AMS2's throttle and counter steer sim. Well, do you remember the esports with Forza when they had they were using Formula E cars and they were using a handbrake? No, not really. Not properly. One of these days, I really want to do some real world drifting. I'd really like to go in a high power drift car. Just like, the problem is, I don't like doing stuff where I can't afford the thing. I've done some track days, yeah, like just basic stuff, like a few laps here and there. But I don't like yeah, it's even most. Don't tell them, Shumi. They'll know, right? The secret. Yeah, a few seasons of F3. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is, I think to drive a race car properly, you need to be in a position where you don't really mind if you were to break it. It's the same as like if you're doing mountain biking or skiing. To do it properly, you have to be in a position where you're like, oh, I don't mind if I break this bike. Like, it doesn't matter if I break the wheels or whatever. So you then can jump off stuff. You know, it's not an issue because you're like, well, I can afford to break it. If you're driving a car and you can't afford to even flat spot the tyres because that would cost too much, or you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to drive it properly, really. I mean, I was really lucky with Lee, Seven Motorsports, when they let me drive their race car. Because they were like, oh, just drive it. It doesn't matter. You can't break it. they were like, don't worry. It'll only cost a couple of grand if you put it in the wall. So. Yeah, well, so the insurance thing. So with race car insurance, the thing is, a lot of the insurance claims only make sense. You would only claim if you completely wrote the car off. So you can have quite expensive insurance on a lot of cars, but the chances of you actually wrecking the entire frame is quite low with a lot of cars. It's more that you'd break the engine from gear shifting wrong, or knock a bit of bodywork off, like, wreck the wheels and everything. But so the chances are you're probably only going to do like £2,000 to £6,000 worth of damage, and at which point you might as well have full, not bother having the insurance, because you might as well make sure you've got that money and hope that you don't use it all up, because claiming it is a whole process. Yeah. So this is what a couple of people have told me that run race cars in teams. They're like, it's actually better for them. This is them when they sell seats to people in their cars, and what they've said is, even with drivers that they have, they're like, they have a savings in their business with an expectation of this is how much damage is done on average, and that works out. That makes more sense than getting full insurance, because it's very rare for them to completely bend a whole car frame, or like, you know, require a whole rebuild. Yeah, well, that's it, Turge. I could the other thing as well is that I personally couldn't be bothered with all the bollocks that goes with driving, which is always glossed over. Like, pretty much, I think just about everyone I talk to that does real world motorsport, so there's people that enjoy being at racetracks, they enjoy engineering, they enjoy that whole thing, and they're more like the engineering types. But there are some drivers that like that as well. They like the social thing that goes with it. They like that. But then people I know that are really good, you know, guys that would be esports sim racers, really good racers, it's like really fast drivers, people that could be in Formula but just have enough money. They don't care about being at the track. They just want to drive and race people. And yet the problem is, you have to get a flight to the track. You've got to be there 3 days before. You've got to arrange all the other bollocks with it. You've got to tune the car up at the track. You've got to adjust it. You then have to arrange other stuff with other people. You then stay at a shit hotel near the track. You're in the garage all day long. You get a few laps, maybe an hour at most on the track. Sometimes a bit longer, but you know what I mean. It's all bollock. Like, it's, as an activity, it's shit. Like, if you've got a mountain bike, you can go out and ride your mountain bike straight away. If you do surfing, okay, you have to have the right weather and live near the sea. But you can normally go, well, there's the weather, right? You could drive 2 or 3 hours, and then you can spend the whole day surfing if you wanted to. It's well, windsurfing, but like wave surfing. Do you know? It's like you can actually do the activity. Driving is the dumbest thing. It's expensive, and even if you're rich, you can't do much of it. It's so stupid as an activity. Yeah, and then, yeah, if someone's actually doing it professionally and professionally competitive, they're spending 8 months of the year talking to businesses trying to get sponsorship. So it's the only time motorsport is probably good is if you are ridiculously rich and you can have completely luxury conditions, and the car's ready, you turn up, you drive it, and you can go whenever you want. So like if you're doing Bosch GP or like you know. But even so, when I was in Italy, we were really lucky. We got to hang around with the Ferrari GT3 guys, with the sort of what they're called, you know, the Ferrari managed GT3 team. I can't remember the name of it. Even with that, it's still a garage in a racetrack is pretty grotty. Even with like they had a really nice AF Corsa. They have a really nice tent. The catering's quite nice, but it's no better than like a nice tent that would be set up with pretty normal food in it and a coffee machine and stuff. Like it wasn't like you know, it wasn't like, oh, this is luxurious. It was like, oh, this, you know. And that's like one of the top things that you can have. And I'm not knocking them. Like, they do a good job with what they do, and you can see they're really well organised, especially on the scale of motorsport stuff. It's just not a luxury type thing, you know. So I think you really have to like that whole thing. Like, racetracks are just shitholes. Even really nice racetracks are a bit of a shithole. I mean, Silverstone's pretty nice, but it's still a bit of a shithole. Donington's pretty nice, but it's still a bit of a shithole. Yeah, no, I get it's a racetrack, but the point I'm making is if you're spending £500,000 a year and your interest is racing, you know, it's not like as I say, like mountain biking, you're out on the bike doing the activity. Or if you're surfing, you're out doing it. Like, you're not forced to hang around a pretty dismal... Like, the racetracks are worse than football stadiums. They're worse than ice hockey pitches. They're worse than gymnasiums or indoor rock climbing centres. Those environments are really nice and pleasant. And racetracks, because obviously it's a racetrack, they're really big, so it's a pain in the arse, and they're in the middle of nowhere. You know? Yeah, most of the time is people sat around doing nothing. Or just waiting for, like, let's say, so you do, I don't know, let's say you race in GT3, like a lower GT3 series, or F4, whatever. You have to wait for every other series that's taking place to finish their time in the pit lane, finish their races, and then one race gets delayed because someone crashes. There's a whole... The thing is, when you watch motorsport on TV, it's like, oh, the race is on, that's it, okay, now done. And whereas in reality, it's literally like queuing for a roller coaster ride. It's just funny, the contrast of how motorsport is marketed and the like, you know, because it's all like shaped around that 1960s vision of motorsport, which was basically ultra wealthy people turning up at a track and then doing the racing and then going off sleeping with loads of women.
Checkered flag.
Oh, I thought I had one more lap there. I was just chilling out. What happens if someone cracks their skull on a downhill? What, on a mountain biking? They just drag them off. They get there's often like an ambulance or two on a rural downhill place. There's normally like an ambulance nearby or the local medic thing, but normally either the person will have to drive themselves to hospital or someone drives them, or they call an ambulance and they try and pick them up. But they just yeah, they just pick them up off the trail. Yeah, but you can do mountain biking really cheap. You could buy a hardtail, really good quality, only front suspension bike for like £500, £600. We'll buy like you get a really, really good quality bike for £600 now. That would be perfectly fine. I mean, to be honest, you can buy a really good hardtail bike for £250, £300. Unless you were doing like absolutely mental trails with big jumps and things, or you were competitively racing, which, I mean, why bother? Oh, I'm in the crash now. You have to concentrate on quality, otherwise you end up with this disaster.
2,185. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
To be honest, I quite enjoy just doing flat trails. I quite like a nice e-bike for that. I think that'd be really fun. You just find flat trails. If you've got an e-bike, you go really quick. But I just have a budget decathlon bike. Rock Rider 520. It was like, I think it was £240, and it's fine. I've had like £600 full suspension bikes in the past, and in the like 2000s, and this bike's fine.
Car is out of control.
I know, I'm trying, Thomas. I keep getting wrecked. You'd be surprised. You can sometimes find rando trails where you wouldn't expect it. I was just out on a normal bike ride, and I happened to find a half-mile dirt track that was had like banking and berms and everything. I think it's actually meant to be a farmer road in between fields, but it happens to be on a huge steep hill. It's awesome. It's just totally out. Like you wouldn't even see it on maps.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, get ready for the punt.
Car right. You're on the left, 3 wide. Right side,
Oh yes,
2 wide.
3 wide always goes well.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car right. Stay on the left.
Oh my god.
Still there.
What are these guys doing?
Car right. Clear.
Bloody hell. You're just in a sandwich of death.
Car on your left. Clear. Left side. Clear.
Really want to hug the inside to stop people from doing stupid moves. Well, you just have to accept that people are going to drive into. At the end of the day, you're like, for the amount of races I've done, you just realise there's nothing you can do other than be like really decisively hugging the inside of corners. That's about it, really. Seems like most people got through this start of the race. What? Where's he going? He's going to rejoin right into the side of us. There it is. There it is. Oh, and again. Oh my god. See, you just have to know that people will rejoin into you, so give them plenty of space. He was just doing the Joker lap. It makes it fun though, that, you know, just have to embrace it. Run dun ding 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 ding, honey. Thank you for following. Now's a good time to mention that if you want to, you can become a member. That supports us. You don't get adverts. You become a member on YouTube. You get a DD Girl song if you're a new member. You can follow, click the like button. We also have a donation link as well if you want to send us money and support us. But you don't need to if you just watch and enjoy the terrible adverts. And we've got affiliate links, and yeah, there you go. That's it. You can subscribe on YouTube as well as here. You can subscribe on YouTube for free. Link Amazon Prime. You can do a topless dance. But do remember, we have a lot of hot Eastern European women that watch, and you can send me nudes if you want to, but I have too many already, so there'll be a backlog before I can check them out. As you can imagine, a lot of women are very thirsty. Got Discord. We've got everything. Francis de Vega Gomez. How many? Is that a 5-namer? We've got an elusive 5-namer behind us.
Right side. Stay on the left.
Oh
Clear
my
on the
goodness. How about not doing that? That makes it very dangerous.
Behind. Just set your fastest lap of the session. Car, mate, just up front.
Oh dear. What are they doing? Is Martin Brunval Martin Brundle's evil cousin? Martin Bruneville.
Left side. Still there. Still there. You've got the fastest lap.
What are you doing?
Still there.
Just ran off the track.
Clear on the left. Car right. Clear on the right.
Oh, you idiots! You guys are so fucking shit at driving. Fucking iRacing.
You've got wheel damage.
Fuck. I can't move because fucking idiots that play this game. It's unplayable. Oh, the car's. Oh. How do you drive into me? Oh my god, they're so bad. How are they so bad?
You've lost the rear wing.
How are they so bad?
Tow back to pit lane. Press and hold the reset button and we'll come and get
I'm
you.
like,
All the damage is repairable.
what? Like, I'm pretty sure we were like, oh god, that wasn't my fault, was it? Okay, to be fair, sorry to Rico. Sorry, Rico, that's my fault. I didn't realise he was that close. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's my fault for coming across the track. Wait, he didn't lift at all, but still. This is like so dumb. Well, look, I mean, it's not a surprise. He has. It's not hard for him to have. Like, he can lift. Like, yeah, I shouldn't come back onto the track, but like, yeah, I'm getting back up to speed. It's my fault for coming back on the track, but I feel like I've got enough of a gap. It's not that egregious. Like, you know, he's full throttle into us. I'd say it's my fault for, you know. No, it's not all me. I'm taking the blame for it, but how on earth are you this car? You don't do anything at all. The original incident was mental. But what is he doing? It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. He's like missed the brake point and then just drives into us. No, it's nothing to do with it being a D series. iRacing's got irating. How can you just rejoin into the racing?
Good job.
Because there's a 2-second gap between the next car, and it's not that egregious. Like, any normal person would just lift a little bit to avoid it.
Push, man, push. Up now.
It's not. It wasn't that bad. Like, yeah, I went back across the track. I'm saying it's my fault, but really, the amount of shit I'm having to avoid constantly. The amount of shit I'm avoiding, you know. When also, it's not like he was the grid. I parked there and waited for the entirety of the grid to pass. There just happened to be one more car that was coming along. It's not like he was poning it to get back into position either. He was completely blind to what's going on. I did literally park and wait until there was a huge gap. Well, all he had to do was lift a little bit. He could have just gone to the right of us as well. Coming round that corner, cars tend to go to the right rather than hug the inside, so it's not like it was difficult for him to avoid. I mean, he doesn't have to avoid it, but
This is less than optimal. The car in P18 just set the fastest lap. 20.631.
yeah, like I said, I apologised to him. I did say, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone back across the track. I should have just stayed on the right. It wasn't like I surprised it. It wasn't like, oh, I just drove across the track at a right angle. It's not, you know. It's just like there's no way of avoiding it. Like it's just people driving into you. There's nothing you can really do.
The car in P21 just set the fastest lap. 20.373.
It's worse during the day when you've got more idiots driving. Miram, my car was straightened up. I was on the left-hand side of the track. My car was already straightened up. So from his perspective, it's not really that much different from if you've got a car that's well. What the fuck is going on? What is that? What did he just turn into us? Oh my god. What was that? Why is he turning right there? What? Why? Why is he turning right all of a sudden? I'm moving all the way over the track. Why does he suddenly turn right? What are you doing? What is he doing? He's got no rear wing, no front wing. What? What on earth? Right, let's have a look at our crash again at the start. It's rigged. Right. Yeah. Well, I did load up iRacing. It's pretty guilty. Right, let's have a look at this from the... Right, this guy just ploughed us. I don't know what he's doing. And then I have to stop here. So it's better for me to just park. Because...
I am the champion of the
Ah,
ninjas.
thank you, Clark Duffy. It's better to just stay still in this situation because it's easier for people to just drive around you. Though you're in the middle of the track, there's space for them to get around. It's a lot easier for them to actually, and they all do manage to miss me. That's the best thing you can do is just park. Then I move over, and then I start going. And it's like, right, how much time does this guy have? And he's full throttle through the corner. It's not. I say, like, I'm blaming myself for for driving back onto it, but I'm still like, why is he just full throttle into that? It doesn't make any sense. Let's look at it from his view. Keep in mind, this guy is literally last. Yeah, I didn't know he was that close. Because look at the gap. I thought he was. I had more time. Right, but if you're this car, why would you stay on the throttle? Like, even though it's my fault for coming across, why would you stay 100% on the throttle? Why? If you're like, I'm doing the wrong thing, that's fine. I've already said that 10 times. I know this is. Yeah, he's last though. It doesn't matter. He's so last, it doesn't matter. I'm just like, yeah, I've been in this situation with people doing completely weird shit all around me. I would still make an effort to avoid a potential accident. Why can't people understand? Like I've said, it's my fault for coming to the track. I'm blaming myself. But it's still, the point is, if I was in his situation, I would not go 100% on the throttle all the way through this. Yeah, I know it's weird. Like, literally, in this thing, I said, oh, sorry, it's my fault straight away. But that's not the point is, even when it's your fault, like, if I was this driver, I'd be like, yes, this guy's fault for coming across the track. I wouldn't drive 100% on the throttle. I'd get on my brakes. I'd be like, oh, you idiot. You would turn onto the grass or something and then shout something at this driver. You just wouldn't go 100% power into them. It's like, why would you not do anything? Why would you not do anything at all and just fall back? Like, it's gonna be a crash at this point here. You would know there's gonna be a crash. Like, even if I stayed to the right, he's probably going to understeer. It's like, why would you not even try to avoid it at all? Martin, I said it was my fault. Oh my God, right. There's some like mental condition where people can't understand where someone said, it's my fault, but you can still see when other people have done stuff as well. I've had to drive on the grass multiple times to avoid people doing completely random shit. I've had to like avoid so much bollocks in these races to like avoid other people driving into me. No, Shumi, you're being an idiot. If you're the last car in the race, there's a huge gap. And even then, even if I was like a whole bunch of cars around me, I would still do something to try and avoid the car rejoining, even if it's entirely this guy's fault. No, like, this is why do people have a logical, like, an inability to understand logic of this guy's to blame, but this guy could have also have mitigated what happened to some extent. It's not saying it's not offsetting the blame on another car. Why is that so difficult for people to understand? It's not about going, oh, well, that then doesn't make this other person guilty. That is not what's being said. What's being said is, if you're doing something, you still, even if you're, it's like if you're walking across a road, it's your right of way to cross the road, right? If a car hits you, it's going to kill you. So it doesn't matter that it's your right of way. You are right. You would win in a court of law, but you need to... There's ways of mitigating getting run over by cars, even when you're 100% in the right. It's why can't people understand that? It like even if why it seems like people can't hold two like multiple things in their head. It's like hang on. Yeah, should be. He's just trolling. Something to remain, yeah. Well, if I was this car, I've already avoided so much stuff that was like mental. If I was this car, I would have done something. I wouldn't just full power drive into the car, rejoining the track. I wouldn't just stay on my throttle here. I would like do something.
Good race, Christian. It's a pleasure to race with you.
Yeah, you too, mate.
Thank you.
No problem.
No, like, no, I'm not saying it's right. What? Right. It's not saying that someone's... I don't know, like... I don't know what... I don't know what I can say.
The pace car is out of control.
Hello, Sadakist. How's it going, man? No, I did! At the start, I literally apologised to the guy within 5 seconds of the incident and said, sorry for coming across the track. It's my fault. And then I said it as well. And like 5 times. This is like the dude. It's insane. But I didn't say he's wrong. What is going on in people's heads? Right.
There's the flag. It's over.
Saying that someone can do something that would be a more productive result for themselves is not you saying they're wrong. No, it's not. That's you inventing that. That is you inventing that. I've literally said I'm at fault. Why is the... Do I need to draw a graph here to explain the actual situation? Like, this is not... We've been going through crashes, other people's crashes, and then we then say, oh, this car could have done this car could have done that. Well, yeah, I think he is a bit of an idiot for not doing anything at all, because I would have done something. But that doesn't mean that I'm not at fault for coming across the track. I've also, like, you can clearly see what happened. I parked here, waited for all the grid to pass after the initial accident, and I'm like, I do exactly the right thing here. Turn around, and I'm like, look at my delta, and I think, oh, I've got enough time to go. And I didn't realise how fast this guy's approaching us, so I should have stayed to the right for longer. You know. If you're gonna crash, you might as well go all in. Wow.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. With the amount of shit that we've avoided as well, and then... Yeah, this is the thing. It's like it's the holding multiple things can be true. Sadakist. Sadakist has never done anything stupid. I don't know, let's see. Hang on, what's going on here? Why is he invisible and then... Oh, is he lagging as well? Oh, this guy's lagging as well, so maybe... I definitely think if that was me, if I was in his position... I would have lifted here, and then about here, I probably would have turned to the right. I probably still would have hit me. I'd be shouting at this guy, and I've been calling him an idiot. But I probably would have lifted here, and I probably would have gone to the right and still hit me. Yeah, exactly. It's my fault, but it's just bizarre that this guy does absolutely nothing. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, good. Thomas with the excuse. That's why I didn't see him. He was lagging here. And so when I thought it was clear, because he wasn't on my relative due to the lag. So that's why I thought it was clear, because he's lagged off. And so he's not displayed on my relative. When obviously I subconsciously looked. And I was like, oh, there's no more cars. So that's clearly what happened. So that's why, like, look. I get taken out. I get taken out here, and then I do completely the right thing. You know, we skid across the grass, completely the right thing. We stop. Everyone gets past us because it's, you know, don't move, easier. And so I stop there, and then I can't. He's not on my relative because I'm like, oh, it's clear. Look, yeah, see, I look at my relative, and I'm like, oh, it's clear now. So then I went. Yeah. What speed am I going at here? 138. We accelerated very quickly at this point. I'm not sure why. But I mean, you can't avoid stuff like what this guy does here. There's nothing you can really do. Like, if I preemptively throw my car off the track, it doesn't really make sense. There's yellow flags. There would have been a yellow flag. Why does this guy go for this here? What is he doing? He's not even at the point of the corner.
The pace car is out of control.
It doesn't make any sense at all. He's not even doing the line that makes sense. What on earth? What? Like, he misses the break point. Yeah, and then even with hitting us, he misses it. He did use my card set. I think it worked for him, though. He drove away from it. Ah, dear. It's iracing. And then after this, by the way, guys, go and check out Soda Kiss. Give him a sub if you haven't. Oh, first of all, this blue car. Oh, is this why he wrecked? Was this the same guy? Hang on, fake Martin Brundle. Hang on. Is this the guy that then wrecked it? Like, took us out? But he just went wide himself. Hang on. Then we had this, and then we rejoin the race, and this guy drives into us. Right, where was it? This is so dumb. Oh, is it not fake Martin Brundle? Right, this is insane. There's like no... How do you even do this? It is! It's fake Martin Brundle! What is he doing? Why? It is! It's fake Martin Brundle! Look, we're driving along and he just turns right into it. What are you doing? Why? Why? Why would I even turn right to give space? I'm like, okay, he's got damage. I'm going to move over. That's enough, really. And then he just turns... Look at the markings on the road. What? What on earth? I mean, so even if you take evasive action, I mean, to be fair, I could have gone even further right. I could have driven on the grass. Yeah, I should have gone further right. That's all I could do. But I was not expecting this. I mean, I could have reacted to that. Oh my god. Yeah, I think he's tried to take us out. And it worked. I mean... Yeah, I never do that. Days of blunder. I've never driven back onto the racing line. This isn't like... This is him... Either he's not in control of his car. Maybe he's just not in control because of the damage. No, that's him. That's him turning right. Well, no, I did react. You know, I didn't expect him to actively turn into us after we've already moved over a full car's length. Like, he's driven. He's in a straight line. You know, that is true. That was so random. Well, we could save it as... now, he wouldn't get a ban for that. He'd get a warning. He would get a warning for that, but he wouldn't get a ban because he would just... He's probably... it could be possible that he's just got damage and he's got on the throttle more and that's turned him more to the right. And so he, at best, he'd get a warning. So it's not blackmail worthy. Yeah, actually, I don't know what happened before. Let's have a look. Maybe it's his setup, and then he's gone over the bump and lost it. Yeah, it's like the bump has launched his car. Quite a lot of people lose it there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he had damage, so when he got on the throttle, it's turned him into us more. But he's going right there. Then he straightens it up. Oh, do you know what it is? Yeah, it's the damage. It's because the tyre's like wonked, and when it leans on it, which then moves it across. So he's not turned into us, it's just that the car's... But it's a lot of a... It's a lot for it to suddenly go. Does he not react to it? Well, hang on, let's look at his onboard. Now, why is he not turning left? He's turning right. Oh, no, he is trying to block us. I think he is actually trying to block us. Because he's turning right, and then as soon as he... Oh, he probably didn't notice us. Because he's turning right in, then as soon as we're like... Then I think he notices in his mirror. And then he starts turning left at the point where it's too late. So random. I'm blaming Sodakist, to be honest. Sodakist the Sadakist. It's always his fault. Blame Canada. Well, that was a good race. We'll be back down to 2,000 irating at this race. As soon as we got a win, as soon as we won a race, everyone just started driving into us. 2,300. I think we can all agree that Canadians are the worst. Of all people, they're like fake Americans. Fake Northern Americans. They can't speak English or French properly. And they just have mosquitoes. Canadians exist solely as a mosquito block. So the mosquitoes feed on them instead of Americans. They're there for like, in Game of Thrones, the ice wall. Canadians are there they're like their human ice wall. They stop the polar bears getting to America. So the polar bears eat the Canadians. That's why Americans tolerate Canadians. Human shields. It's understandable. They're like America's Scottish. Never trust people that live in the top half of a country. That's what I say. The people in the south of a country are normally okay. But you notice that in America, Mexicans, awesome, Peruvians, amazing, Brazilians, and then you got Americans, and you're like, bloody Americans, and then Canadians at the top. They're the worst. Am I Canadian? No. Canadians are the border to the Inuit Americans. Canadians are just brain dead. This has turned into the Canadian hate channel. I mean, just watch Sadakist. Watch his live streams and tell me that you like Canadians after that. Just his face makes me want to punch my monitor. I've got through so many OLED screens when I accidentally load a Sadakist stream. And I'm like, oh no. I start throwing bleach at my monitor. Set fire to it. It doesn't seem to help. My speakers as well. I like what a nice meal I just got delivered. The burger tasted like shit and the kebab shit as well. Well, hang on. Why did you have a burger and a kebab? What are you playing at? You should only have one. You shouldn't just go for the kebab. Were Canadians involved in the American Civil War? Who were they fighting for? Were the Canadians fighting for the British or the Americans? Or were they their own team? Just doing their own little fight? Hang on. American... War of Independence, I mean. Canada. Oh no, the Canadians were against the Brits. God. British North America. Oh, hang on. I don't know. I'm confused here. American Revolution and Canada. At the start of the American Revolution, rebel forces invaded Canada, occupying Montreal and attacking the town of Quebec. American privateers also raided Atlantic ports. It's like Star Wars. And revolutionary sympathisers in Nova Scotia attempted a rebellion in the colony. Although the rebel forces were defeated in Canada, the 13 American colonies won their war of independence from Britain, sparking another kind of invasion, a wave of loyalist emigration that would change the makeup of Canada. Hang on. The end of the 7-Year War was one of the causes leading to the American Revolution with the Treaty of Paris, France formally, blah, 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 right. Here we go. The passing of the British Parliament, the Quebec Act in 1774, further led to anger in the 13 American colonies. The Act guaranteed religious freedom of Roman Catholics and restored French civil law. In the conquered colony of Quebec. Oh, so the Canadians were against the Brits. Or were basically was American territory and then became its own thing. I'm well confused. So basically, Canada was actually the United States, effectively. But it was his own colonies, and because America was also the Civil War. America wasn't entirely against the UK, was it? Or Britain? Was it all of America, or did some parts of America not bother? Hang on. As previous conflicts such as the 7-Year War, Nova Scotia remained an uncertain battleground during the Revolution, thanks in part to its French-Canadian population. The Provincial Assembly in Halifax voted in favour of loyalty to the Crown, but illegal town meetings, that Sadekis' great-great-great-granddad was part of that, part of the illegal town meetings, gave secret support to the rebels in New England. I always knew nearly every important coastal outpost outside of Halifax suffered from American privateering. And hang on, they tried to make a futile attack on Fort Cumberland. The fort's garrison held out until British troops, go Britain, arrived from Halifax, defeating the attackers. Take that, Sadekis' great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad. Got you. My great-great-great-great-great-granddad took the fort back. See, typical weak Sadekist lineage. He unable to get the fort. Typical pathetic. That you can see that reflected in Sadekist racecraft. If you wonder why he's really weak when you're attacking him, it all goes back to the day that his long distant relative lost the fort. Yeah, but that's sometimes you need reinforcements. It was just one man. It was just his great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad with a bayonet. Oh, please stop! Please stop! He's in a little wooden hut with a hole, and the British would come up to it like, "Ha-ha! We're going to take this fort from you!" Oh, and then they go to open the door, and then the spear would go, oh. He seemed to die a mysterious death. Let me go up to the fort's door. I wonder. There seems to be someone in... There's a pile of dead bodies outside Sadekis' great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad's shed fort. Typical shed defence. Well, this is how it went down. It's a bit. It's like the Great Wall of China, where it's just bodies. That would be pretty intimidating if you built a border wall out of corpses. I think that's what the Tories are trying to do in the UK. Hang on, the revolution also triggered the exodus of more than 80,000 loyalist refugees out of the United States. About half migrated to Quebec. And the maritime loyalty settlement greatly influenced the politics and culture of what would eventually become the nation of Canada. So it wasn't even Canada then. It was basically America. It was just the cold part of America that no one wanted to live in. Right, when did... what's the start date of Canada? Hang on, only 1 million people live in Canada. No wonder it's, like, empty. Really? That recent? Yeah, there were native Canadians, though, living there a long time ago. Oh, 38 million. Well, why does it say 1 million total population? Oh, this is First Nations in Canada. I'm well confused. Well, I don't know what that means. Are these, like, legit Canadians? There you go. Right, that was legit Canadians. Those are the indigenous Canadians. These are the fake ones now. These are Sadekist's great granddad's relatives. After the Shed defence, he escaped British prison and slept with many American women. Sadly, he did have syphilis, but he managed to give birth to many children, all with the same degenerative mental condition, which Sadekist has, sadly. This all comes back. It all comes back to Sadekist. Extreme. It's not an extra chromosome. It's just a lack of brain cells. It's really sad. You might have noticed if you watch Sadekist live streams, he only grunts. iRacing. I bet he's glad he came to the chat. I should do caveman sim racing channel. Just dress as a caveman and just go for the whole stream. Oh, that's genius. Oh no, iRacing just crashed. I went to join the server and it just went no, been banned. iRacing banned. It's like being in high school. Yeah, but you wouldn't have any experience of that, would you? Because you didn't get in. Sadly, you were in one of those like government research facilities from a young age where they're like, how can someone with so low IQ breathe? And they were like, oh, we don't understand it. He's one of those distant relations of that guy that survived the Shed War. We don't understand how they managed to function, given that they have literally no brain cells. And then they installed AI into his head to make him look normal, and that's how he can play iRacing without bleeding out of his nostrils. He's like, go and subscribe to him. Click on his name and subscribe to him. We still called it high school.
Frank, cabrón.
Oh dear. You can't actually photograph Sadakist. The camera refuses to save the image. The film rejects his image. It's like, ah.
Run, cabrón. Acabo de pasar los setters de carrera y qualis, ¿vale?
Oh, here we go. Here's time for some more sensible racing action. We need to actually qualify somewhat decent. We're being punished for not qualifying in the top 5. Let's go. Are you not doing any F4, Sadakist?
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
There was a 5-namer in the other race. No wonder we were cursed. If you look at a 5-namer, you drive into a wall. Thing is, I'm actually a 4-namer, but I don't publicly show it off because it would just be embarrassing. You know? I like to keep my 4-namer. I like to be like a stealthy, like a ninja 4-namer. If they knew. I mean, it's a good intimidation tactic, though.
Green flag.
James Van Der West.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Now, my real name is James Bond. It's a bit odd having 2 names twice, but it actually makes sense because no one else has that, so it stands out. Nice and easy. Four names are common in Latin countries. I've got 4 as well, but most of us don't register in iRacing with our full name. And rightfully so. The name's Bond. James Bond. James Bond. You just said your name twice. No, that is my name. What? James Bond. James Bond. Yeah, you said it. I imagine it's James Bond. James Bond, James Bond, James Bond. I heard you the first time. No, my name is the name 3 times. Oh. What if it was James Bond Bond? Oh no! The name's James Bond Bond. Do you have a stutter, sir? That's so stupid. JJ's This is a stupid name for an action hero. No, Mr. JJ James Bond, I expect you to die. You'd never get through the film. The name's JJ. James Bond. Brian Bedondi. Oh no, I've gone slow because we've been making stupid James Bond name jokes. Oh dear.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
It's all your fault, guys. Mr. Bo Bond. Do you want to move the lap time box? Ah, God. Everyone just keeps asking for stuff constantly. I'll move this up here so you can see. There you go. Bloody hell. No one's ever happy with the layout. It's the curse of being a live streamer. Can you move this window? Can you turn your webcam off? Why is Sadakist the worst streamer? You know, it's constant. I don't have answers to these questions. If you say Game of Muscle 3 times in your rearview mirror, he appears in the racing line in front of you and then blames you for not taking evasive action. Oh, God. He never admits fault. Oh, he's just trying to unblame himself. Can we get the boomer off the screen? Hang on, I'm a millennial, not a boomer. How old do you think I am? No, I think the wheel rotation is actually right by accident because we had to quickly change it, and then that's made it actually the same. I do normally like it a little bit faster. Find it lines up better. Woo! Oh, it's behind the tech. Ah, no, I can't move those. Thought you were on about the black box. Well, look, just use your imagination. I'll move it down when we go to the race. I'll move it down. It's okay to move it, isn't it? The stuff I have to do for you guys. It's constant. Why is this taking so long? We did our quali laps too soon. What you need to do is wait till the last minute and then put your lap in to make people feel bad because they think they've won. And then you beat them and then they're like, oh. Oh, I do a poll actually. New prediction. 30 or more irating. 2 minutes, there you go. Channel point opportunity.
The pace car is out of control.
Bonito Bot, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Welcome along, guys.
The pace car is out of control.
Fred Dive Monkey, thanks for following. Welcome along.
The estimated strength of field is 2,000.
Is that good? Put it there. Are you happy?
There are a lot of points on the table. Be smart and get a good finish.
Oh, I will, starting in this position. Look at that. Is Matt Malone in the race?
Oh, looks like Gamer gamer muscles take.
There he is. I've got a holographic Matt Malone in my car.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
It's a bit distracting. It's the Matt Malone safety system. It replaces the halo bar.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
Looks like gamer muscles.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
Ah, looks like gamer muscles.
Oh, looks like gamer muscles taking a little bit of a. Oh, looks like gamer muscles. Oh, looks like gamer muscles. Oh, looks like gamer muscles take. Oh, looks like gamer muscles.
What a time to be alive. High def, 100 hertz Matt Malone there. The fastest frame rate Malone on the internet.
Green, green, green.
Oh, someone didn't start. Oh, here we go. Oh, here it is.
Car right. Clear.
Here comes the punt. Was that the yellow car that killed us last race? I think it is. Where on earth is he going? He came to place. Well, good move. Whoa! I was not looking there. I nearly crashed into him. Bloody hell. It's terrifying. Oh, he's lagging. He's lagging. What was going on with that? Oh, he did the slow down penalty. I was reading the chat. I'm like, why is there a car going in reverse? Oh, here we go. Every time.
Stay on the left.
No! Oh, you fucking
Clear on the right.
moron! What can I do? I broke.
Wheel damage.
I broke later.
There's an incident behind.
Fucking hell! They're so dumb. They're so dumb. They're so unbelievably dumb. I broke as late as possible to make sure the time is like as far ahead. He still drives into us. I was going to call him a retard, and then I decided not to. You know my view on the word retard. It's like dumb, idiot, whatever. For some reason, some countries are doubly offended by it.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Look, at the end of the day, if you use the word dumb has been used to describe people that are disabled. The word idiot has been used to describe people that are disabled. The word, you know, so if you're gonna say dumb or idiot, that's exactly the same as calling someone a retard. What matters is the intent behind it. So, you know. But apparently some people don't understand context, so. We've been through this. I personally went through special needs education. Come
on, Dennis, push.
So
I don't overtake, push.
Right.
Let's go.
Car on your left.
Oh dear, we have a bit of damage. We seem to be not too bad on pace though with this damage.
If I can catch them, I'll let you pass later.
Whoa! Car's going all over the place.
Come on, Joanne. Push.
Ben.
Go.
Ben, Bismarck, please, let's pull away. It's long race too.
Yeah.
don't know how people manage to do that. Hot lap line into the car on the inside.
Push, what are you doing?
You can't. You have to qualify in the top 5. That's about it. Well, we're plus I rated. It's fine. No worries.
Let me pass, please.
Let me pass. Are you faster than him? Let me pass. I'm faster.
Danny, blue flag.
Let me pass, please. What is that guy doing? There's no point doing it there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got a draft though. Draft gives you like 5-6 tenths on this track.
Danny, I'll push you, don't move.
All it bent was our front right. Yeah, it's alright. It's just a little mid-race adjustment. Oh.
Okay, good fucking job.
Slow car ahead. You got a slow car on the right.
What was that on the track? Looked like wheels.
The car in P2. Just step the fastest lap.
Oh, here we go.
Bro!
I am so sorry, Dennis. I just miscalculated.
Oh my god, they make no effort. The car on the outside squeezed us so hard. I can't go anywhere. Fucking Christ.
Francisco, I'm faster
The
than
car
you.
on the right and then the left car on the left just squeeze you into the car on the right. I'm a hostage. Oh my
I
god.
miscalculated with the brake levels, mate. I'm so sorry.
It's like ridiculous. It's just, it's like you're driving with like the local blind society or something.
Daniel, don't. Let's take the guy in front of me.
Is this the Braille iRacing split or something?
Francis, please let me pass.
The blind sim racing society. I mean, Jesus Christ. Helen Keller Racing Club. I don't know what's going on here. Oh no, he's going to charge up and run into us.
Clear on the right.
Oh my goodness. Where are you going? Why?
You're on the left. 3 wide.
No, don't drive into the back of me, you idiot!
Clear.
Oh my god! What are they doing? How does he drive into the back of me there? I'm on the far left-hand side of the track. Oh my god. This is like wrestling, not racing. I'm in 10th place. This is going well. All things considered, we've got damage. We've still got 4 wheels. This Nassar's got to drive into us for sure. Here comes the Ram. If I don't defend the inside, he's going to send it, isn't he? And drive into us. Oh, he didn't. That was good.
The leader is running 19.927.
I don't know. My car's a bit reluctant to turn right. Oh, hello. What is going on? No, why are you blocking? Why am I being rear-ended as well? Oh my god. Still going. Still going. Christ almighty. Nice relaxing drive. That's what we're here for.
Sorry, Victor, I just woke up. These are a mess.
This yellow guy's the one that wrecked me in the last race, I think. It's the 5 neighbour. Was it? It was this guy, wasn't it, that wrecked us in the previous race? Why is he swerving all over the track, driving a straight line?
Car right.
What are you doing?
Still there, hold your line.
Oh no, oh no, here we go. We've been here before. Yep.
Clear.
I mean, that was probably partly my fault.
Why now?
You're losing on the car in front.
That was probably partly my fault. I was more concerned with the yellow car than the green car.
Thank you.
Well, you know, to be honest, was it just 1X? Or I think then he lagged into us. Why? Well, watch a replay. I probably did come too far to the right.
We are where we expected to be.
We'll see. I don't think he was alongside us, but if he was, it was my fault. Oh dear, our car's like chugging. We have a fair bit of damage.
Still there, hold your line.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that other guy had rear-ended us before multiple times,
Still there,
so...
hold your line. Clear. Car 4 has taken the lead.
Oh, don't do a dive bomb, matey. The problem is I've got a bit of damage, so I'm having to brake a touch earlier. Oh, the yellow car's off. Oh, here we go, here we go. Christ almighty, this guy is like a weapon. It just causes so many accidents. Beef for the YouTube comments. Oh well. Put the beef down. Have a beef Wellington. Guys, stop having a go at each other. Life's too short. We'll all be dead soon. Make up, kiss each other. It's all good. Salted. Keep the beef on iRacing voice chat where it belongs. Oh good God, he's lagging as well. Oh no.
Left side.
There we go.
Stay on the right. Clear.
I'm so broken.
Dennis, I'll let you pass right on the straight.
Oh. Oh! You have to drive off the road to get past this guy. He's a wrecker. No, don't drive into me. I've got this idiot yellow car in front of me.
Thank you, man.
Who, for some reason, brakes in completely weird places.
Sorry for that before.
And then blocks with his lag. What are you doing? He's pushing me off the road.
Keep to the right.
It's okay. I didn't get any damage, so it's
Keep
fine.
to the right. You're in the middle. Rewind.
What are you guys doing? Ow! Why? Why they can't drive at all in this? It's insane! I've got a car on my left and then a car driving up my arse. I've lost my rear wing! Idiot! Like, what on earth? This is top... Oh, second split, but like, what is wrong with iRacing? I'm gonna have to do a quick pit. Oh my God! Absolutely. What are you doing? I'm gonna get a DQ from people driving into me. Oh my God! These people are so bad. How are they so bad? Thanks, iRacing.
Good job.
10.
What is wrong with these people?
3, 2, 1. Right here.
They like...
Okay.
They have no awareness of other cars.
Yeah, what are you doing?
They have like zero awareness of cars that are around them. It's insane. Yeah. You'd be able to see that. Oh, I don't know. Let's see how we're doing.
I can't believe it. Thank you, mate.
We've got some good footage in this one. No, the despair is part of it. You just have to embrace it. It's fine. Just take it. You have to just take it.
Steven, mate, you killed 2 people yet.
No, it's great fun. You just have to enjoy it. No other video game is this mental.
The car in front is pitting.
Oh, you should do it. It's good.
Looks like.
If you play enough iRacing, you can you become a Buddhist. Oh my god. Oh. At least he's allowed to exit the pit like that. It's fine.
Dylan, pass left.
Yeah, well, the thing with the CS thing is when you have someone on your team that's an idiot.
5 laps of fuel left.
That's the downside with CS, is when you get a moron teammate.
19.97.
Some of the teammates we've had, I mean, when you're playing a game of CS and your sodding teammate tries to plant the flashbang, when they try to plant the flashbang on the bomb site, that is when Counter-Strike is frustrating. When a game that's been out for 25 years and a guy tries to plant a flashbang, which is something I've only ever seen once in 25 years of Counter-Strike. But, you know, that's what's possible. Plant a flashbang. Why won't it plant? Oh, I don't know. Because it's a flashbang and not the bomb. Oh, that was so stupid. That is probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in Counter-Strike. Oh, we're only on -10. If we finish in front of this guy, we can still gain ratings, so it's all worth it.
Pasa por la derecha, Francisco.
Oh, was this the guy that wrecked us? Oh, we have to beat him now. It's a matter of pride. Counter-Strike, yeah. 20... Yeah, 25... 20, no, maybe like 26 years.
That's right.
Oh, is this top split? Oh, okay. I thought it was in the second split. Bloody hell, how were they so bad in the top split? I thought this was like low split. Like, how are they this bad? Jesus Christ. Oh, well, it's entertaining. Appreciate everyone watching. Thanks for following. Thanks for liking. Thanks for subscribing. This was meant to just be a chilled out stream because I've got insomnia.
Right side.
And we've ended up playing for...
Clear on the right.
12 hours. Yeah, you're probably right. Now, weirdly, with iRacing, it's often that the top split is the worst, and the second split is often better than the top split. Because the top split has a lot of try hard
Just set the fastest lap. 19.5.
people that they've got fast lap times, but they don't have any car control, and so they feel entitled to the position because technically they've done faster laps. So they're like, oh, I deserve to be in front of you because I'm faster. Oh yeah, shit! I've got to be careful I don't get a DQ. Why is he driving into me? What is he doing? How many X's am I on? Yeah, I can't risk contacting this guy. Bloody hell. I think he's doing this on purpose.
Car on your left. Clear.
I don't know, but I mean, it's a shame. It's stupid how I'm getting punished for other people doing dumb stuff due to their weird DQ system.
You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
Yeah, nice up victory, Chris. Thanks for putting up with me.
I mean, I'm just going to get a DQ here if I actually try and race. This is guaranteed DQ. Even if I do absolutely nothing wrong. Welcome to iRacing, guys.
Left side, 2 wide. You're on the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide. Stay on the right. Clear. Car right. Still there.
I can't defend it because he'll drive into me.
Still there.
I just had to. Yeah, that's alright, we're not DQ'd. Guess that's the best we can hope for.
It's over. Bring it back to the pits, we're going.
Yeah, it does. Right, let's have a look at that. What on earth? I was expecting them to crash into us there, so I went really deep. Right, let's have a look at this madness. I mean, what on earth was going on? Absolutely ridiculous race. It's just the under tray hitting the floor. To be fair, it does sound pretty terrible with real cars. This bloody yellow car is the one causing so much carnage. Because he's... Well, first of all, that guy's like driven off the track. Drives right back into traffic. He did pull off the line to save the penalty. That's good. No, I mean, that's entirely that guy. Like, what is he doing? I'm over half a car in front through the apex. He's driving into me. That is not me at all. I mean, I thought that was me at fault, vaguely. What on earth is wrong with people? What is going on in their brains? He's slow into the corner. Does the hot lap line. I'm front wheels in line here. I'm turning left, and how does he? I'm still turning left. How does he? How? How do you do that? How do you drive into the car on the left? Why is he going that line? What on earth? I mean, my wheels turn left. I'm actually leaving more than enough space. I was blaming myself for this, but this is actually... I mean, it's just constant on this corner. They hot lap it. It just drives over me. Go cockpit. What is cockpit? I mean, I'm on a single monitor, and you can see if the other car's ahead of you there. He's turning left here. At this point, why would you still be turning left? Why? Why? Why would you... You've got a car on your inside that's ahead of you. Why would you keep... You would, if anything, you would assume that my car was going to understeer more. Oh, what happened here? Why is this car so slow? He's given up. Did he get damage? So stupid, this get like... I mean, it is right. I quite enjoy it, but it's insane. I just don't... I think they don't... They can't... Oh, you get rear-ended. Yeah, look! What are they doing? Why? He's had to slow down for the slower cars in front, which is pretty normal because of this yellow car, ultimately. And this guy's just throttled into the back of him and probably damaged him. It's like... zero awareness. Like, they need to reduce the damage in this. It's ridiculous. Like, either it's a mixture of netcode, but also a lack of... Like, there's a lot of smoothing, so sometimes... What do you mean, look who's in front of them? It's this yellow car. That's what slowed it down.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
No, this car, it was this car here that slowed down. Thank you, Prop 1. Ah, dear. What happened here is this car. He goes slow. This car overreacts to it. I mean, the blue car massively overreacts to the green car. So the problem is, it's like netcode. You can't. Everything's like got so much smoothing to it. It is ridiculous. And like a lot of these crashes are actually from the smoothing, especially when it's like laggy cars. Like this yellow car is clearly lagging out all over the place. So you can't know what's actually going on. I mean, I don't know how that guy manages to drive into me though. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Just totally nonsensical. How many races have we done where the car has done, where people have done this, where they're on the outside and they hot lap into the car on the inside, and it's not like the car on the inside is understeering or is dive bombed. The car on the inside is in front of them at the corner, through the corner. Over and over and over again that happens. And there's nothing you can do. It's therapy. It's fine. It's part of the process. It is just bizarre. Yeah, but can't debate. It's been a great day. 10 hours of this. It's been fantastic. It will happen again and again. No, the thing is, I think if they reduced how much the cars react to contacts, and then reduce the damage, it wouldn't matter if people, if this car did this, it wouldn't matter because they're not going to go flying off each other's wheels and do mental shit. Like, iRacing acts as if it's not online. This would probably make sense offline to have this kind of stuff with no latency. But from this guy's perspective, he's probably not even touching my wheels on his screen because we're seeing what I see. So if they need to, iRacing need to go, hang on a minute, we can't use realistic contact numbers on the internet where there's a 150 millisecond delay between each car. Yeah, but school thesis. The problem is, from this guy's perspective, he's probably not touching us like this. Well, in fact, he's not, because look, you see it like do a weird. This is from lag, so this is my client. He hits us, it does damage to us, but if this is what happened on his screen, his car would have gone flying off. Well, guys, just chill out in chat. I just be nice to each other. I don't care. I don't care who's right or wrong. Everyone's going to be dead soon. All be nice to each other. Like 2,400, I think. You can implement gamepad control in games quite well. Yeah, they do weird stuff like stick together and things like, you know, no sim's going to be perfect in contacts, but as a result, there's no way that someone could play R-Factor 2 online or AC online, right, in LFM, and Sedikist, yeah, that would help as well. There's no way you can play LFM with AC, R-Factor 2, and then go to iRacing and be like, iRacing produces more realistic racing. Like, and Race Room actually as well. Like, the netcode in iRacing is good. Like, the smoothing is quite good, even though you have ghost contacts and everything. It's quite good because it allows oval racing and it looks good. But because of that, when two cars come together with the ghosting, it magnifies the crash. So they just need to reduce how much force is imparted on the cars. And it's like the grass. Look, like, you could argue how the grass was before was realistic to certain conditions of dry grass in real life, like pretty bad dry grass in real life. Can at times be as slippy as it was in iRacing before they updated it. You know, but it was always like worst case scenario. By making the grass more like better case scenario in real life, there's way less people doing stupid shit. It's easier to avoid crashes. You have more realistic races. Like, okay, you could argue that that's less realistic. The grass is less realistic in some ways, but the end result is more realistic. So that's what you have to do. You have to like, it's an abstract. Sim devs are really bad at doing this. Kunos did this with ACC, and a lot of developers do it. They ignore, they want to do the sim thing of all real world data. It's all, we got this, we're doing it all real life, but they forget that it's an abstract thing on the internet with latency, with weird shit happening, with imperfect physics. As a result, if you do the data, use that as a primary thing, but it's not going to be realistic because it's not a literal thing of the real thing.
But anyway. The pace car is out of
We have a professional victim. What are you talking about? Guys, stop complaining in chat with each other. Blaming Sadakist for everything. If you're angry at someone, blame Sadakist. Don't blame each other. Blame Sadakist. He's Canadian. He'll apologise for it. YouTube versus Twitch. Look, I know we've got lots of really hot Eastern European models in chat, and I realise you're like trying to vie for my attention because you want to be the hot 27-year-old Eastern European model that I pay attention to. I get it, but I'm not going to give you more attention if you're arguing, you know. That's not how it works. Also, stop sending me the nudes. It's tiresome. I've seen so many naked... so many naked Eastern Europeans. I'm bored now. I can only take so many Sadakist photos.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Right. Bloody hell. We're gonna do another one because we need some more gains. What the hell's going on? I don't know. This is an absolute pump fest. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was... What was this? We've got a slow guy on the right. Oh, AC's stupid curbing. Oh my god. I can't believe we got away with this. Thankfully he stopped. That was nice of him. That was actually really good by this guy saved us. Thank you, Danny. He realised he ain't going to drive through that. So, appreciate that, Danny.
Well, everybody.
Now, iRacing's worth it because if you can take the iRacing punishment, iRacing is more stressful than... I've not done much, like, yeah, I've only done like basic track days and go-karting and things, like not much at all.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist.
Shit.
So that is amazing.
I've only had like very limited time in real cars, but
one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
iRacing is more stressful than like any real world activity that I've done. So if you can get used to iRacing, you'll be so calm, like, because like real life is just chill compared to iRacing. You can be going down a downhill bike track, and it's more, and even though you could literally die, it's calmer than iRacing. Niels! Didn't the closing of Alcatraz coincide with the launch of iRacing? Oh. You just gave me weird nostalgia for... Do you remember when Half-Life 2 was being announced? And they did that X800 graphics card launch event at Alcatraz. I've always wanted to go to Alcatraz. And then I fell for it because I was like, oh, they've done ATI's tied in with Valve, and I've had Nvidia, and I'd quite like to not support Nvidia, and it's time for me to try an ATI card again because I had Nvidia, and it's like, well, obviously if they're working with Valve, it'll work great with Half-Life 2, and I'm a big Half-Life fan, so that makes sense. So I spent like my student loan on an X800, and then it bloody wouldn't work properly because of the drivers, and I'd like try and play Half-Life, and you get given the crowbar at the start, and it go but ruined Half-Life 2 for me. And since then, I've never bought an ATI graphics card. That was it. All bow to Niels. King Niels. All go and subscribe to Niels. Champion of the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet. Excel sheet legend. You don't follow the cult, but I love racing super speed. The Draft Masters is really good on iRacing. iRacing's right. It's the most entertaining sim. You can't deny it. It's insane. It's mental. It's frustrating, and it's ridiculous. But the voice chat, the weird crashes, the salt, nothing is as entertaining. Nothing's as painful as iRacing. It's like you know, if you do a long walk and it's really shit weather and it sucks, like you've got blisters and it's awful, like the rain, it's British rain in your face and it's damp. It's not even like proper rain, it's like thin mist rain, and it's like it's just going into your clothes and you're wet and soggy and you just feel like shit, and you've got like another 10 miles to walk and your fingers are cold, your feet are cold, your feet are wet and cold, and all your clothes are heavy. And you're just like, ugh, and you can't see because the rain's hitting you in the face. And you know it's like absolute shite. But when you get in your tent after that, or you like get a hotel, you're like, oh my God, it's amazing. The terrible walk and I couldn't even see anything, and the hypothermia and the blisters. And when you sit down, you're like, and then that's what iRacing's like. As soon as you stop doing it, it's like morphine. It's the same as hitting yourself with a whip, self-flagellation, but it's a simulator version. The ultimate, you know those religious people where they like whip themselves and they're all bleeding, they hit themselves with swords as they walk down the high street. Instead of doing that, they should be pushing each other down sim rigs whilst playing iRacing, and they will be like, oh man, well done, you're well dedicated to your religion. Forget the cars. That's nothing. What's that called? What's that religion? Which religion is it? Hang on. Self-flagellation religion. Christianity. In Christianity, self-flagellation is practiced in the context of doctoring of the mortification. Hang on. Of the flesh, and is seen as spiritual discipline. See, that's iRacing. It is often used as a form of penance, iRacing, and is intended to allow for the flagellant to share in the suffering of Jesus. See? iRacing, religious experience. It's American, it makes sense. They probably made iRacing so that people could do stuff in mega churches, and they could play video games in them. I saw a video years ago. They had iRacing set up in a mega church, and the pastor was like walking around. And they were trying to use iRacing to get people into the religion. It's really funny how churches do that. They're like, how do we get young people into church? We'll make a rap song.
Yo, Jesus, he is cool. He died on the cross for all your sins.
And then all the kids are like, this is lame. Jesus has 10k iRated. I didn't know flagellant and flagellism. Here we go. Flagellants are practitioners of the form of mortification of the flesh, whipping their skin with various instruments. The flagellari, from Latin flagellare. Why are they dressed like members of a group of people that don't like black people? What's that about? Google flagellant and look at the wiki article. There's a weird... seems to be a bit of the clothing they're wearing. It seems a bit racist. That's unfortunate. Oh dear. Yeah, for some reason, since like the 60s, you can't wear like a white robe anymore. It's like how since the 40s you can't wear a mustache. I don't, it's just frowned upon. People are oddly sensitive to those things. What's this about motherboards? Hang on, let me. Hang on, I missed your comment. Let me go through it. Motherboard comment. Hang on. Rhino's Race Room. Do I have to enable my X4 slot on my main board, or is it X? What do you mean? Do you mean for your PCIe Express? It will already be it'll already be the max. If it's the top, you're talking about PCI Express. If you use the top socket, it will be X16. You shouldn't have to enable it. It should just pick it up. But the sockets below are normally like 8X. I think. Well, I'm just going to get a cup of tea. You're using the second. It should still have it. What graphics card have you got? Or you just putting any normal PCI card in a modern graphics card, in a modern motherboard will not use all the bandwidth. Hang on. Mex. I'm not playing the victim, but not allowing me to address those feel the need to address me as pure liberal garbage from your part with help of liberal... Guys, what are you complaining about? I told you. Look, I don't care who's right or who's wrong. We're all going to be dead soon. Stop arguing on the internet, unless you're joking, which you probably are. I can't even tell. I can't follow chat. But we'll all be dead soon. So don't, argue in iRacing, in the voice chat. That's what it's there for. Are you NVMe should... Hang on. What? Right, what are you doing? Why are you plugging... Are you just on about your NVMe drive speed? If you plug... So you probably have 2 NVMe ports on your motherboard. One might be faster than the other one, but both should be fast enough for like any NVMe drive you've got. Yeah, guys, you can all stop now. You can move. You can all move on from this conversation. It's fine. I'm just gonna get a cup of tea and another non-alcoholic drink from the fridge. Just. We'll be back in a second. Whoops. Whoops. Are we still live? Oh yeah, we are. Okay. Push the wrong button then. Oh, it should go to the race in a second. Right, back in a minute. We're just loading the race here. Oh, hello. I've eaten like 6 oranges today. Mini oranges. I got a banana there, I didn't realise. Absolutely stacking up on the fruit. Have you ever been to Goodwood, Niels? There's no houses near Goodwood. It's a bloody airfield. She lived nearby. It's a bloody grass field. There's not any houses there. I've always wanted to go to Goodwood Revival. Random. I'm using multiple output. It's a fixed out one. So I'm rendering the stream twice. Well, 3 times, so I'm also recording a video. This is a bad idea. So I'm multiple output, and then that's rendering to Twitch, and then this is going to YouTube with OBS, and then this is another window doing a separate recording, and then that's my chat room on the right on my little monitor. I wouldn't do it. You couldn't do that on the same PC. Doing it if you've got a spare PC with a decent CPU, it's a good solution. It's just called multiple output. I think it's Japanese. Soroyake. Japanese guy made it. This Satsuma's mouldy. Forget that. But I use the vertical. Yeah, I am using dual PC again. I should be getting a new AVerMedia capture card soon, so I'll be able to do 144Hz 4K pass-through. At the moment, I use that splitter card and then downscale to 1080p 120, which is working really well actually. So it's a really good solution for 4K streaming. Yeah, I would say for driving sims, dual PC setup's just so much better. Like it's more convenient if you were starting out streaming and you don't have many viewers. Obviously, there's no point doing it. But I'd say by the time someone has, like, let's say 80 concurrent viewers or even 50, and they do that for like over a year or 2, it's well worth them having a dual PC setup, especially because they can record a completely separate view and then upload videos with voiceover from that, and it'll pay for the PC. That's if anyone's watching considering getting into streaming, don't buy stuff preemptively. Buy it with the money that you make from ad revenue. You don't need a fast PC as a separate PC. If you've got an NVIDIA 20 series graphics card, even the most budget one, you can do the bulk of the encoding on the graphics card. That's the thing. You can use NVNC. It works really well. I actually, so I have an X. What's the 30 the AMD chip from like 6 years ago that has lots of cores in it, but I ended up just sticking I bought an NVIDIA 2060 or whatever the cheapest one was at the time, and it makes sense. It's better off doing it yourself, Random. I think it's better off doing it yourself. No, not Threadripper. It's one of the other ones, one of the cheaper ones. But I'm using the PC that I use is the streaming PC is a is the one that I built when we originally got our like affiliate link money. The FAP box. The X3D chip is what I've got in my gaming PC, and it's well worth getting. Even if you get the one for the last year's, which is what I'm using, for most PC sims are like single core. Like, it makes such a huge difference. It's ridiculous. Stuff like iRacing, R Factor 2. Most of PC games are like using single core sort of paradigm of game engine programming. Guys, stop having a go at each other in chat. I can't be bothered to read it. How many times do I have to say this? Stop trolling each other. Stop being knoblets. We will all be dead soon. Waste your time in my chat being penises. I don't care. I don't care who's right, who's wrong. I couldn't give a shit. Just be nice to each other. I can't be bothered. Yeah, well, look, if I notice someone's been a knoblet consistently, I will just ban them from the channel. So, you know, but I really can't be bothered. I've been awake since 3 in the morning. I'm only streaming because we've got insomnia and we've been live for like 12 hours. I can't be bothered. So if I have to go through the stream and check, if I have to go through the stream and check who's been the knoblet, which I don't want to spend my time doing, I just can't be bothered. I'm too lazy. Yeah, it's good to remind yourself. It's good to remind yourself that we'll be dead soon. It's a very... What's it called? Memori Morti? I don't know, something like that. Mind you, being in a car with random call sign is worse than being dead. Memento mori. Yeah, that's having an object to remind you. Yeah, driving down the E30 with random call sign. That's worse than death. The worst word in the worst road in Europe. I just remember coming.
James guy didn't even do his bit.
Coming back from Nordschleife.
Okay, let's go.
And this is just after COVID, and the borders were like being a bit weird. And the border between Belgium and Holland, I think it was, or it might have been Germany and Belgium. And they had like the gendarmes. I don't know what the Belgium call them. And they're like the road siphoned off. And all these gendarmes stood there, and I ran, of course, I was like, okay, this is a bit weird. And I'm like, don't be suspicious, you know, because otherwise they might stop us if you look suspicious. And then he proceeds to, like, do the most suspicious. He's like, looking around like that. I'm like, they're definitely going to stop us. He looked like a drunk. He looked like he had corpses in the boot. It was so stupid. We didn't get stopped, but it was so dumb. Random call sign would be like the worst person in, like, if you needed to smuggle people from East Berlin to West Berlin.
Okay, let's go.
You just don't count on random call sign. He'd be the worst smuggler ever. I mean, he just looks guilty by default. Order! Order! He's Portuguese, but you can say he's from Spain.
SOF is
okay, let's go.
184.
Right, here we go.
Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Yeah, we know because we've had 2.
I don't like
Our
ACC, but I do like the
shit
normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. Here we go. Oh, we've got the cheese car in front. Oh, no, it's a different one. The cheese is behind us.
Green, green, green.
Oh, here comes the cheese. Every race.
Car on your left.
Go.
Clear. Car on your left.
Oh my goodness, every race.
Still there. Keep to the right. Clear.
You know, the thing is, I don't want to get wrecked, so you have to be somewhat careful, but you also have to be somewhat aggressive, and it's not impossible to get the balance right, because you just can't, it's impossible to know what the other people are going to do. Like, what are they doing? There goes the cheese. There goes the cheese.
Incident behind. Left side. Clear.
There it is. There's the cheese. The cheese has been grated. Oh, here we go. You know what happens? We're on the inside, the car on the outside. Drives into it. Oh my god.
Car right, too wide.
Every time! He almost hit us!
Car on the right. Clear.
He was so close to hitting us there. Oh my god. Oh, here we go, here we go. Here we go, he's going to drive into the back of him.
Car on your left. Still there, hold your line.
Why don't you leave any room, you idiot?
Clear on the left.
I've given you more than a car's width. On the outside. Christ. 0x. Just drive into me. Blithering idiots. It's nice and relaxing this. I'm having a nice... It's been really fun today. What? No!
Car on your left.
Christ.
Clear.
What are they doing? Oh my god! No, what was he doing? Too wide! Too wide, too wide! Too wide!
Franco, you don't take it through.
Too wide in the fucking kick, you idiot! Too wide! Too wide! Too wide! Too wide! Too... You Franco!
You don't take it through too wide in the fucking kink, you idiot!
You idiot! Franco! Order. That poor Franco. Too wide.
Let's go.
Oh, we're in 5th place here. Not bad. You will have fun.
There's an incident behind.
Ah, that's good to know. I always need to know when there's an incident behind me.
Car stop on the left. The leader's pitting
Whoa!
now.
Smoke! Oh, it's upside down! It's upside down! Spinning top! What? Why is he upside down spinning around?
You're now in 3rd.
Oh, I'm in 3rd! Go me! Pure skill.
Let's go.
How did he... Right, replay of that. Any advice to stop people slamming into the back of you? Oh, never slow down for a crash. Put your foot on the gas and go. That's how you avoid it. If you drive as you would in LFM or R-Factor 2 or probably in real life, you'll have a bad time. Always just throttle into it and try and find a gap, because you can at least control who you hit into, but you can't control who hits into your back. That's the technique for avoiding your ass getting rammed.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Well, yeah, either you want to qualify in the top 5 by hot lapping, or don't qualify at all and just stay away from everyone. Those are the two options. Or play like a lunatic and qualify in the mid for the banks. I think we're on like 250, 300 irating. We had a few minus 100s due to getting DQs. Well, just getting smashed off the track. Guys, go and subscribe to Random Call Sign on YouTube if you haven't yet. He does lots of reviews, hardware reviews. He does live streaming. He tends to live stream in the morning as well. So if you're on GMT, sort of 10 a.m. to like 2 p.m. Check him out. Said GP Laps, Champion Joe, Random Call Sign. On Twitch, Matt Malone, Daniel Gray, Emery, Emil. There's some good channels to follow if you wanted some. This could be a beautiful third place. Oh, it could be a beautiful second place. We're catching Daniel Katolski. That's Craig David. Craig David. Took her to the cinema on Tuesday. Whatever you do, though, don't subscribe to Neil's Housing Veld. He's some like weird Dutch guy, obsessed with spreadsheets, somewhat into pedals for some reason. Really toxic. Probably one of the more toxic channels out there. Very controversial. I would avoid that. Wow, yeah, Neil's Nikes is a good guy. Like I've had a chance to talk with him quite a lot. He's done ESL R1, and I've been to quite a few of the ESL R1 events, and yeah, I like him. He's like grumpy and critical all the time. He's yeah, he says what he's thinking, which I like. I'm surprised. I was saying this earlier. I'm surprised. Like, he's basically. I think I pretty much agree with everything he says. I think he has a similar view to me with Sims in general. And what he said about AMS2, I'm surprised he didn't get attacked by AMS2 fanboys, but he is an esports driver, and he did use fancy words to basically say exactly the same things I said. So that's protected him. Now the fanboys are confused. They can't disagree with an esports pro. So, you know, maybe some will, but then they would look stupid, wouldn't they?
The podium is looking good. There's an incident behind.
Well, no, it's very rare. Sometimes people accidentally agree with me. But so many people that consume Sims just regurgitate dev notes, and then whatever the developer says, and I'm not going to go at the developer because they're trying to do the best, but whatever the developer puts in the notes, the fanboys of that sim, it's not just AMS2, it's any sim, the fanboys automatically link together what the developers said with what it is, and then associate that with being, oh, it's great. And you have it with, it happened with Project Cars 2, happened with ACC, happens with everything, happens with Flight Sim. And it's just really, it happens with wine. Woo, it's a fine bouquet with vanilla accents. It's like, it's wine, mate. There's no vanilla in it. I get what they're trying to say, but, you know. People love it. Yeah, I think with Sims as well, any sim, it's like sim worship. People like the idea of the complexity and how complex it is as a marketing thing, because that alludes to there being more value to what you've bought, which is kind of stupid because it's like, well, a lot of people that play Sims don't realise that even Mario Kart actually has, like, so much work will have gone into Mario Kart in terms of it's not going to be a totally basic physics engine. There will still be like, it won't be like binary on-off grip. There'll still be like a physics engine there that's probably more complicated than what most people can reasonably program. And, you know, they still had to very carefully design how the drift mechanic works.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
But a lot of people don't realise that. Like even the player movement in Counter-Strike, for example, is it's not a simple case of just, oh, forward does this impulse and this does that. You know, it's actually, there's a lot of complexity. Even if you were doing a 2D platformer, it's actually doing like the amount of distance it takes for a character to slow down, and if you do it with like actual physics with like gravity and a whole those types of rules, it's actually quite hard to program that. It's actually, that is complex enough. Like a basic platformer that uses some approximation of physics, you could write a 50-page essay on how those physics operate and the decisions you've made, and you know, a 2D top-down racing game using the very same physics, you could present in a way that comes across as ridiculously complicated, or superficially seems as complicated as any racing sim. So it's just a bit absurd, but. I don't know what physics engine is default. Is it Havoc or something? Unreal used Havoc for ages, and then they did their own. Oh, we got a battle coming on here. Yeah, I have to repeat it. The best of GM. I've only got 3 stories. Every 5 hours I loop them. I've been doing it for 10 years. No one noticed. Well, some people did, but fortunately most of them are dying of old age, so... Oh, no. Oh, it's this guy.
Keep to the left. Keep to the left.
Oh, he didn't do it. Blessed me. Flagellation denied. Here comes the Rico turning. Oh, there you go. That's the one positive of Alzheimer's, if there are any. You could watch Jurassic Park over and over again and really enjoy it. That's what I'd want. If I had like a memory disorder, I'd ask for my carers to just put on loop really good films every single day, and you'd be like, oh wow, it's awesome. Right, you don't need to bump draft me there, but why not? How do you drive into the back? Like, I was slow through there because I did the slide into the corner because I took a tighter line and I wanted to brake early, so that I didn't understeer. Are you ready?
To the left. Still there.
Ah, we did it nice and clean. Good move. That was nice. It's a miracle. That was actually good. He drove through it without driving into me. Much appreciated. We still need to beat him though. 2 laps to go. It's actually advantageous for us to be behind him by about 0.3, 0.4 before the long straight, because then you get the full draft. So if we can just hold this gap. Yeah, it's 0.3 at the start of the straight, then you get the full draft before you get to the corner. We'll just stay behind him here. It's monster toe.
That was your fastest lap of the session.
Whoa, one more lap. Can we get him on the final corner? Try and coast behind him. Yeah, so we're 0.3. Yeah, I'm not going to overtake him on this lap. I'm going to wait to the final lap if we can stay with him. Look, you see here, 0.3.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Maybe even 0.3. You end up getting the run, so you could then go down the side. Really, it's kind of a mix. It's maybe even 0.2.
Last lap.
The top end of 0.2.
New fastest lap for you.
Oh dear, that wasn't good. just made it hard for myself now. Gonna have to push through here to close this gap. I messed up. God damn it. Unbelievable. Can't believe I messed that up. I went in slightly too fast into the corner over the hill. I'm using a LG OLED C1. Can't believe I'm just waiting slightly too hot over the hill. Full send for the 1X. Oh well. Good racing. He deserved it. I messed it up behind him.
You got a slow car on the right.
Oh dear. It's like my focus is waning a little bit after 11 hours and 15 minutes.
Great job. You did really well.
God, why am I getting slower? I should be able to drive at peak performance for 12 hours non-stop. Right. What happened earlier on in that? It's 55 inch, but I would say 55 inch is too big for a gaming monitor. Like, I would say like 37 inch, or maybe 42 at the top end. I mean, it depends how far away you want to put the monitors, but generally speaking, I would just go for a like 42 or smaller. There is an advantage of having a screen slightly further away because it means your eyes can converge and focus into the distance, which is a bit more natural. Like after about 2 meters, your eyes are focused in a relaxed state, like the focus to infinity effectively. So that's why if you look at like high-end training centers, they often have projectors for flight sims and racing sims. They'll have the projectors, even though they've got huge projectors, they'll have them really far away, and it's because when the driver's looking at them, it's the same as if you were looking in the distance in real life. Yeah, no, I really like VR. It's just crap for live streaming. So, I don't use it for live streaming, but I like it. It's not very good for videos either, but it's the best way to... It's the most fun thing to do. Yeah, well, it depends on the headset, but yeah, a lot of VR headsets do the well, there's also the 3D and the there's a whole bunch of different things. The focal plane, but also the convergence for the screens, and there's a bunch of different stuff going on. But pancake lenses are so much better. I noticed this with the Quest 3 and pancake lenses. They are so much more comfortable. And especially the high resolution VR screens with pancake lenses, your eyes feel so less fatigued. To be fair, I found the Valve Index is pretty good for like not getting fatigue, but the Quest 3 I think is something about pancake lenses. Even though you get like a blur, moire sort of blur, like not blur, like a light, like it looks like fog, but it's just the light refracting off the inside of the lens. But even then, that just looks like a little bit of fogging. Oh yeah, we'll look at the upside down car. But yeah, pancake lenses, like I don't know, some people... So the only downside of pancake lenses is that fogging kind of thing you get from... I think it's called moire, but the fogging from lights. And then you need quite a bright panel because the pancake lenses are so thick, relatively speaking. You need a much brighter panel to get the same brightness. But, you know, we're fine with all this stuff now anyway. It's so much better than Fresnel lenses. Oh, that's a different issue. I noticed that with the Rift headsets actually. That yeah, they fog up very easily. I think because they actually maybe the glass or even the Fresnel lenses got cold. But I never really noticed fogging up on the Index that much, or the Pimax headset. It's not God rays. That's another thing. you tend to get God rays you get from Fresnel lenses. Right, let's find these upside down cars. Yeah, well, so even with the Quest 3 now, with like mixed reality, you can set it up. There's some apps and stuff. I've not tried them out yet myself, but you can set it up so that where your hands are cuts through the game, so you'll be able to see your own steering wheel, your real world steering wheel, and your real world button box. But then everything's else in your car. So someone just needs to make a specific app for driving sims where you could cut out your steering wheel in mixed reality, and your button box, and then as you'd always be able to see your wheel and your button box, and that fixes that problem of being able to use like augmented reality, basically. Oh my goodness. Hang on. Absolute Bordeaux. Oh. Why did he drive into the wall? And then how did... What? Well, that's certainly one way. How did the other car lose it? Just from the grass? Yeah. Yeah, thicker. I think thicker glass takes longer to warm up, and so and is generally colder for some reason. So I think that's it's probably because it's dense. So that's probably why if you've got multiple lenses. But then I don't know what they use with... oh, I guess you're not putting it on your face, are you? I was going to say with camera lenses, they don't tend to fog up. But they would do if you went from like if you were breathing on it. Bit too much grass from this guy. But yeah, I would definitely say well, I'll do some videos on it soon, but the Quest 3 is definitely a substantial comfort upgrade, especially if you get a good headband. And I personally, as well, they really aren't like, so Oculus or Meta. I know that they've tried to keep the cost down because they're already losing money per unit, but if you wear the Quest 3 without the facial thing and it's off your face, especially with AR, it's so much better and so much more impressive than if you've got the VR headset on. It's also way more comfortable, way more airy and lighter. Like, it's the Quest 3 with no facial interchange on it, with the headband thing, is, in terms of compared to the Quest 3 without that, is almost like a headset ahead better. So it's really weird that Meta, like, fair enough, they don't sell the headset with it because they can't afford to, but why not have a pro head strap that's actually decent? It's insane. It's like even if it was £100, it would be worth it. Yeah, they've got the Quest Pro, but that's like £500 more, and you might as well just get the Quest 3. The Quest Pro has like a headband like that. The Quest 3 only weighs like 500 grams. Hello, B-Sim Racing. Spaghetti Racing. Use my industry contacts to expedite what you drill. I'm waiting for Amazon Echo Dot and some Amazon plugs so I can finally say, Alexa, turn lights off. And then... all my lights can turn off, so I don't have to. So I can be more lazy. Perfect. You can actually, this is a lot harder to do since they updated the grass. Bonk. Oh dear, that, I mean, there was nothing he could really do. This is unlucky. His luck ran out. Why is it annoying for you? Like, so are you using the Quest 2 with a custom head strap? The weight of the Quest 2 and the Quest 3 is irrelevant if you use a proper head strap. Like a strap that holds it off the top of your head. Like the Quest 3 is way lighter than the Valve Index. And it's really easy to add a custom head strap to it as well. So that, just get that. I'll show you mine. Oh, ow. So this head strap was £30, and there was only one in stock when I got the headset. And it, you got this front bit here that lifts it up. I mean, just this head strap's bigger back plate and everything is like it's way better. Like it's proper light, and you don't really notice the weight of it. What you do notice is the facial interchange, which you could take off if you've got the front strap thing. This one doesn't actually stay in position to use it. I mean, maybe you could mod this to lock in. If that locked in, which it doesn't, then you're good. I don't know why it doesn't lock in now. It'd be good if it did. But yeah, it's really cool. Here comes the strap on. You couldn't do anything. That's so stupid. The Quest 3 as well, for the price, is crazy. Like you can buy, if you're just going to use it with a cable. What's the cheaper Quest 3? What's the price? Like $450 or something? Let's have a look. $479. Like, for that price, it's a pretty mental piece of electronics. Also, you do like there's a load of free games you can play on it as well. So it's basically like a full games console. It's not just. It is a full games console as well as a VR headset. No, we're just driving whatever makes sense at this point in time. I happen to just like this tracking car at the moment. Nice. We'll do another F4. Why not? We've kind of got stuck here though at 2,300. We went down a bit. 2,368. This is how it goes with the irating challenge there. You go up and down, up and down. I like front wheel drive in AC, but not in iRacing. What's this Mustang challenge? That's at Magello. Is that a new series? Is Mustang Challenge a new series? Or like it's a fixed series? Oh, this could be good. Is that rear wheel drive? Since when did they add this Mustang Challenge? What? Sebring next. I can imagine Matt Malone driving that. He could be in that all the time. Yeah, I mean, it looks like F3 and GT3 might be the better options. I really don't like how the GT3 cars drive in iRacing. What's the Proto GT series? What's that? What's the iRacing weekly challenge? Hang on. Weekly race challenge. What's this? Is weekly challenge or is that Skip Barber? No, there's a Skip Barber race series as well. What? So hang on, is it just one race a week? Well, how do you know what car it's going to be? What's the does the Nürburgring change every week as well, the car? Where's that? What's the Nürburgring thing called? The Nürburgring thing. Oh, Ringmeister. Right. What's it running at the moment? What? It's running a street stock car. What? Why? Is it? What's the car next week? There's no way to know what car it's going to be. Yeah, yeah. The street stock car's nice and slidey. It's a bit of a weird car to pick for that, but then the GT3. When's the 24-hour race? Is that on the, isn't that like on the 19th or something? Fanatec GT3 fixed is Hockenheimring, which is alright. That's next week or tomorrow. Thanks for subscribing, Yannick. Welcome. Radicals on oh, it's on a crap track next. Crap track. What's the C8? What car is that? Oh yeah, that car's not too bad actually. So what angle is that on the Nordschleifer? That could be okay. It's one of the easier. If it's is it fixed setup as well? Oh, we'll do the poll here. Hang on, how much rating did we gain in the last? What did we get? $64. Right, new prediction. 30 or more irating. Get in there. Oh, that was split too as well. We're lingering. We need to get to 2,500. No, 2,600. 2,500, 2,600 will get us in the top split. And we're good. How much have I gained this? I don't know. We went up quite a bit, and then we won a race, and then it all went to shit. And it all went awful. We started at 2,239. And we're now on 2,368. So we got over 100. I mean, we should be up like over 300, but you know, that's the iRacing for you. You get punted, and that's how it is. That's you have to qualify up top, otherwise you're in the pain zone. The zone of despair. But at least everyone else has been suffering with us all day, so that's always nice. Everyone's feeling the pain and suffering. We're doing F4 because we haven't done enough of that today. We can go to the track. It's like in 2 minutes. Load it up. The safe word is format C drive, which any sensible person would do after installing off iRacing. They would just quit it. I don't think so, Thomas. No, because that guy ruined it for us. We were so close to being on 500, and then that guy bloody drove into us. Right. Let's get racing. Oh no, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh. What if my limbs fall off tomorrow? I always find with live streaming, around about the 11-hour mark, that's when it takes its toll. 8 hours is fine. 9 hours not too bad, but when you get to 11 hours, that's when you're like, That's where you need mega stream stamina. Yeah, 12 hours you get a second wind. I mean, I don't know how Super GT did a... Was it 12 hours or 24 hours of... I don't know, there's a certain number of laps of Bathurst. It might have been 24-hour Bathurst. In one sitting. That's just stupid. I don't know. And he was pretty fast as well. That's just not good. You can barely have 20-minute conversation. I'll just complain about tire models all day long. Yeah, the thing is, doing a 12-hour race where you're driving all the time with no stopping, that's really bad because you know there's no break. You're just driving all the time. I don't know what I think in real life, the limit for, hang on, longest endurance race stint. I think it's 4 hours or something. Can someone Google it and find out? In Le Mans 24, how long? I think it's 3 hours or something. How long can drivers stay out for in... Team of 3 drivers, 4 hours. No drivers allowed to do more than 14 hours. Easy. I don't know what the rule is for... One driver is allowed to drive 150 minutes non-stop. This is for the Nürburgring, 24 hours of Nürburgring. And can enter 2 cars. Random call sign, are you still there? Are you still there, Random? Maybe we should try and go to the 24 hours of Nürburgring. Although it's at the same time as like everything happening, isn't it? That's the problem. Maybe we should try and aim for it though. Should we like sort of put it in the planner, Random, as like a general thing to try and not 100% firm date, but like be aware of it as a potential thing to go to. I've always wanted to go 24 hours of Nürburgring in the 2024. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what's the date. 24th, Thursday, 30th of May. Yeah, well, I'm going to put it in my planner. Normally there's other stuff happening at the same time. But, Phantom Race, Spa 24 was awesome when I went to that. It was really good. Best race event I've been to be honest. Yeah, I would recommend going to Spa 24. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Le Mans would be good as well. I think they're better to go as they're actually good spectator events. Oh, the problem with 24 Hours of Daytona is you have to be in America. The thing is, if I was in America, I would rather watch a rocket launch. If I was in that area, I'd really like to see a big rocket launch from Cape Canaveral. Also, the problem with America is you have to wear a bulletproof jacket everywhere, which is, you know, it's a bit in hot climates. And you have to wear a press uniform, a UN helmet. That's the downside of America. You have to have a white flag, a bulletproof jacket, and helmet. It's the only way to be safe. The whole country's a war zone. Or I guess the shootings only happen in primary schools, so as long as you're not a kid, it's fine. Or Walmart. Primary schools and Walmart seem to be the places to avoid. That's where people are really angry. To be fair, I'd be angry. I've been in a Walmart, and you just want to pick one thing up. You have to walk 5 miles to get to the aisle you want. It's really not well thought out. You need like a buggy to get through Walmart. They should just allow you to drive your car through Walmart. Why haven't they done that? That would be the most American thing possible. Walmart has aisles that are like 2 rows long, and then you could drive through it, pick stuff off the shelf. That's genius. That's way American. I'm more American than American. Why do you have to park your car? Stay in your car, drive through the shopping centre. You've seen 2 shuttle launches back in the 80s. Ground shaking, astonishing. Yeah. Amazing. I'm not going to make that joke. Yeah, the shuttle had pretty big, the solid boosters. Yeah, it'd be good to see like the big rockets. So when they start doing moon rockets again, that'd be cool. Well, some people have driven through Walmart, so I guess that is technically a drive-through. Oh, no. They have drive-bys at Walmart, so it is still... Ah, no. Well, it looks like we're starting at the back. Yeah, it is still American. Yeah, they don't have drive-throughs, but they have drive-bys, so it's close. Drive-intos. That's what I kept talking about. Look, Costco's better than Walmart. If I was shopping in America, I would be at Costco. That's where it's at. That's like America's Lidl. I'd have a card and I'd have the hot dog. Do they have IKEA in America? Target. Yeah, see, that's so American. They name the supermarket after something that you can shoot. they're like, what can we do to fit into the American audience? Target, yeah. Genius. No, we don't have Micro Centre. We have Aldi's, Lidl, Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Safeway. Probably not anymore. Marks and Spencer's, Waitrose. Lidl's, but get out. This bollocks. Lidl's way better than Aldi. They've got more stuff in there. Talking shit.
The pace car is out of control.
So many uncultured people in my chat. Is that... Thanks for following, guys. Was that YouTube? Or where are these uncultured fools coming from? Well, the thing in the UK is Amazon's good because you don't have to go outside. Sarah Versaberg. So again, I repeat the story. You have to think of me like a mixture of Robin Hood and Jesus. And what I do is I take iRating from the rich, and then I give it to the poor, and then I have to go and collect it back from the rich again. I'm like this. I'm like the Santa Claus of iRacing. That's why I'm so loved by iRacers. I just keep giving. I mean, even today, I gave out 200 iRating, which was really nice of me. I wonder how many people in chat work for Boeing. There must be someone that's responsible for the side of the plane falling off. It wouldn't surprise me if that was a subscriber of this channel. Who is it? Who's the engineer that's meant to have fashioned the wall panels? Yeah, it was really nice of me to give him a P3. Yeah, it was emergency pressure regulation. It was the scenic view option of the Boeing plane to allow passengers to get and advanced air conditioning unit. I was thinking, I was watching videos of that whole thing, and I was thinking, if I was on that plane, like, you'd know that the you're not at high altitude, so you know it's not going to blow up or anything. And you see, it's quite a few times sides of planes can fall off as long as the wings are attached and the engines are working. It's fine. So it'd be awesome if you were on the plane and the side fell off. That would be so amazing, like, to experience, to be able to see out of a jet plane, like if you were sat next to it, as long as it didn't get sucked out. That would be actually, I would be more like excited than scared, unless it happened at high altitude. But at like under 20,000 foot, it's be awesome. I mean, I'd be annoyed that my flight's delayed, but I'd be like, oh, this is amazing. It's not, you know exactly what the issue was, so you wouldn't have to be worried. You'd be like, oh, you know, side of the window's falling off, side of the plane's falling off, it's up. But you'd be like, oh, so if the plane's still going, it's totally fine. It's happened quite a few times, like rapid depressurization from windows blowing out.
The estimated SOF is 3,163.
Well, that's the risk. Yeah, I'm saying as long as the tail, a wing, and engine hasn't been damaged, which you'd probably know pretty quickly because you'd be able to hear the engine's sound and the plane would be flying wonky. So you would know pretty quickly. So once it happens, you'd be like, oh, probably all right. Also, as long as it happens when you're at a high enough altitude and the engines are working that you can get back to an airport. But yeah, if it happened at really high altitude,
Green, green, green.
That would be another thing. I always keep my seatbelt on in planes though. I've always done that. Like I don't. You have to just watch a few videos of turbulence.
Still there, hold your line.
If you need convincing. If you need convincing to keep your seatbelt on in an aircraft, just watch a few videos
Car on your left. Keep to the right.
of what happens
Clear on the
with
left.
turbulence. I don't get why duty goods trays don't have rails for them to slide on so they can't get launched into the ceiling.